Pillars of thick, suffocating gray smoke swirled all around, but that did not stop the determined warrior from pressing on toward his goal. After many years of cultivation and failed attempts, the determined warrior finally managed to achieve his goal. He had finally reached the coveted place from which emanated a magical aura that drew him in. It was the Gate of the Immortals, which the young man was eager to enter without a moment's hesitation. As soon as the daredevil passed through them, he would instantly cease to be an ordinary mortal, so he had no intention of turning back. The extremely serious young man stared straight ahead, anticipating the imminent changes in his life. He thrust his arms out in front of him and, with a loud shout, commanded the passage to open for him immediately. In an instant, the hero grew wary and shielded his face, crossing his arms while the wind blew ever stronger toward him. A few seconds later, a rather powerful explosion thundered, triggering a shockwave that threw the brave young man backward. Having managed to land safely, Zhang Yi heard a strange little voice calling him a martial arts master. Stunned, the young man froze in place with his mouth agape, unable to believe his ears or eyes, but it was all real. Soon the heavenly swords of calamity technique was unleashed, which further unsettled the fighter but did not cause him to panic. With wide eyes, he stared ahead, trying to figure out what was happening around him, but there was no time for that. Then another incredibly powerful explosion occurred, sending a shower of stone fragments flying. Falling freely, the boy relaxed his arms, looking up and completely unable to understand how this could have happened to him. Filled with anger, Zhang shouted, asking why he still couldn't break through the final barrier, but received no answer. The guardians, however, saw that regrets from his past life remained in his heart, and to enter the realm of the immortals, he had to rid himself of them. Once again, the gates rejected the young man and sent him back, and all he could do was endure the failure with grief. Blood suddenly gushed from his mouth, staining his teeth and chin, and Zhang Yi himself involuntarily clenched his jaw in pain. Soon, the protagonist fell from the heavens to the ground and collapsed right in the middle of a small city park. On the grounds of Dongshan University, a ruthless bully was currently beating up a frail boy. That frail boy was none other than Zhang Yi, and a terribly distraught girl was rushing to his aid. The worried friend placed her hand on the injured hero's shoulder and began asking if he was okay. The pained young man said nothing while the bully asked Yu Yao to open her eyes and see that he was just a skinny dimwit. His buddies pointed out that the beauty should be dating brother Qian, since he was way cooler and stronger than the kid. The hot-tempered lady exclaimed that, to her, Zhang was far better in every way, which infuriated the blonde man. At that moment, the main character spoke up, having regained his composure a bit, which surprised the young lady. The worried girl immediately asked if his head hurt badly, and he silently held his forehead. The cool-headed guy quickly realized that the heavens had punished him with a calamity and that he had returned to his college days. The completely calm young man looked into the eyes of his counterpart, who was still feeling flustered. Even more unexpected was the tender embrace that left the charming Yu Yao speechless. The girl was even a little flustered and simply froze in the arms of the young man, who had shown sincerity. His bold behavior sparked a wave of discontent among the bullies, who wanted to do everything in their power to stop what was happening. Holding the beauty tightly, the young man felt the warmth radiating from her body while she remained silent, feeling protected. Closing his eyes and smiling slightly, the young man said that he was glad to see Yu Yao again and had missed her very much. Enraged, Li Qiang shouted loudly, ordering the insolent man to immediately remove his filthy hands from his beloved. After these words, the daredevil turned his gaze to the bully, who was acting too cocky and getting in his way. The cool-headed Zhang Yi advised the scoundrels to disappear at once while he was still in a good mood. These words struck the fair-haired bully to the core and left him dumbfounded. He hadn't expected such humiliation. The angry trio had no idea why the timid and fearful little boy was being so bold today. Grabbing a brick, the stern Qian asked the beautiful Yu not to blame him for what was about to happen. The psychopath screamed that he would never let the kid go, since the kid had taken the initiative to provoke him. The assertive Yao shielded the protagonist with her back, exclaiming that they were on university campus grounds. Suddenly, the fearless Zhang Yi placed a finger against her cheek, letting her know she had nothing to worry about. With a smirk on his face, the young man confidently said that from this moment on, it was his turn to protect the charmer. Impressed by his courage, the girl froze in place and stared at him with her bottomless blue eyes. In a fit of rage, the blond man began to shout again, trying to calm down, but he couldn't get any relief. The hot-headed guy ordered his buddies to beat the scoundrel to death for his arrogant behavior and excessive insolence. In an instant, his fist was behind the head of the completely calm hero, who dodged the blow without much effort. Then the young man delivered a lightning-fast blow to his opponent's stomach, and blood immediately began spurting from his mouth. Another thug decided to launch an aerial attack and catch Zhang Yi off guard, but he saw right through it. With a sharp movement, the daredevil leaped upward, pushing off with his hand from the shoulder of the ringleader, which was a thoroughly professional move. Next, a heel strike landed on the second fool's jaw, nearly turning him into a vegetable. In the end, the upstart slid several meters on his back, leaving his companion in a daze. Stunned, Qian couldn't believe what was happening at first and froze in place, with his mouth agape. The unflappable hero merely smirked, while the angry blonde shouted that his accomplices couldn't even handle a cripple. In a fit of rage, he charged forward with a brick in his hands, but the young man didn't even take a step back, demonstrating his fearlessness. There wasn't a trace of emotion on his face, as if he was fully aware of his invincibility and had no intention of retreating. Choosing the right moment, the trickster simply dodged the attacker's blow, completely throwing him off balance. A bewildered Li couldn't make sense of what was happening, while the brave young man was already preparing to make his decisive move. Suddenly, the daredevil grabbed his opponent by the shirt and pulled him toward him, making him even more nervous. Next, the strong man lifted the frightened fool off the ground, causing him to scream in terror, unable to do anything. Showing not a shred of mercy, Zhang Yi slammed his opponent into the ground with his back, which looked terrifying from the sidelines. Huge plumes of gray smoke began to rise all around, catching the attention of passers-by outside the campus fence. Pressing his foot down on the head of the sprawled Qian, the protagonist made it clear that it wasn't worth messing with him. Sticking his tongue out at the glasses, the mysterious fighter stated emphatically that Yu Yao was his woman and no one had the right to take his place. With a smile on his face, he threatened that he would make his enemies experience pain they had never felt before if they ever crossed him again. The enraged blonde ordered the insolent man to remove his stinking foot from his face and tried to remind him that he was just a cowardly boy. Laughing, the hero continued to press down on his enemy's head, not even thinking of backing down. Up until that moment, Zhang Yi had been a complete failure, unable to stand up even for someone close to him. It all began after the bloodshed, and when the brave man was still young, something clicked in his head. He saw a girl being brutally beaten and without a second thought ran to save her, but he didn't know he was going up against the wealthy Sun Jiang. Later, the victim began to deny that she had been attacked, and even befriended her main assailant, which was quite strange. The helpless hero could do nothing but watch the blood dripping from the knife. After some time, the thugs got to his father, and he still couldn't do anything to stop them. Those around him constantly heaped insults on the guy, considering him a cowardly and useless piece of trash unworthy of living in this world. But at some point in his life, the charming Yu Yao appeared, and he took great pleasure in holding her hand. The blue-eyed girl pierced him with her bottomless gaze, which gave the young man a sense of calm and comfort. Every time she touched him with her delicate fingers, his heart skipped a beat. The two enrolled at Dongshan University together, and even though life was no picnic, whenever Zhang was with Yao, it seemed to him that everything was getting better. But just as he was thinking this, the last and only ray of hope in his life was taken from him. On that terrible day, the distraught young man tried to push his way through the crowd toward the area cordoned off with two-colored tape. The loyal Yu Yao had never hurt anyone, but her best friend betrayed her, setting her up and leaving her to be torn apart by thugs. All of this touched the protagonist to the core. He simply couldn't believe that his beloved was gone. The young man grabbed his hair and fell to his knees, bowing his head to the floor, not knowing what to do with himself in those terrible moments. Crystal clear tears streamed from his eyes, and he refused to believe until the very end that his love had died. Several years passed in pain and despair until the brave young man accidentally stepped onto an ancient teleportation array. He found himself in a world where cultivation was possible, and all around him he could see various very vivid plants. While traveling, Zhang Yi found a book containing the supreme martial arts techniques of 10,000 ancient races. He also gained the power to take revenge, and thus vowed to himself that he would continue to improve until he became an immortal emperor. And then, having overcome all possible limits, The brave man will return to destroy those who deprived him of Yu Yao. But when the young man thought he was strong enough to pass through the gate, he failed because he turned out to be too weak. No one could have imagined that because of his mistake, the young man would travel back in time, all the way back to Dongshan University. The worried girl asked how he was feeling, while the cowardly but spiteful Qian ran off, threatening to come back for the boy. The beautiful girl remarked that it seemed to her that the young man had become a different person, and that sounded quite interesting. Smiling, the young man replied that no matter how much he changed, he would always remain the same to her. A pink-haired woman nearby noticed a small commotion and thought something interesting was going on, but all she saw was the loser Zhang. Calm Yu Yao asked Sister Zhou not to speak that way and assured her that the young man was very nice. Her best friend reminded her that Zheng had invited them to a party and suggested she go home to get ready. The deeply distressed young man immediately realized she was referring to the very event where his beloved had died. The alarmed young man shouted for her to stop, and she asked if he also thought she shouldn't go there. Immediately, the brave young man felt a purple energy, qi, in his hand and realized once again that he was no longer the person he used to be. He calmly said that she could go to the party, calling it a good way to make new friends. The beauty asked him to return to the dormitory and rest, and the young man nodded, indicating that he would heed her words. Clenching his fist tightly, the resolute warrior said to himself that this time he would not let the terrible tragedy repeat itself. Qi energy was a legendary treasure that every immortal fought for and desperately wanted to obtain. The protagonist had caught a glimpse of it when he was struck by a heavenly calamity and never thought he would be able to become its owner. Through cultivation and the use of purple mana, the determined warrior would forge a king's body. Once the project is complete, absolutely no one will care about the supernatural phenomenon, as Zhang Yi was certain. But right now, the young man was only at the first level, and his earth spiritual energy was considered weak, so difficulties lay ahead. At that moment, the young man froze in place, his eyes wide with surprise. As it turned out, the young man sensed a fluctuation in spiritual energy, but tried not to give in to the tension. The intensely focused young man quickly realized that ancient martial arts were involved in all of this. Meanwhile, the alarmed bald man asked the elder, who was coughing up blood, how he was feeling. The slightly trembling old man murmured that the two fools still hadn't grasped one crucial point. His eyes were filled with incredible anger, and this was betrayed by a bright red beam emanating from them. In a fit of rage, the old man began shouting something about spiritual energy, terrifying his subordinate. The highly strung old man was dripping with sweat and wailing that he needed more mana, and his face was covered in bulging veins. One of the panicked men cried out that they needed to summon Mr. Wu, since the elder had gone into berserker mode. Out of nowhere, the brave Zhang Yi appeared, stretching out his hand in front of him and causing everyone around to scatter. The young man noted that if the old man continued to use the wrong cultivation method, he would be crippled for life. The long-mustached man continued to mutter something about a large amount of spiritual energy, ignoring the boy's words. In a fit of rage, he shouted loudly that today he would take all the boy's mana to quench his thirst. Without wasting a moment, the elderly fighter lunged forward with a clenched fist, while a startled Zhang froze in place. A blinding yellow light suddenly appeared before his eyes, but he didn't flinch and was ready to face it. Stunned, the elder couldn't believe what was happening, but his strike was blocked in a flash by the young fighter. Smiling, the young man casually attributed their meeting today to fate. Carefully bending his arm at the elbow, the daredevil asked to be allowed to help the extremely nervous old man who didn't understand a thing. The professional acted with precision, striking his opponent's neck, and then began applying pressure to various parts of the body with 2 fingers. In the end, he managed to completely confuse his opponent without letting him cause him the slightest harm. The old man's method consisted only of basic breathing techniques, so at a certain point he was unable to purify his mana of impurities. Behind Zhang Yi was the elder's comrade, who couldn't bear to watch what was happening and rushed in to attack with his fists. The trickster merely raised his hand, causing the fool to crash into him and fall to the ground instantly. The cool-headed warrior ordered the fool to simply shut up and not interfere with him, which was a very bold statement. Stunned by the audacity, Yu Gan wanted to rush in again and teach the youngster a lesson, but that was beyond his capabilities. At that moment, the protagonist placed both hands on the upper back of the elderly man, from whom yellow rays of light emanated. Suddenly, the stern old man told his comrade to watch his tongue, which was said quite convincingly. Stunned, his opponent looked at his master in confusion, not quite understanding what was happening before his eyes. The nervous fighter tried to prove something, but Elder Jia calmly told him to calm down. The gentleman expressed his deep gratitude to the hero, saying that he hadn't expected him to lose his composure during training. The young man emphasized that Goshun's path of cultivation was dangerous, and if he continued down this path, irreparable consequences awaited him. The young man stated bluntly that the man would simply die, so he should change his tactics immediately. The very serious old man lowered his gaze to the floor and fell deep in thought, offering no response. After these words, complete silence reigned, as the elder needed to think everything through carefully. Surprised, Wugan couldn't believe that the young man had managed to discern his mentor's inner trauma with a single glance. A few minutes later, the old man, sweating from nerves, asked if there was anything that could cure him. The optimistic Zhang Yi said they would have to modify his technique and asked him to describe it so they could adapt it for the elderly fighter. Stunned, Gosung couldn't fathom how anyone could improve a technique that had been passed down from generation to generation. He never gave an answer, and the young man calmly asked what was wrong with him. The nervous mustachioed man lowered his eyes again and began to think rapidly, for an important decision had to be made. The Xia family still needed his help, and perhaps the young man had been sent by heaven to assist the master. Looking at his counterpart with the utmost seriousness, the old man said to himself that he needed to give the boy a chance to prove himself. Soon, Gaozhong handed the book to the protagonist and sincerely asked him to share his wisdom. Without saying a word, the boy began flipping through the pages, glancing over almost every one of them. Remaining unflappable, the young man smirked slightly, saying that everything was exactly as he had expected. Putting the notebook in his pocket, the daredevil said he understood the essence of the elder's technique and assured him that improving it would not be difficult. He said he would contact him when he was finished, and the old man paid him his respects, calling him a master and replying that he would await news. Standing behind him, Wu Gang asked if the old man regretted telling the boy about his family's secrets, even though he'd only just met him. The calm man replied that, in the eyes of a professional of his caliber, his set of techniques for Zhang was like an illustrated album. His disconcerted counterpart could not have imagined that the protagonist was also a martial arts master. Sometime later, while driving, he called the young man to report that Gosung had ordered him to find out if his secret book had been altered. Meanwhile, Zhou's disgruntled sister claimed she hadn't invited the four-eyed fool, but her friend had taken him along anyway. The young man replied that he was Yu Yao's boyfriend, so he could accompany her to the party, which came as a huge shock to the woman driving the car. The angry lady asked in a raised voice if her friend was sure about her relationship with this nerd. The unflappable young man asked Hui not to worry, noting that he had indeed prepared a big gift for her. His words piqued the arrogant lady's interest, and she asked if he could really afford such a thing. The young man said that she would find out everything soon, but for now she needed to be patient. Soon, a luxurious red sedan pulled up to the building where the high-profile party was taking place. The perpetually dissatisfied rich kid asked if everything had been prepared as he'd requested, and his subordinate gave an affirmative answer. Zhou Hui got out of the car and waved to her brother Zheng, asking him to look at who she had brought. Sticking out his nasty tongue, the sly guy muttered under his breath that tonight was going to be a very fun night. As he walked forward, he admitted that he hadn't expected to meet the most beautiful girl at Dongshan University, Yu Yao. Bowing respectfully, the blond man asked to be allowed to escort the beauty to the VIP room. The protagonist found it somewhat amusing to see the thug pretending to be a gentleman, but he kept his composure. Unexpectedly, he shook hands with the calculating Xiao, who hadn't been thinking about that at all and had other things on his mind. At that moment, the rich kid's expression changed drastically, and his wide eyes made their presence known. The polite young man said he would take the girl to the right place himself, and his counterpart couldn't make head or tail of it when he appeared before him. The young man introduced himself as Yu Yao, and the displeased Hui pointed out that Zheng owned this club and asked him to let go of her hand. In his mind, the rich man was angry at the girl who had brought yet another guy here, and on top of that, the young man of his potential victim. Completely calm, Zhang Yi quietly thanked the owner of the establishment, thinking mostly of his own business. The blond man invited the guests inside and gestured in that direction, after which they all headed toward the entrance. Slightly nervous, Yu Yao suggested to her boyfriend that they turn back, but he asked her not to worry. Standing behind Xiao, he smirked slyly, plotting something in his mind, but didn't let it show. He ordered his subordinate to immediately find out everything about the protagonist and report it to Wang Lun so he could prepare. The malicious scoundrel said that if anything went off plan, they would proceed as usual. In the lounge, the fair-haired man asked when Yu Yao had started dating, and the lady replied that she and Zhang Yi had been classmates. Immediately, the observant young man noticed that Zhou Hui was pouring the drink into the glasses in a strange way. The daredevil began to suspect that the bitch had slipped something into her best friend's glass, which led to the tragedy. Setting the bottle on the table, the girl asked them to stop talking about Yao's love life and get down to drinking. The brave young man, in turn, watched her closely, but did so discreetly so as not to attract attention. He stared intently at Hui's hand as she handed one of the drinks to her friend sitting next to her. She reminded them that Zheng Xiao had invited them to a party at his club today and suggested they drink a toast to him. The bastard wanted Yu Yao to get drunk as soon as possible because he had plans in his foolish head. At that very moment, the brunette began sipping the delicious cocktail, while the cool-headed hero watched silently. Suddenly, one of the glasses fell to the floor and shattered, instantly catching the attention of everyone present. Everything happened exactly as the serious Zhang Yi had expected, having managed to foresee the events in advance. In turn, the agitated lady began to pull her clothes off, complaining in a panic about the intense heat. The dissatisfied rich man remarked that she had ruined everything again, and the assistant reported that he had found out everything, just as the boss had requested. He whispered in the blonde man's ear that the hero's family had no past, and his father was nothing but a blank slate. After that, the rich kid laughed out loud, emphasizing that in that case, the situation was as simple as could be. Throwing a plastic card on the table, the self-assured guy called the young man Four Eyes and asked if it was true that his name was Zhang. The scoundrel said there was 100,000 on it and told him to get out of there with it, but the brave young man had no intention of doing so. Yu Yao, very nervous, shouted, asking what all this meant, but Xiao didn't quite understand what she meant. The brazen man said he'd decided to buy her from the kid, and he was curious if he'd agree. The scoundrel put his foot up on the table and asked, out of curiosity, how, in the lovely lady's opinion, her poor boyfriend would act in this situation. The angry young woman wanted to shout loudly to insult the scoundrel who dared to behave so arrogantly, but Zhang Yi suddenly picked up a card. Then he abruptly stood up and the young lady stared at him, not quite understanding what was happening. Her face contorting with shock, Yu Yao began to realize that her beloved had made a choice that was not in her favor at all. Laughing heartily, Xiao asked if the beauty hadn't yet realized that the foolish pauper didn't need her. He added that the young man had sold out the naive girl, but the hero unexpectedly split the bank card in half using Chi techniques. What he saw completely threw the fair-haired rich kid off balance. His eyes nearly popped out of his head. Without a word, the brave man grabbed the fool's face firmly with his hand to shut his vile mouth and take revenge for everything. An agitated Yao watched the tense situation unfold, not knowing how to react, and it seemed as if she wanted to burst into tears. The stern Zhang Yi first apologized to his opponent, then told him to shut his mouth. The cowardly rich man immediately summoned his loyal servant, Wang Lun, who instantly ran to his master's call. Helpless Hui ordered the guy to let go of Zheng Xiao immediately if he wanted to leave the club on his own 2 feet, but he didn't care about her threats. The daredevil noted that nothing terrible would happen if he made the scumbag pay for his sins slowly and painfully. A burly man suddenly burst into the room and asked, laughing, who had the nerve to mess with Zheng Xiao on his own turf. The long-haired Hulk, with a look of mild bewilderment on his face, asked why his friend was being held so strangely. The gasping blonde shouted for him to help immediately, rather than stand there philosophizing. The unflappable hero calmly shifted his gaze to the stranger, who was behaving rather provocatively. Without further ado, the fighter swung his fist, exclaiming that now they would see what he was made of. The young man immediately let go of the club owner, causing him to slide across the floor and slam his back into the wall. The quick-witted fighter managed to block his opponent's blow. The opponent had noticed that he knew a couple of moves, but still didn't take the youngster seriously. The stern young man looked silently into his eyes, staying focused and not letting his guard down. Choosing the right moment, the daredevil decided to launch an attack and aim straight for his opponent's gut. He managed to successfully strike the enemy right in the solar plexus, but the strongman's expression didn't change one bit. The bruiser noted that such a feeble blow wasn't enough to even tickle his body. With a mysterious smirk, Zhang Yi remarked that a dimwit like him would never understand the depths of true martial arts. As it turned out, he had used a mind control technique, and in that very moment the bruiser's consciousness shifted and his vision began to double. The hero put the fool into a hypnotic state and ordered him to take his dog and then leave the room, and he obeyed, calling him master. At that very moment, the blissful man turned and began to walk away, dragging his accomplice behind him, who was kicking and screaming that they were still needed by the boss. With sweat on his face, the wary young man looked ahead, realizing that his game was not yet over. That scumbag Xiao suddenly pointed a gun at the back of his head, saying he never would have thought that such a nerd would know a couple of martial arts moves. The psychopath was curious to see if the kid could stop a bullet with his pathetic techniques and twitches. Discouraged, Zhang had expended too much mana healing the elder, so he feared he wouldn't be able to use the king's technique now. Still holding the gun to the boy's head, the thug gloated and felt powerful while the boy was helpless. Unfazed, Yu Yao carefully picked up a wine bottle, realizing she had to come to her loved one's rescue. The fair-haired scoundrel asked in a raised voice if the boy had lost his ability to speak. Deciding not to waste any time, the brave girl swung at him, since there was no other way out. After smashing a bottle over Xiao's head, she showed her hatred for him and made it clear that he'd be better off staying away from her. The lady screamed that they needed to run away immediately, while the blonde man clutched the back of his head and began complaining of unbearable pain. An enraged Zhang shouted that none of them would leave this room today, and veins bulged in his eyes. Immediately, Zhang Yi grabbed him by the hair and began shoving him forward, instantly shutting the enemy's filthy mouth. Showing not a shred of mercy, the daredevil slammed the dimwit's forehead against the wall, making it clear that no one gave a damn about his threats. The professional twisted his opponent's arms and pinned him down, leaving him unable to resist in any way. With a smile on his face, the fearless young man asked Zhang to repeat what he had said. Barely holding back his tears, the exhausted blonde muttered something, while the brave young man continued to press down on his neck. Still, he closed his eyes and pressed his lips together, trying to hold on with all his might, even though it was incredibly difficult. At that very moment, the fair-haired man burst into tears and began begging to be let go, saying that his sick mother needed him. Meanwhile, two men in formal suits were walking down the club's hallway, and it was clear they weren't just ordinary patrons. It turned out to be Xiao's hot-tempered father, who shouted, asking if they really wanted to ruin the business's reputation. The man was stunned and crushed his cigar in his hand, realizing that his son was standing in front of him, pinned against the wall. The nervous blonde man asked the father not to let the two scoundrels who had dared to tarnish his honor get away. The stunned man was very displeased, but behind him stood an incredibly angry man, reaching out his hand toward him. He abruptly grabbed the top of the establishment owner's head, who froze in shock and simply stood still, feeling a chill down his spine. The very serious Master Wu reminded him that he had asked someone to find him, but his request had not been fulfilled. Feeling confident again, Xiao said that Zhang Yi had better let him go now, because two professionals would flatten him. Smiling, the young man asked Xiao Wu why it had taken him so long to arrive, which sounded unexpected coming from him. Zheng, sweating from nerves, laughed loudly, asking if the dimwit understood who this man was. The gentleman himself couldn't believe at first that the hero who had helped him earlier was standing right in front of him. His counterpart apologized for being late, then explained that Elder Xiao couldn't come, so he'd sent him to pick up the youngster. His statement stunned the arrogant fair-haired boy and his father, who had considered the young man a nobody. The stunned club owner couldn't fathom who this young man was if he was connected to the great master. The unflappable Zhang Yi said that the situation had become a bit tense, but Mr. Wu promised to take care of everything. Xiao's father calmly apologized to the hero on behalf of his son, realizing that the boy had gotten into trouble because of his poor upbringing. The unflappable young man replied that the scoundrel had been hitting on his girlfriend right in front of him, and that ordinary measures would clearly not suffice here, and the fair-haired scoundrel began shouting that the poor man was trying to frame him and asked his father to call security immediately to punish the insolent man. Suddenly, the man slapped him hard, exclaiming that he knew perfectly well what disgusting things he did every day. In that moment, the boy lost his balance and crashed to the floor, not even having time to process what was happening. Putting his hand to the sore spot on his face, the fool burst into tears, and he was upset that his dad had treated him that way, even if it was justified. The serious man saluted Mr. Zhang Yi, saying that he could punish his son however he wished, but begged him to spare his life. Smiling as if nothing had happened, the curious hero asked if he would take back his words. Before leaving, Master Wu asked the owner to clean up the mess his son had made, and the owner assured him that nothing like that would happen again. The man asked if the hero would really let the scoundrel get away with just a single blow, and whether that wasn't too lenient a punishment for him. The young man replied that it was enough to destroy the fool's meridians, and emphasized that he wouldn't cause any trouble in the future. Suddenly, the man across from him said he had almost forgotten something important, while the young man kept walking, holding Yu Yao by the waist. The gentleman handed over a card with 10 million, saying that Elder Jia had asked him to pass it on as compensation and as a token of gratitude for improving his path. Looking at the floor, he added that the old man knew perfectly well that the young man wasn't interested in money, but he still asked him to accept this gift. The hero showed no particular emotion, but inwardly he rejoiced, since now he would be able to buy plenty of medicinal herbs to restore his spiritual power. Outside, Wu added that there was something else Jia would like to discuss with him and offered to take him there if he wasn't busy. Slightly concerned, Yao turned to her beloved, as if wanting to say something important. She said softly and sincerely that she too would like to talk to the young man alone about something important. Surprised, the young man silently gazed into her bottomless blue eyes, then told the master that he would join him later. Very soon, the couple began strolling, watching the sunset and enjoying the silence together. The girl apologized to Zhang Yi, who had asked her to stay away from Zhou Hui, but she hadn't listened to him. The lady hadn't expected anything like this to happen, and she felt sorry for dragging the hero into all of this. The young man called her a silly girl and reminded her that now it was his turn to protect her, and asked her not to regret anything. The beauty asked him not to make such a vow if he didn't want her to be disappointed in the future. The charmer asked him not to make such a vow, which immediately put the young man holding her hand on guard. Smiling, her companion pointed out that the brave young man had changed a lot over the past few days, and she knew he had his secrets. The young man listened to her intently and didn't look away, absorbing the meaning of every word he heard. Gently clasping her lover's fingers, Yu Yao asked him to promise that he would be careful. She suddenly declared that if anything happened to him, she would hardly be able to survive the unbearable pain. Her words put the young man in an awkward position. He remained silent, carefully weighing everything. Immediately, the daredevil took a step toward the girl, as if intending to do something important to himself. The charming lady's eyes widened in surprise, and the young man suddenly moved in close to her. Gently cupping his beloved's face, the calm Zhang Yi promised to be careful and always protect her. A few minutes later, he got into Master Wu's black car and drove away, leaving Yao alone with her thoughts. Having calmed down, Yue said to herself that perhaps the young man really would be able to keep his promise. Behind her, a man who had just gotten out of the car suddenly appeared and recognized her immediately. The long-haired gentleman hadn't expected to meet a beauty here at all, and asked if he could give her a ride somewhere. The young man wanted to talk to the beauty on the way, but he annoyed her greatly because he was so pushy. The emotionless lady merely replied that she had nothing to discuss with him, so he shouldn't waste his time. The brown-haired man noted that his uncle and aunt had told him that he and she absolutely had to get along to facilitate a future marriage. Then he allowed himself to gently touch the lovely Yao's shoulder, but her heart was elsewhere. The serious-looking lady immediately brushed away his hand, making it clear that he'd better turn around and walk away from her. Surprised, Jin Cheng stared at her silently with wide eyes, and the girl herself decided to explain everything to him once more. She firmly stated that she already had a boyfriend and would never marry a rich kid just for the sake of their family's relationship. Then the brunette started to walk away, saying that if her parents liked the young man so much, he could go ahead and marry them. The young man froze in place, replaying her words in his head, not even knowing how to react. The sly fellow remarked that time would tell and she would see him trample the poor guy underfoot. Meanwhile, old man Xia called it a great honor for the family that Mr. Zhang Yi had agreed to help them and promised to do the same for him. The very serious man said he had one request and asked his counterpart to listen carefully. The young man placed a photograph on the table and handed it to the elder, asking if he had ever met this man. The old man began to examine the photo closely and did not rush to say anything, so as not to mislead him. Still, he said he had never seen this man, but it seemed he was from the second generation of the Yanjing family. A pensive Zhang noted that it would be more difficult than he had thought, and Jia asked if he really had business with this young man. The protagonist began to explain that this man had once humiliated him and broken his father's leg, and such a thing could not be forgiven. Keeping a cool head, he murmured that the scoundrel had nearly ruined his life completely. He hadn't noticed the guy back then, but now that he'd given it some thought, his perspective had changed completely. The young man wondered why a wealthy man from the Yanjing clan would go to all this trouble and create problems over such trifles. The old man was curious about how he could help him because he cared and wanted to assist Zhang Yi in return. The hero noted that if it wouldn't be too much trouble, he'd like to learn about the forces behind the young man and his family. The stern elder declared that he would send someone to investigate the matter immediately, and the young man apologized for burdening him with this. Shaking hands, the old man emphasized with a smile that from this day forward, all of the boy's problems would also concern his clan. Meanwhile, at the Huni martial arts school, a kid in a shirt bowed low to the ground, exclaiming that his older brother must help him get revenge. In tears, the dim-witted blonde wailed that by beating him up in front of everyone, Zhang Yi had decided to undermine his authority. The unflappable fighter asked if he was talking about the useless nerd who always got picked on. The fair-haired boy shouted that the kid, without any effort and all by himself, had knocked the three of them to the ground, suddenly mastering powerful techniques. Smiling, the gray-haired young man called it all very interesting and wanted to test the kid in combat as soon as possible. A few seconds later, he jumped up abruptly, kicked his legs up, and then landed on the floor. Sticking his hands in his pockets, Xiao Ye said he hadn't had anyone to practice with lately and now wanted to see what Zhang Yi had learned. On a sunny day, the main character was walking across the university grounds, followed by a student in a green jacket. The young man was completely unaware of anything and was simply lost in his own thoughts, minding his own business. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, and the young man behind him asked him to wait, so Zhang stopped in his tracks. With a smile on his face, the young man looked over at Zhu Hao, whom he was glad to see since they hadn't spoken in a long time. The breathless young man came to an abrupt halt and suddenly said that his companion needed to run away immediately. Trying to catch his breath, he added that the restless Li Qiang had sent Zixian after him, and that was already a warning sign. The completely calm, dark-haired young man thought it over and realized who was being referred to, but there was no fear on his face at all. The girls, head over heels in love, were crazy about Master Zhao, and many dreamed of him becoming their martial arts teacher. The gray-haired guy approached Zhang Yi and without further ado, suggested exchanging a few blows to gauge each other's skill level. The unflappable hero looked at his opponent with slightly bulging eyes, while the opponent kept a cool head. Suddenly, the young man turned away and replied that he wasn't interested, and his extremely displeased opponent shouted, asking who he thought he was. In a fit of rage, the professional fighter clenched his fist tightly and decided to launch an attack without further ado. He was offended by the fact that this young scoundrel dared to behave so arrogantly in the face of absolute power. The highly wary hero was even a little taken aback, as he hadn't expected things to change so abruptly. The opponent began darting around at tremendous speed, causing alarmed passersby to cover their faces with their hands. Exerting tremendous effort, Zihan began to press down on the boy, but he was no pushover and resisted to the very end. The surprised young man quickly realized that ancient martial arts from the Ming Jin period were being used against him. The merciless warrior exclaimed that this wasn't over yet and charged into battle once more, employing yet another technique. His eyes turned bright red due to the extremely high mana output, which contributed to an increase in power. In the end, the blow landed squarely on the boy's ribs. He couldn't stay on his feet and was sent flying. A couple of seconds later, the protagonist landed with a crash nearby, causing the stone wall behind him to crumble. A malicious smirk appeared on the opponent's face, and he was once again convinced of his invincibility. Pleased with himself, Zihan advised the fool that next time, before punishing someone's dog, he should first find out who its owner was. Showing no aggression in response, the cool-headed Zhang Yi got to his feet and simply stared ahead in silence. Wiping the dirt from his face, he lamented the fact that his cultivation hadn't returned. With blood on his lips, the young man said that he would have to use it, since there was no other way out. The hero realized that a large crowd had gathered around, and if the immortal emperor's form were revealed, irreparable consequences would ensue. Suddenly, his gaze fell on his glasses lying on the ground, which were cracked. Smiling, the young man turned his attention to the sunlight, as if it could somehow help him in this difficult situation. At that moment, the attention of the beauties around him was focused on Zixian, who was driving them wild with his looks. Unexpectedly, the protagonist addressed him, calling him a weirdo in front of everyone, which was very bold and brazen of him. The opponent mentally labeled the brave man a psychopath, since he had taken the full force of the Hongyi punch and was still standing there, smirking as if he were perfectly fine. Raising his hand sharply, the enigmatic Zhang Yi greeted his opponent, but no one could figure out what he was getting at. Then the warrior added that the fool had managed to enrage him, and now the consequences were unpredictable. Leaping off the ground, the fearless fighter decided to launch an attack while maintaining complete confidence in his actions. The crowd around him began to shield their faces with their hands, as if the sunlight were blinding them, but his main opponent didn't care. Without further ado, the trickster took a big leap and lunged at the unsuspecting Zixian. His disgruntled rival noted that the kid was just spouting nonsense about absolute power, but he was still on his guard. Moving through the air at tremendous speed, the daredevil waited for the right moment to deliver a crushing blow. His stunned opponent couldn't believe that the nerd had activated Chi transformation, something even he himself couldn't do. In the next couple of seconds, right in midair, the protagonist began flailing his arms and legs, which was part of the plan. The floor beneath his feet began to crack rapidly, and the tense Zihan tried to take steps backward, hoping to survive. In a panic, he began moving faster and faster in the opposite direction, but it was already pointless. In an instant, the merciless Zhang Yi appeared before him, immediately making it clear that the fool was in for a rough time. The self-assured daredevil smiled, while his bewildered opponent mentally noted his incredible speed. At that very moment, the warrior's fist flew into the gray-haired man's jaw, causing him to immediately cough up blood. Next, the agile fighter grabbed his opponent by the wrist and pulled him toward himself, aiming to completely throw him off balance. Without pausing for even a second, the strongman delivered a knee strike to Zixian's stomach before he could even process what was happening. His opponent's eyes nearly popped out of his head, and the stern hero asked, "Is that really all you've got?" After saying that, he delivered a decisive kick to the scoundrel's chin, sending him flying into the air like a soccer ball. The shocked crowd around them couldn't believe what was happening, and their hero crashed face first into the ground. The stunned onlookers could hardly comprehend what was unfolding before their eyes, but it was all real, and they had to accept it. Everyone was stunned to see the battered Mr. Zhao, who had been unable to stand up to an ordinary nerd. Everyone found it impossible to believe that the national martial arts champion had been beaten so badly. At that moment, Zhang Yi called Yu Yao, and the first thing he asked about was how he was doing, just to start the conversation on a calm note. Unexpectedly, the girl said that her parents had found out about their relationship, which was the last thing the young man had planned to hear. She threw the young man off balance by saying that they wanted to meet him at a birthday party in a couple of days. Soon a thunderstorm broke out, and the hero suddenly heard a voice calling him "Sir." The excited man ran up to the young man, delighted that he was there. Master Wu invited him in, and the calm young man said he had come at Yahello's request to provide some medical supplies for him. The serious man said that the elder was in trouble, and the young man asked if there were really people left in Linen who could harm their family. His companion replied that the Dingfang clan had suddenly stormed in today and challenged the old man to a duel, staking their combined wealth, but he was losing. These words did not shock the young warrior, who was ready to face any challenge. Smiling, the young man remarked that it was interesting that the rivals had decided to risk their treasures. After that, Wu asked the brave young man to follow him so he could see everything for himself. Ahead, the surprised young man saw a huge column of smoke and flying fragments of cobblestone. The gray-haired Suijian used a water blade, eager to quickly defeat the old man's Xia and seize his gold. Fired up by the idea of battle, the fighter exclaimed that if the weakling couldn't test his new technique, he should throw in the towel and admit defeat. Unmoved by the provocation, the elder silently studied his opponent, trying to keep a cool head. Confident in his abilities, he said that the insolent man could forget about taking possession of his precious family. After that, the muscle man rushed into the attack, exclaiming that in that case, the fool could expect no mercy. The stunned old man froze and stared with wide eyes, barely believing what was happening. Completely calm, Zhang Yi watched the situation from the sidelines, making some mental notes. His face showed interest, as the topic of duels naturally appealed to him. The nervous Jia sensed that something was clearly wrong here, and his opponent began to press him with the water blade. With sweat on his face, the old man watched his opponent's hand movements, realizing that he could die at any moment. Suddenly, a cry rang out that this was not the power of the main character, who at that moment was on guard and somewhat puzzled. The young man froze and began turning his head from side to side, while those around him watched with their mouths agape. With surprise in his eyes, the young man noticed a mysterious figure in a black robe who had extended his index finger. Suddenly, a small purple spiral appeared before him, a sign that magic was being used. Now Zhang Yi considered it normal that the brave man had staked all his wealth since he possessed such unusual abilities. Smiling, the daredevil called his opponent an annoying fly in his eye and waited for the second round to begin as soon as possible. The crowd continued to watch from the sidelines, actively cheering for the more skilled fighter. The seal of God could transform spiritual power into weapons of various forms, but he had to wait until all of the enemy's dark energy had been absorbed. The protagonist summoned a yellow, white-winged insect that would help him. The brave man ordered the little monster to go and eat as much as it wanted, after which it began to flit confidently through the air. One of the surprised men in the crowd quickly noticed the strange creature, and the rest of the crowd followed suit. The astonished crowd had no idea what was going on, while the tiny insect was devouring the huge dark clouds with gusto. One of the stunned people murmured to himself that this was not just a beetle, but a spiritual object created by a human. The mysterious stranger in the black robe wondered if there was another master nearby. His gaze fell at that very moment on the smiling Zhang Yi, and he immediately realized that this kid was involved in the whole thing. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, two elderly opponents still stood, each ready to fight tooth and nail for victory. Suddenly, the very tense bruiser declared that all the spiritual power he had been receiving had abruptly vanished. On guard, he looked at the man in the cloak, who had dismissed it all as a mere trick. A purple shadow eagle suddenly appeared in the sky, intent on destroying the fluttering yellow bug. The predator proudly spread its wings and made it clear that in the next few seconds, it would change the course of events. Everyone could witness the power of a true martial arts master, and the slightly nervous Zhang Yi had already seen something like this before. Even if a warrior were to achieve Sun Wukong's 72 transformations, he still could not escape the vengeance of the god Erlong. The atmosphere was very tense, but the firefly didn't give in to panic and was still holding on. Still, the giant simply swallowed him whole without even choking, which looked rather gruesome. At that very moment, an incredibly powerful explosion thundered, sending Elder Jia flying. The elderly gentleman fell to the ground and slid several meters on his back, sustaining numerous scratches. It was immediately announced that Lao had lost the match, just as many fans had expected. The old warrior strongly disliked these words. He hated being written off. The nervous Master Wu begged Zhang Yi to help the old man, as it was clear he wouldn't last much longer. The unflappable hero told him not to worry, explaining that this dark chi was trying to absorb the energy of his bug. It was said that by doing so, the predator had signed its own death warrant without even realizing it. Within a minute, a hole appeared in the center of the enormous creature's belly, from which a multitude of yellow rays emanated. The man in the robe, deeply alarmed, realized that the black raven was about to explode, but there was nothing he could do to help. A few seconds later, a loud boom echoed, and a shockwave rocked the people standing nearby, terrifying them. The agitated crowd covered their faces with their hands, feeling the heat, but no one scattered in panic. Filled with unprecedented power, Elder Jia spread his arms and surrendered to the process of becoming his best self. His stunned opponent didn't understand what was happening and stared at him with wide eyes. Now his hands could do incredible things and strangle any enemy, which was exactly what he intended to do. Showing little emotion, the man wondered what kind of power he had gained in the middle of the fight. His assistant shouted that it was the energy passed on to him by Zhang Yi, and that Dongfang Wuxin had also borrowed it from someone, which was why he was able to defeat the old man. Now that the elderly Gozhong possessed the spiritual power of the main character, everything could change dramatically in a matter of minutes. Clenching his fist tightly, the elder rushed into the attack, saying that the scoundrel could prepare for a swift death. Enveloped in flames, the gentleman began to move forward, eager to deal with the insolent brute as soon as possible. The deranged opponent shouted that the fool's granddaughter was in his hands, so he'd better be careful around corners. The long-bearded elder Jaya immediately noticed that the girl was indeed being held hostage by the enemy. With her mouth bound, the lady tried to shout something, but it was nothing more than a muffled groan, and two bald thugs held her tightly under their arms. Terribly tense, the old man worried for Fenner, who needed help, but his every move could be fatal for her. In a fit of rage, the old man rushed into battle, wanting to deal with the scoundrel and take revenge on him for everything. The enemy noted that it wasn't too late to admit defeat, but the impetuous Gozhong had no intention of listening to him. The bandit's sharp knife was immediately pressed against the bound girl's throat. He was ruthless. The madman Dongfang threatened that the fool's granddaughter would die because of his own stubbornness, and he would have to live with that thought. The shocked crowd couldn't believe that the scoundrel Yuan Xin would resort to such despicable methods for the sake of victory. A very tense Master Wu said that the elder loved his granddaughter more than anything, so his weak spot had been found. The focused hero asked his comrade to run after the girl as soon as he gave the signal, and it would have to be done in a flash. The young man replied that he wouldn't have time to disarm the knife at the young lady's throat, but the soul controller promised he wouldn't let that happen. The young man asked his comrade to simply trust him and spread his fingers, still maintaining his concentration on the process. Magical beams immediately began to spread out, approaching from behind the scoundrels who had taken an innocent person hostage. Suddenly, a burst of mana struck the bald villain right in the back of the head, causing his eyes to widen and his mouth to open involuntarily. The treacherous Dongfang ordered his subordinates to strike the girl twice in the stomach and asked Elder Lao to make a choice quickly. The incredibly angry old man, filled with hatred for him, simply cursed the scoundrel who had behaved so cynically. At that very moment, without a moment's hesitation, one of the thugs grabbed the frightened lady by the throat, showing her no mercy. With tears in her eyes, the brunette realized she wouldn't be able to escape the pain, so all she could do was endure it. But suddenly, the burly fighter landed a punch on his former comrade's jaw, causing him to cough up blood. A stunned Master Wu watched this with his mouth agape, unable to believe that the situation had changed so drastically. No less stunned, Yuan Xin nearly fainted at the sight, as he had never encountered anything like this before. Zhang Yi, who had executed his plan perfectly, shouted to the man frozen in place that now was the time to act. The tense gentleman immediately ran over to the bound girl, who was only mumbling something because her mouth was covered. Enraged, Dongfang couldn't fathom what the insolent henchman was up to right under his nose. The soul control began to gradually dissipate, but the bald fool was still holding his opponent by the shirt. Soon, the bewildered warrior began looking around, trying to make sense of everything, now that he had come to his senses. Meanwhile, the distinguished lady had already been freed from her bonds. Thanks largely to the brave warrior, encouraged, Master Yu pointed to the brave man and asked the lady to allow him to introduce him to her. With a smile on his face, he said that thanks to the hero, she had been saved and was now safe, and the young woman thanked him without much enthusiasm. The smiling young man noted that spiritual power not only consumes the soul, but is also dangerous to the body, so it should be used with caution. The serious brunette wondered to herself how this young man had managed to save her if he looked so frail. Meanwhile, the scoundrel Yuan Xin was already sprawled on the wooden floor, no longer having the strength to resist. Standing over him was the powerful Elder Jia, who had no intention of sparing the cynical scoundrel. The stern gentleman asked how the scoundrel dared to drag his precious granddaughter into his cheap tricks. Terrified, Dongfang began calling him brother and begging for mercy, saying he could take all his family's wealth. The unyielding old man nevertheless ordered him to go to hell, after which a very loud scream from the dying opponent was heard. With bulging eyes, the gray-haired fool stared at his opponent, and a wave of energy had already swept through his body. Now his hands were bound by qi, and the bearded man loomed over him, about to say something important. Extremely serious, Lao decided to give Yuan Xin, who was behaving far too arrogantly, one final stern warning. He threatened to take the cowardly old man's life if he dared to do anything to his granddaughter again. After that, the gentleman turned to the people standing behind him and asked them to bring him some paper immediately. Showing the agreement, Gozhong said that Dongfang knew perfectly well what he, as the loser, needed to do next. Then the wound in the center of the old man's palm began to gradually heal, and he watched this with a look of amazement. The bald henchman helped his leader to his feet, as he had no strength left at all. The tense fighter ordered the sorcerer in the black robe to explain himself, since he had previously promised that victory was guaranteed with his power. A stunned Yuan Xin demanded to know why he had lost this grueling battle. The mysterious man replied that a grandmaster was present and advised them to leave immediately. Furious, he asked for 3 days to recover and threatened to wash away today's humiliation with the enemy's blood. Then the mage promised to return everything the old man had lost, doubled, and asked him to follow him far away from here. At that moment, the completely calm Zhang Yi sneezed loudly, as if someone were actively discussing him. The perceptive young man racked his brain and surmised that someone was talking about him behind his back again. The sincere elder Lao approached him abruptly and said that if it weren't for the brave young man, he would have lost all his family's wealth. The serious man noted that he had never before seen secretive people in robes in Yunli and concluded that things were not so simple. He added that he and Feng Er were grateful to the protagonist and decided to transfer the Dongfang clan's property to him, which took the young man by surprise. With the elder's position, the fighter could use his family's influence to find out about the people who had harmed his father in a past life. The pensive girl noticed that the boy looked quite ordinary, but his grandfather and uncle respected him, and she couldn't believe he was a martial arts master. Suddenly, she asked Jaya if Mr. Yi could teach her how to fight, and he replied that it depended on whether the warrior had time for her. The shy Zhang replied that he was busy for the next 2 days, but promised he could give her a few tips when he was free. The elderly gentleman stated that he was ready to look after the young man's belongings, as the young man trusted him implicitly. After that, the young man reached into his jacket pocket, saying he was going to refine a few pills. He asked his companion to help him obtain a few herbs from the list, adding that he needed an empty house where no one would disturb him. The old man ordered Zhao Wu to provide the master with everything he needed, and he listened carefully to the order and was ready to begin carrying it out. It wasn't even a few hours before the protagonist had already arrived at the courtyard where his new home was located. The surprised young man had simply said he needed an empty dwelling, yet Goxiong had granted him a massive fortress, which made him feel quite secure. The next day, several plates with different contents were laid out on the young man's table. The young man realized he'd forgotten to ask for an oven to purify the pills, but he didn't rush to panic. At that very moment, his gaze fell on the induction cooktop and a small frying pan, which could be of great help to him. The astute Zhang understood that if used correctly, the device could be useful. After a while, the young man remarked that using kitchen utensils to prepare pills was strange, but there was no other option. However, as long as the temperature was well controlled, even an electric stove could serve to purify the samples. High-quality herbs were the key ingredient, and the hero kept this in mind, so it wasn't long before the magic began to unfold. A golden liquid with a slightly thick consistency was visible in the pan, which was exactly what the young professional had been aiming for. The master's expression was immediately serious and intensely focused, for he could not afford to let his guard down. Suddenly, a massive surge of energy shot straight up into the ceiling, and the astonished boy watched it in silence. A few seconds later, the brave boy found himself in a completely different place, where the first thing he saw was a huge painting on the wall. Small bubbles of that very liquid, which had become his most important tool, were emanating from his fingers. The smiling boy was pleased with the result and said to himself that the job was done. On the phone, the man said that they were now in the lobby on the second floor, and the boy would see them immediately when he entered. Looking around, the protagonist noticed a rather pretty blonde in a long red dress. The woman immediately felt his gaze on her and decided to take a closer look to see if he was staring at her. At that very moment, she asked in a raised voice why the kid was staring at her, but heard nothing in reply. The haughty lady remarked that Zhang looked like a pauper and asked how he had even been allowed in. The young man merely smiled and didn't respond to her provocation, while the woman called him a clown with a sickening grin. Completely unfazed, the young man continued down the hallway, carefully surveying his surroundings. He suddenly heard a soft female voice calling him over, which brought a slight smirk to his face. Yu Yao, head over heels in love, threw herself into her boyfriend's arms, while the blonde still stood nearby. The beauty in the white dress turned to her aunt, saying she would like to introduce her to her boyfriend. The stunned brunette instantly realized that the unpleasant woman was a relative of his future wife. The slightly puzzled woman once again gave the young man, for whom she felt no affection, a haughty glance. The charmer asked if they already knew each other, and the lady replied that she couldn't possibly know such a poor fellow personally. The young man, however, said that they had met for the first time today in the hotel lobby, and he had seen Aunt Yu Yao take something from the man's hands. The hot-tempered blonde slammed her palms on the table, cutting off the insolent man who dared to slander her. Up ahead, the hero spotted Zhao Xiao, who had long been courting his beloved and clearly intended to use the party as an opportunity to propose to her. The fair-haired young man spotted a beautiful brunette nearby and, raising his hand, began beckoning her over. His eyes nearly popped out of his head when he saw that the lady of his heart was being held by a completely different man. Feeling a pang of pain inside, the gentleman asked who the insolent fellow standing next to the slightly annoyed girl was. Feeling tense, she replied that it was her boyfriend, Zhang Yi, who looked confidently at the man across from him. With sweat on his face, a stunned Jia Xiao asked why he hadn't heard Yu mention that her boyfriend would be coming here too. Having calmed down a bit, the blonde man began to scrutinize the young man in detail to form an opinion of him. He carefully inspected the shoes and clothes of the unflappable young man, who couldn't care less what anyone thought of him. The arrogant man declared that this pathetic poor guy wasn't worthy of the lovely Yu Yao, which was presumptuous of him. These words came as something of a shock to the lovely girl, but she tried to keep her emotions in check. The crowd's attention shifted to Miss Sun, who in her golden years of adulthood was known as the Fairy of Yunlei City. The persistent Zhao Jiancheng began to flatter and shower the lady with compliments, and she noted his talent for it. The young man presented her with a sturdy bracelet as a gift, but Master Yi considered it nothing more than a trinket. The delighted woman remarked that the young gentleman's family was indeed wealthy and incredibly generous. Then she looked haughtily at her suitor, Yu Yao, remarking that he would do well to take a lesson from the rich kid. The lovely girl turned to her mother and father, eager to introduce them to her beloved. The beauty introduced her modest boyfriend, who said it was an honor to meet such wonderful people. The dissatisfied aunt said she'd like to see what gift Zhang Yi had prepared for her sister, but was prepared for the possibility that he'd come empty-handed. Suddenly, the young man handed the couple some freshly prepared yang pills, which they looked at with surprise in their eyes. He confidently declared that with their help, they would become much younger and also extend their lifespan. The fair-haired man just laughed and remarked that poor people believed all this nonsense about curing their ailments. Suddenly, the angry woman knocked the pills out of the young man's hands, shouting at him not to insult them with his junk. She ordered him to get out of there immediately if he didn't know what he was doing, and Yu Yao was displeased with such arrogant behavior. Smiling, the protagonist calmly remarked that the lady must be out of her mind to be acting this way. The hot-tempered lady couldn't understand how he dared to insult her and ordered the guards to throw the insolent young man out of the mansion. A few seconds later, a small mob of thugs gathered around the young man, ready to tear him apart. The worried brunette wanted her mom to ask them to stop, since he was her boyfriend. The tense woman told her daughter that she and her lover were from different worlds, even though she didn't realize it. At that moment, the bouncers began to escort Zhang Yi out, while those around them watched in silence. A dignified-looking elderly gentleman, accompanied by two subordinates, arrived for the birthday celebration. It was the stern mayor of Yunlei City, named Yun Qing, who suddenly cast a wary glance at the floor. Leaning on his cane, the man reached out to touch the two black beads, wanting to examine them more closely. Their color and scent evoked strange, yet strangely familiar sensations in him, causing a bead of sweat to trickle down his face. The head of the family greeted the distinguished guest and said they were pleased to welcome him to their modest gathering. The serious manager asked who had left those two pills there, which showed how serious the situation was to him. The anxious couple realized that upon seeing this filth on the floor, the mayor might change his opinion of them. In a panic, Yu Yao's mother said that a waiter had dropped them there, but she had already sent him away. The assertive Jiancheng asked the man to immediately throw away this trash, as it might dirty his hands. A tense Yun Qing, however, said that these were artifacts of incredible quality and were simply priceless. Shocked, he added that no fool would find such a thing in any shop, so this was a wonderful find. The slightly concerned blonde man suggested that his counterpart was mistaken, since they looked just like ordinary pills. The nervous mayor pointed out that he had studied medicine for decades, and now some dimwit dared to doubt his judgment. The extremely serious man asked in a raised voice who the man was that they had kicked out of here. The disheartened trio from the family stared at him with bewildered expressions, not even knowing how to respond. An excited Yu Yao immediately pointed to her beloved, and fortunately, they hadn't yet managed to lead him out of the room. The alarmed manager immediately rushed over to the young man, begging him to stop. The emotionless young man froze in place and turned his head slightly to the side, not understanding what was wanted of him. The elderly gentleman decided to ask where the young man had obtained these two incredibly rare artifacts. The surprised young man replied that he had prepared them himself yesterday using an induction cooktop. Stunned, Yuncheng couldn't believe he'd managed to carry out such a complex process using a simple household appliance. He asked why his counterpart hadn't used a special pill furnace and whether it had really been easier for him to control the temperature. Smiling, Zhang replied that he didn't have an alchemical device at home, so he had to make do with what he had. The astonished mayor feared that even if he turned all of Yunli upside down, he wouldn't be able to find anyone with such a high level of skill. The gentleman bowed before the young master and began to sincerely beg him to enlighten him with his wisdom. The scene came as a huge shock to Zhencheng and the others, while Yu Yao was incredibly happy that her boyfriend had been recognized as a genius. But unexpectedly, the young man replied that he couldn't possibly help today, and at that moment, he looked a bit haughty. He said that someone had decided to expel him, so agreeing to anything was now against his principles. The very angry mayor demanded to know who had dared to insult the master and began scanning everyone present. In a panic, the angry aunt began asking her sister what she should do, since she was to blame for everything. Yu Yao's mother would never have imagined that something like this would happen, and it turned out that the young man wasn't so simple after all, since Yunqing respected him and bowed to him. Forcing a smile, she said quietly that the blonde had better go and apologize, since they couldn't afford to offend Mayor Zhou. Realizing the hopelessness of the situation, the blonde approached the man and apologized for her carelessness. Being impulsive, he replied that she should say those words to Master Yi, to whom she had actually been rude. Barely holding back her emotions, the lady muttered an apology for her rudeness and expressed hope that the hero hadn't taken her words to heart. Then she said the same words, but this time with a smile on her face, while Zhang's face remained completely expressionless. The brave man realized that the rude woman was bound to cause trouble for Yu Yao sooner or later, so he decided to treat her the same way. In front of everyone, he called his counterpart a lowly person, which instantly enraged her, despite the mayor standing right next to her. Suddenly, her own sister slapped the fair-haired lady hard, and there was no way to calm her down. The tense brunette exclaimed that the madwoman had already brought enough shame upon the Sun family and ordered her to get out. In tears, the bewildered girl turned and began to walk away, while a slight smirk appeared on Zhang Yi's face. Smiling, Yu Yao's polite mother began to ask the young man to apologize to his aunt for his beloved's sake, while his father merely nodded silently in agreement. The serious young man thought to himself that she was a sly fox who hoped to wriggle out of this so easily. Suddenly, a lovely young woman took the young man's hand and in a gentle voice also asked him to have mercy on her aunt. She said that although the woman looked hot-tempered on the outside, she actually had a very kind heart. The young man stroked the shy beauty's head, thinking to himself that the woman had taken her money and sold her, yet she still continued to care for her. But it was precisely this trait of naivety in his beloved Yao that the protagonist liked, and he was ready to do anything for her. Meanwhile, in the guest hall, top-quality red wine was being poured into glasses, and everyone wanted to try it. People sat at the table and chatted animatedly about various topics, so the room was quite noisy. The mayor reached into the inside pocket of his jacket, saying that he also had a fake recipe for the Dan pill. He asked the young man to take a close look at it and correct any mistakes, if possible. Noticing that the man knew a lot about chemistry, the young man decided to do him a favor now so that he could count on his help in the future in the search for rare herbs. After all, Yahello rarely engaged in such activities, so Zhang was certain that his acquaintances wouldn't be able to provide him with that many ingredients. Just a couple of minutes later, a stunned Jiancheng nearly fainted at the result he saw. With sweat on his face, he called it the wisdom of a master who could take the Yangdan to a whole new level. The tense gentleman said that the hero could always count on him in the future and thanked him for his invaluable contribution. Feeling genuine joy, he took the revised recipe in his hands and began walking toward the exit. At that moment, Zhencheng told Aunt Song that before coming to this party, he had decided to propose to Yu Yao in front of all the family members. Holding a glass of wine in his hand, he told the surprised woman that he would like to know her and uncle's opinion. The cunning blonde wanted to see if the kid could still act so boldly now that Ye Yunqing had already left. The stern father replied that the decision regarding his daughter's marriage was one she alone must make. These words came as a great shock to the fair-haired man, while the imperturbable Zhang Yi silently glanced at him. The alarmed young man asked what the man meant by that remark, not knowing what to do with himself. Sun's mother realized that accepting Zhensheng's proposal to marry her daughter would mean permanently separating Zhang Yi and Yu Yao. The woman was certain that the young man was hiding his past, so she replied that they should choose another day for the engagement. The angry blonde was displeased that the woman had received so much from him and promised to marry the beauty, but now she was taking her words back. For a moment, a look of intense surprise flashed across his wide-open eyes, as if the situation had suddenly changed. The lovely Yao clasped Zhang's hand, saying that she had told her parents that if it wasn't him, she wouldn't marry anyone else in this lifetime. In a fit of rage, Zhensheng shouted that the insolent fool could start counting down the last days of his worthless life. After that, boiling with rage, the man headed for the exit, unwilling to waste any more of his precious time. The brunette said quietly that because of her, her beloved would be in trouble again, for which she felt guilty. The fearless fighter asked her not to be a wimp and firmly stated that no one in this life would be able to separate them. Meanwhile, the cunning blonde was walking down the street with his subordinates, lost in thought. He called his brother Yo, who, judging by his voice, concluded that someone had already managed to rile him up. After hearing this, the tense young man took a deep breath, not even knowing where to begin explaining the problem. Still, the rich kid said that they needed to teach a lesson to some upstart who dared to get in his way. The brave young man asked who this immortal was, who had the audacity to anger his cousin. The fair-haired man replied that the poor fellow's name was Zhang Yi, and added that he hadn't planned to involve Yo in this. But this time the matter was truly important to him. His stunned companion immediately realized he was talking about Yan Hai, a high school student, and had clearly heard plenty about him. A little earlier, the protagonist had beaten him up in front of everyone, humiliating him and making it clear that he was much stronger. The worried guy exclaimed that one shouldn't mess with this unpredictable fighter since even he wasn't a match for him. After these words, Zhensheng ended the call, calling him a cowardly idiot who couldn't do anything when he needed him. The psychopath muttered that Zhang Yi should just wait and see how he would toy with his worthless life and completely destroy him. Meanwhile, the protagonist was completely focused on meditation and remained in a state of harmony. At one point, he exhaled sharply and finished the procedure, still paying attention to his sensations. In his inner voice, the young warrior said that he needed to find a place with enough spiritual energy. The brave young man began climbing the hill, looking around so as not to miss anything interesting. He couldn't understand what had happened to this place, since all the spiritual energy had been absorbed by the dark qi. The lad found it unsurprising that there was so little mana around, but he didn't get discouraged and kept moving forward. Meanwhile, a swarm of nasty and rather large beetles was rushing forward with all their might, eager to feast on something. The chubby boy, in a panic, apologized to his friends for getting them into such a mess because of him. In tears, he exclaimed that he had never been afraid of anything, but he really hadn't expected to die like this. At that very moment, swarms of insects began crawling all over his body, and the young man simply fell to his knees and covered his head with his hands. The boys realized that things were bad since they were surrounded on all sides and had nowhere left to run. They were sweating profusely and couldn't come up with any ideas for escape, as there was absolutely no time left. Suddenly, a stranger came to the aid of the group in distress and with a single sweep, destroyed all the bugs. A red mist emanated from the man's hand, while he himself stood calmly in place, not moving a muscle. As it turned out, it was the unflappable Zhang, who asked if the boys were tomb raiders. Confident in himself, Labai asked the young man to speak respectfully and noted that they were a great golden trio. The slightly puzzled hero glanced at them, and the girl emphasized that this fearless gentleman had just saved their lives. At that moment, the swarm of insects returned, instantly sending the cowardly, overweight Chen into a panic. The panicker clutched his head, wailing that an ordinary-looking high schooler couldn't possibly protect them. Without another word, the determined fighter destroyed the swarm of monsters with magic, which stunned the trio even more. But their fear didn't go away, because in the dark den they saw huge, very red eyes. The unknown creature began to let out a loud roar, which involuntarily brought tears to the kid's eyes and caused pain in their ears. The kids ran for their lives, drenched in sweat, but the vile creatures caught up to them, not about to let them go so easily. In an instant, they managed to catch the terrified Yang Shueli and knocked her to the ground, then began climbing on top of her. The merciless beetles carried the girl into the cave at high speed. Her alarmed companions didn't know how to help her. The resolute fat man told his ally not to worry, saying that he had prepared heavy artillery for just such a situation. Right then, he unzipped his backpack and smiled at the several automatic rifles that could quickly turn the tide of battle. The brave man said that they were now in serious trouble and it was time to get things going, and assured them that he would handle everything. The hero wanted to go into the cave to investigate the problem of the dark chi, but he realized he could use the small guns, even if they wouldn't be very helpful. At that very moment, a barrage of fire from assault rifles began, and shell casings flew in all directions. Two partners were firing away at the large swarm of insects, while the unflappable Zhang Yi simply stood behind them. The fat guy told the high schooler that his petty tricks were nothing compared to their firepower, and the kid just smiled and nodded along. The serious Le Bao asked his comrade to stop shooting recklessly and conserve ammunition since they weren't endless. But the cocky guy didn't listen to him and dashed into the cave, forcing his opponent to run after him. The emotionless hero also had a feeling that he should follow Chen, but he couldn't explain why. Suddenly, the stunned fat man froze in place with his mouth agape, as if something had caused a sensation. As it turned out, the trio had spotted an incredibly large and vicious beetle, in whose claw a human silhouette was visible. Highly tense, Bai immediately recognized Yang Shueli, covered in slime, but he couldn't do anything to help her. The unconscious girl posed no threat to the monster, and it could turn her into mush at any moment. The stern Li suggested they kill the bastard as soon as possible, but the discouraged Chen was no longer sure they were capable of it. Summoning his courage, the brunette opened fire again, shouting that he didn't care about anything because they had to save the girl. Lead bullets began to strike various parts of the vile creature's body, but it was still holding its own. The young man, drenched in sweat, quickly realized that the bullets had no effect on it at all, so they needed to change tactics immediately. The creature suddenly spewed a sticky slime at the boys, clearly intending to immobilize them as well. A frantic Bai shouted at the fat man to throw the grenade immediately, hoping for the best, and he himself yanked the pin out sharply. The enraged Chen exclaimed that today he would destroy the huge, disgusting beetle that had dared to attack their comrade. The mutant continued to spit yellow liquid with a fury in his red eyes that could make anyone freeze in place with fear. When the sticky substance began to cover their partners' bodies, they began to scream in panic that all their efforts were in vain. The merciless monster pressed down on them harder and harder, eager to devour them and feast on their flesh. Clinging with all their might to every ledge on the ground, the men began to realize that their end was near. In tears, the once confident Chen called Zhang Yi a master and sincerely begged him to help them. Picking his nose, the young man asked, hadn't they been acting like Rambo with their guns, and hadn't they themselves said that his tricks were useless? Terrified out of his wits, the fat man called himself a fool and began apologizing, begging him to spare their lives. At that very moment, the extremely stern warrior began rolling up his sleeves, preparing to finish off the king of the beetles once and for all. At breakneck speed, he charged into battle with his bare fists, ready to show himself in all his glory. In just a few seconds, a hole formed in the mutant's body, and columns of smoke began to rise all around. The stunned boys couldn't believe that with just one blow, the daredevil had managed to defeat the Colossus. The hero concluded that the enormous entity had absorbed too much dark chi, which was why it had grown so large. But it seemed that his spiritual connections hadn't fully developed yet, and it was no surprise that Zhang was able to shatter the shell with a single strike. After that, the brave man used a magical technique to free the frightened boys from their bonds. With excitement in their eyes, the boys watched his actions, hoping he would manage to stay alive. Soon, the wary young man realized that by wounding the large insect, he had angered a swarm of smaller ones. Yet he didn't lose his composure at all. Remaining serious, he cut down a couple more poisonous beetles. The furious creatures opened their slobbery jaws and launched an attack, eager to avenge their leader. Seizing the right moment, two of them crept up behind Zhang Yi, and one even managed to bite his shoulder. Unwilling to tolerate such an attack, The warrior spun around sharply and delivered a powerful blow, sending the entire swarm flying away from him. The ferocious leader of the mob stood in his way again, growling loudly, signaling his readiness to begin the fight. The stern fighter ordered him to shut up, saying that his previous blow had destroyed his flimsy armor, and the next one would tear him to pieces. In an instant, the young man's face contorted with tension, for the situation had taken a sudden turn. The young man realized that the large beetle's stinger was poisonous, and at that very moment it was aimed at him. In the end, the enemy struck the young man right in the collarbone area. He felt a sharp pain and clenched his teeth tightly. Alarmed, Ba Yi, holding the wounded Xueli in his arms, exclaimed that the master had been seriously wounded and needed urgent help. He added that the brave man had saved their lives, and now it was their turn to repay him. And the fat man agreed with him. In a fit of rage, the two partners opened a barrage of fire at the huge mutant, ordering it to let the boy go. But with a single swing, the giant knocked them off their feet and stripped them of their automatic weapons. And they didn't even have time to figure out what was happening. The hero didn't even expect that tomb raiders could also turn out to be, in a sense, quite useful. The merciless creature growled loudly, trying to intimidate him, but the warrior couldn't care less. Smiling, the confident fighter wondered if this beetle really thought it could hurt him with its weak poison. Without further ado, he landed an uppercut right on the big man's chin, sending slime from his mouth flying in all directions. The stern Zhang Yi had no intention of stopping there and was ready to finish the job, so he lunged forward sharply. He managed to land a blow right between the eyes of the huge and very angry beetle, before it even had a chance to react. In the end, the insect flew backward like a soccer ball, trailing plumes of white smoke behind it. Fortunately, the king's body was resistant to poisons, otherwise the young man would have been in big trouble. The disheartened, overweight Shen asked the master to look at something, his eyes wide with shock. On the horizon, he could see a multitude of insects lying on the ground, no longer posing a threat. Now the hero understood where the dark chi had come from and concluded that he had been so focused on the huge mutant that he hadn't noticed it at all. For several minutes, he carefully scanned the area ahead, and the darkness in front of him seemed quite eerie. The young man's face was extremely serious, as the situation remained difficult to comprehend. The brave young man approached the edge of the cliff and stretched out a leg in front of him, carefully scanning everything and not jumping to conclusions. Suddenly, to everyone's surprise, the young master began to climb down, remaining unflappable, but the trio was very worried for him. In just a few seconds, the brave young man was almost at the right spot, and there was still no sign of fear in his eyes. He landed quite softly, and the first thing he saw around him was a multitude of remains. But this did not seem frightening to him. It turned out that because of the giant beetle king, a lot of dark mana had been preserved in this area. The young man saw something familiar ahead and surmised that it was the legendary treasure of Tai Sui Lingji. Legend had it that this contraption fed on the energy of the dead, and all these tiny insects helped it kill people. Suddenly, the ancient artifact began emitting thin red beams and flickering, which slightly alarmed the fighter. Instantly enveloped by them, the young man became extremely nervous, as he felt a sudden shortness of breath. Straining hard, he said to himself that this contraption was rapidly destroying his mind. The talking monster completely bound the young man and said that no human had ever escaped his grasp. Alarmed, Zhang couldn't believe that he still possessed his own consciousness, which was quite clear. The mad opponent noted that the boy had realized this too late, and added that soon he would become a part of him. More and more thin red threads covered the stricken boy's body, and he could barely breathe. Grasping the tip of the cocoon with his bony fingers, the mutant opened his hideous mouth wide and began eagerly bringing it toward it. Suddenly, he became very upset and remarked that it was strange that this man possessed some kind of extraordinary strength. It quickly dawned on him that he was facing the seal of the King of Men, which the protagonist possessed. A brightly glowing golden symbol appeared on the young warrior's wrist, endowing him with incredible power. Suddenly, the daredevil broke free from his strong bonds. The stunned opponent, in a panic, wondered who he was. Smiling, the mysterious fighter noted that this was the body of an immortal ruler and advised the fool to prepare to meet his death. Without further ado, the agile fighter launched an attack with his bare fists, but the urge to tear and destroy was at its peak in his blood. The bewildered mutant didn't even have time to process what was happening, but the young man had already closed in on him and launched his attack. Right from the center of his palms, Zhang Yi unleashed searing beams of energy with no intention of showing even a shred of mercy. Exposed to the intense heat, the panicking monster began to simply melt and turn into a viscous liquid. Dissolving into thin air, the creature tried to understand how it was possible for it to be devoured by some puny human. In the end, victory went to the utterly calm hero, who was devoted to meditation. After his rebirth and return to this world, this was the first time the fighter had absorbed so much chi, and it raised his cultivation base to a new level. By this dimension standards, he should be at the Grandmaster level, and the young man decided to save that rare thing for later. A worried Laba Yi assumed the master had been dead for a long time, while the fat man couldn't understand why he had even decided to throw himself into this pit. Suddenly shocked, Chen's expression changed drastically, and he began to look around intently, as if he had spotted something interesting. As it turned out, the fearless Zhang Yi had unexpectedly burst out, delighting the guys with his return. They were happy to see the very stern warrior, but at first he didn't even look at them and kept thinking to himself. Still, the young man began to smile and said that he wasn't so easy to kill, which made him look even cooler in the eyes of the young trio. Then the young man noticed a vibration in his pocket and immediately reached in to grab his phone. Someone had sent a message asking where Zhang was and asking him to come to his house immediately, noting that something had happened. The pensive young man immediately realized that Zhao Jincheng was causing trouble again and trying to get in his way. After that, the young man shook hands with the guys, since he no longer needed to go about his business. He advised them to leave everything as it was, and the chubby Chen once again sincerely thanked the master on behalf of the whole group. The young man asked Zhang Yi to contact him if he was ever in Bela City, promising to help with whatever he needed. Meanwhile, sitting in her mansion, Mrs. Song asked what had brought manager Lu to their home today. The wealthy man replied that Jin Cheng had ordered them to return the 20 million they owed his family, adding that they could pawn their jewelry store. The hot-tempered woman shouted, asking how he could ask them to do that when Mr. Zhao himself had invested in the business. Her counterpart emphasized the fact that the lady still hadn't realized that the man in question was growing old relentlessly. It was said that his son now heads the clan, so the final say rests with him. The embittered lady understood perfectly well that all this was because poor Zhang Yi had insulted an influential young man at the banquet. She didn't care that the boy knew the mayor. After all, he was still just a simple young man from a worthless family. Her fair-haired sister, pouring tea for the honored guest, asked curiously if he could return and somehow smooth things over. The man replied that there was only one way out, adding that as long as they agreed to the marriage between Jinshen and Yu Yao, a compromise could be reached. The extremely dissatisfied girl immediately cried out that her mother couldn't promise that to some rich kid. The tense husband told his wife that their daughter's wedding had to be her own decision, and she couldn't destroy the family for the sake of her career. But the very moment he spoke those words, he received a hard slap that knocked him off balance, as it happened so abruptly. The woman exclaimed that if her husband had behaved like a real man and taken his responsibilities seriously, she wouldn't have had to work so hard. The smiling manager adjusted his glasses and asked what the lovely sister-son's response would be. Suddenly, the door to the room was kicked open by a man who made it clear that nothing positive was to be expected. It was the self-assured Zhang Yi, who stunned everyone and made it clear that they shouldn't even dream of a favorable outcome for themselves. The rich man pointed a finger at him and, calling him a brat, asked who he thought he was, acting so arrogantly. Grabbing him by the arm, the cool-headed hero introduced himself as the father of the fool who had dared to come to the home of his beloved's family. The manager, nearly in tears from the pain, ordered his subordinates to kill this scoundrel immediately. Two fools began pleading with the fighter to let their boss go, but he didn't care about them. One of them even dared to swing a punch, and the warrior glared at him sternly in response, realizing he couldn't let that slide. The shocked Sun family watched this with their mouths agape, fearing for the guy who was outnumbered 3-1. In just a couple of seconds, the invincible Zhang Yi knocked all the thugs to the ground and ordered them to get the hell out of there immediately. With a smile on his face, the young man also asked them to tell Zhao Jinchen that he had messed with the wrong person. The trio started to make a quick getaway, while a bewildered Miss Sun wondered to herself who the young man really was. Alarmed, Yu Yao immediately rushed into her beloved's arms, who looked at her with mild surprise. With tears in her eyes, she confessed that she had been very frightened, and the brave young man stroked her head and asked her not to worry. The mother asked that her daughter be allowed to leave, since problems aren't solved with fists, but the blonde cried out that they risked losing the jewelry store. Smiling, the calm Zhang declared that he was ready to buy their business and promised to transfer ownership of it to his beloved. The blonde laughed at this, asking how a poor man like him could buy an entire business, and advised him to take a look at himself in the mirror. Worried, Miss Sun knew the hero was doing this for Yu Yao, but now the Zhao family was asking for 20 million, and they didn't have that much. The emotionless young man asked her to stop worrying and give him just 2 days, promising he would come up with the necessary amount. As always, the aunt laughed at him, noting that she didn't believe he was capable of coming up with even 20,000. The head of the family said that a considerable amount of money would have to be found, so she decided to give the young man the time he had asked for. The extremely serious woman asked if Zhang could promise that if he failed to do this, he would never see Yu Yao again. The daredevil immediately accepted the bet, while the blue-eyed girl just looked at him silently, believing that he would succeed. A short time later, the young man was walking down the street, talking on the phone with the elderly man, Gaoxiong Lao. The young man asked for help in finding information about a member of the Zhao family in Yunli City, known as Jin Cheng. The elder said that since the chief's son had taken over his position, he rarely crossed paths with him and asked why the master wanted to find out about him. The hero told him not to ask so many questions and just to help get some information about this clan. He firmly stated that he no longer wanted to see them in his city, so something had to be done immediately. The surprised old man remarked that he currently had a copy of the fair-haired man's criminal case file in his hands, though there was a catch. Walking through the city, Zhang Yi wondered what was wrong, though his expression remained as serious as ever. The loyal Gozhong said that the matter was very delicate and asked the master to come to his home, where he would personally hand over all the papers. Without further ado, the young man replied that he would be there shortly, after which, without wasting any time, he set off for his destination. At the same time, an enraged Jin Cheng was pounding his fist on the table, shouting the name of Auntie Song, who had let him down again. In a fit of rage, he demanded in a raised voice how they dared to beat up his men like that, and whether they really wanted to start a war. The worried woman asked the respected Zhao to hear her out and not jump to any conclusions. In a couple of minutes, she explained that she had given the hero 2 days to find 20 million, after which the rich kid calmed down a bit. Soon, the cunning man gripped the phone tightly, muttering the name of the main adversary he wanted to deal with as soon as possible. He said that in 2 days he would trample the kid underfoot and show him the difference between a man and a dog. In turn, Zhang Yi, sitting before the elder, asked what specific evidence of the crime he was referring to. The elderly gentleman handed him an entire book and asked him to look over everything carefully with his own eyes. Remaining silent, the young man began flipping through the pages, delving into their meaning to draw some conclusions. Suddenly, the young man tensed up, and his expression changed drastically, as if something had turned his world upside down. The first thing he asked was why the old man hadn't turned Jin Chen in yet, if he'd had these documents all along. The young man also wondered if Lao was in cahoots with the Zhao clan, but he didn't rush to answer. As it turned out, the despicable family was involved in all sorts of dirty dealings, harming innocent people. The scoundrels also often liked to relax in the sauna and easily smoke expensive cigarettes with imported tobacco. The stern Goxiong replied that although he was no aristocrat, he would never conspire with such filthy people. The man explained that a serious matter involved too many other prominent figures. Although his Ya family had some influence in Yunli, members of high society were more corrupt and complicated. Leaning back, a slightly weary Zhang Yi said he understood everything and then continued to ponder the situation. Concerned, Gaozhong asked what the gentleman intended to do and promised to help if necessary. The young man asked about Yunqing and decided to clarify whether he was also involved in the whole situation. The old man replied that although he had crossed paths with the mayor so often, he could say that he could still be considered an honest man. The hero said that would be quite enough and confidently declared that he wouldn't let that dirty Jinshin get away so easily now. 2 days later, an angry mother whispered to her daughter, asking why she still couldn't get in touch with her beloved. Pleased with himself, Zhao suggested that the poor man had already fled back to his village after pretending to be too important and powerful. Worried, Yu Yao remained convinced that her beloved would definitely come, while her disgruntled aunt sat silently beside her. Suddenly, the beautiful woman heard a familiar voice. which casually apologized to those present. As if nothing had happened, the cheerful young man approached them, admitting that he was a little late. On the verge of tears, the charmer rushed into his arms, which provoked intense anger in the fair-haired rich man. Incredibly angry, Zhao couldn't believe that the scoundrel had actually dared to set foot on the grounds of his mansion. The calm hero told his beloved girlfriend that he had been busy with something that would free her from all her current problems. The adversary tried every trick to provoke him, but the brave man pointed out that the young master was worrying for nothing, since he had brought the coveted 20 million. With a broad grin, he asked his counterpart to sign a document stating that, upon receiving the money, the jewelry store would become the property of Yu Yao. The angry woman shouted at him to stop mocking her and give the money to Jinchen, but she still couldn't believe any of it was true. The unflappable young man asked her to wait a moment and opened a chat with someone on his smartphone. In a single message, he asked Old Man Zhao to process the transfer so they could get this over with as soon as possible. That very moment, the guy said that 20 million had been transferred to the specified account and asked his counterpart to check. The impulsive boss ordered one of his subordinates to do so immediately, and the man set about doing it right away. The surprised blonde remarked that this simply couldn't be true, while Miss Sun noted that the young man was enigmatic, so it was hard to say anything for certain. The stunned assistant exclaimed that they had just received confirmation of a massive transfer from Zhang Yi's personal account. This made Zhao even angrier, and the two ladies were completely baffled by such a surprise. The smiling young man said he had already prepared the necessary papers, so all the master had to do was sign and seal them. Holding the contract out in front of him, the hero asked if his upset counterpart really wanted to take back his bold words. Nevertheless, the blonde man ordered the seal to be brought to him immediately and promptly affixed a red stamp in the lower right corner of the page. Madame Sun began to praise Zhang Yi, and even her sister admitted that she had been wrong about him, but he looked at them coldly. Suddenly, the warrior grabbed the fair-haired upstart by the wrist. She had been trying to interfere with him the whole time and mocking him. He said sternly that he would spare her life only because she was Aunt Yu Yao, but if she decided to toy with his feelings again, she could expect no mercy. The hero, who harbored hatred for her, made it clear that they could never have a warm relationship. The agitated woman calmly replied that she wouldn't dare do that, while his beloved tried to calm him down. Then, with a smile on his face, the young man suggested to his beloved girlfriend that they go for a walk, and she happily agreed. The restless Jin Cheng dared to shout, asking if the boy really thought he would let him leave so easily. Unmoved by the provocation, the warrior clarified that it was just the dimwit who had just yapped, feeling confident again. Keeping a cool head, Zhang asked if there was anything else the fair-haired man wanted to talk about. In an instant, the young man's expression shifted slightly because someone else had entered the courtyard. He saw the loser who had recently challenged him to a fight and suffered a humiliating defeat, but now looked fearless once more. Behind him stood the elderly and stern-looking curator of the Huning Martial Arts Pavilion, Zhao Shuji. The cunning Jin Cheng asked, "Did that fool really think this was a place he could come and go as he pleased?" The angry master noted that two brats had brought him here in such a hurry, saying they needed help, but standing before him was just another kid. The gray-haired Zi Han told the old man that the boy's martial arts skills were incredible, so he advised against treating him so carelessly. The calm blonde emphasized that in all of Yunli, there were only a few people who could match the old man. The non-confrontational Yu Yao apologized to the rich kid on her boyfriend's behalf, asking if he would let them go. Her distraught mother reminded him that the 20 million had been paid and suggested they put an end to this, but the scoundrel wouldn't have it. With a malicious laugh, the scoundrel exclaimed that he wouldn't leave until Zhang Yi knelt before him, apologized, and then got out of town. The serious hero said that since the fair-haired man wanted to die so badly, he simply had no choice. His impulsive friend added that the fool was no match for his uncle, so he also advised him to beg for mercy. The daredevil replied that he didn't even consider the old man a rival, and suggested that the fools attack him as a trio, since he didn't want to waste time. His words enraged the elderly master, who loudly called him a little piece of trash standing in his way. The enraged man lunged forward using his ability and shouting that he was about to teach the brat a lesson. But unexpectedly, the young fighter blocked his strike, instantly throwing his opponent off balance and sending him into shock. Instantly, the situation changed dramatically and became tense. As the daring I took control of the battle. A couple of seconds later, covering himself with his hands, Shuji was sent flying away from Zhang without even having time to do anything substantial. Upon landing, the nervous gentleman remarked that the hero's chi was as powerful as that of a grandmaster. He hadn't expected a boy so young to possess such power, and the panicking Jinshin didn't know which way to turn. Stunned, Miss Sun remarked that the more she looked at him, the less he resembled an ordinary student. Concerned, Yu Yao murmured that she herself didn't understand what was going on with her boyfriend. A tense Shuji said that if the hero apologized to his nephews, the conflict would be resolved, and he would join his martial arts pavilion. Smiling, the young man replied that the foolish old man had gotten too big for his boots, since he decided to take him on as his own disciple. The stern gentleman added that the young man had reached the initial level of a grandmaster, while he himself was already approaching the final stage. He advised him to think the whole situation over, but suddenly felt short of breath, and his eyes nearly popped out of his head. The cool-headed fighter asked who had told his opponent that he possessed only the technique he had mentioned. The stunned man was completely bewildered and shouted, asking who this youngster was anyway. Using a fiery technique, the warrior crouched down in front of him. The flustered Shuji didn't even know how to react. With tremendous speed, the emotionless Zhang lunged into battle with his bare fists, wanting to finish the fight as quickly as possible. The focused old man firmly shielded himself with his hands, waiting for the right moment to counterattack. Frightened, he exclaimed that he sensed the aura of a true martial arts master, even though that was considered impossible. Suddenly, the hero stopped right next to him, making him break out in a cold sweat, while he himself maintained a slight smirk. Still, the young man didn't stop and decided to slap the cocky guy who had come to calm him down. The blow was so powerful that the frail old man was sent flying upside down and even lost one of his teeth. Despite this, Shuji didn't lose consciousness and simply jumped back, though his coordination was severely shaken. Filled with unbearable rage, his face scraped and bruised, he lunged forward, eager to take revenge on the boy for everything. The unflappable warrior instantly seized his opponent's wrist and squeezed it tightly, causing even more pain. Drenched in sweat, the mustached man screamed and tried to thrash about, while numerous veins bulged in his eyes. A nervous Zhao shouted, asking why the two idiots had frozen in place, and ordered them to run away immediately. The bewildered boys began to turn around and run away, while they still had the slightest chance. The cold-blooded Zhang Yi noticed this right away and asked, "Did those lunatics really think they could get away that easily?" With a sly laugh, he activated one of his powerful techniques, declaring that they would all die here today. Instantly, the two, who felt the air being squeezed from their chests, were bound by thin red threads and could go nowhere. They collapsed to the ground and began calling out for their uncle's help, while the two bodyguards turned on their heels and bolted. Overcome with fear, Shuji tried to figure out what was going on, but the hero had no intention of explaining anything. The enraged man asked if the kid really thought he could take him down with his pathetic ropes, but that was indeed the case. Zhang gave him a menacing look and advised in a low voice not to waste his energy. Crying in fear, Jin Cheng and the gray-haired youth were already nearly losing consciousness, as their strength was rapidly draining away. The deeply alarmed old man realized that the threads were sucking the life out of him, and he was powerless to resist. The merciless warrior calmly said that they would all be sent to hell in one fell swoop, after which the old man began to scream in pain. Suddenly, the hero was greatly surprised because Yu Yao patted him on the shoulder and asked if he was okay and what was happening. With tears in her eyes, she asked him to let the trio go, and he was slightly disconcerted, just staring at her. The red murder weapons were still dangling from his fingers, and the young man exhaled, lowering his hand. The serious-looking guy emphasized that these unprincipled people didn't deserve any mercy. The punks watched, desperately hoping they would be lucky enough to stay alive and continue their wretched existence. A whole police squad and 3 cars pulled up to the mansion, which immediately caught the boys' attention. An officer asked which one of them was Jin Cheng, who immediately started calling for help and wailing that someone had tried to kill him. The scoundrel pointed his finger at Zhang Yi and began complaining that he had wanted to kill him, and therefore deserved to be arrested. Suddenly, the police officer announced that the blonde man was suspected of bribing officials and many other crimes, which is why they had come to arrest him. Smiling and looking at the frightened fool, the hero thought to himself that Mayor Yunjing had finally begun to take action. A little earlier, the city manager had reviewed the documents and said he had no idea that his deputy Lin was doing such things. As he read more and more of the information, he called it outrageous, while the very serious young man waited silently for the outcome. Slamming his fist on the table, the man exclaimed that none of them should be allowed to get away with it, and that everyone involved must be held accountable. The official called it a stroke of luck that the young man had such compelling evidence and promised to do everything possible to put the scoundrels behind bars. Shaking his colleague's hand firmly, the young man admitted that he was counting on him and then left his office. At that moment, an agitated Jin Cheng was trying to prove that none of this was true and that it was his opponent who should be arrested. Pointing once again at the unflappable Zhang Yi, he declared that he wanted to meet immediately with the police chief, whom he claimed had been bribed by Zhang. The officer replied that he could not count on his friend's help, adding that Chen Zhu was in such a position that he could not even protect himself. This news stunned the rich man and made him break out in a cold sweat. All his support systems had been destroyed in a single day. Furious, he wondered how the poor man had managed to find out everything about their organization and expose it. Taking out his handcuffs, the police officer asked the blond man to come with them, noting that he had the right to remain silent. The cowardly young man started wailing that he wanted to see his lawyer, but they simply led him silently to the car. The agitated nephew asked what they should do, and Shuji replied that they needed to get out of there while they still had the chance. The two fools immediately took off running, but the observant Zhang had just turned his attention to them. Still, he took pity on them and said he would spare them today, but they shouldn't expect a second chance. Late that evening, the young man was returning to his dorm, where he wanted to get some rest and be alone as soon as possible. Opening the door, he saw a friend sitting there with headphones on, who called him boss and was glad to see him back. The young man said he had just been about to look for his friend, but he didn't understand the reason for it. The shy Zhu Hao said that Yang from the English department had finally accepted his confession. The guy added that they were throwing a party tonight with her best friends to officially announce their relationship. Recalling the past when his friend became disabled, the protagonist realized that this was about the bitch who had caused it all. In a past life, the fat guy had both legs broken that evening, and for the rest of his life he had to get around in a wheelchair. Slightly surprised, the nerd told his silent friend that if he couldn't come, he could just say so, and everything would be clear to him. Smiling, the brave man replied that he couldn't miss it, and he promised himself that he would make the scoundrel pay for what he had done to his brother. By evening, the event was in full swing, and a modern DJ was playing non-stop music for the dancing guests. Soon, the bespectacled man arrived. He immediately spotted his beloved Yang Yan in the crowd and called out to her, along with Zhang, who was feeling awkward. The blonde smiled sweetly at the guy and asked him to sit down. Next to her sat a serious-looking man and two very pretty girls. The frivolous young woman pulled the shy young man toward her to kiss him on the cheek. Pointing at the main character, the bully asked if he wasn't, by any chance, the most famous guy in school. Smiling slightly, he wondered why the Four Eyes had invited the little chick into the lion's den. The hot-headed lad shouted that even Zihang from the martial arts club had lost to his boss, but this only provoked laughter. Calm Yi asked Zhu to just ignore the fool, because otherwise he'd just be wasting his own nerves. A few minutes later, the fat guy held out a piece of jewelry for his girlfriend, asking her to take a look at it. The delighted beauty guessed that the necklace was worth 10,000, but her handsome guy hadn't skimped on the money for her. Her friend whispered that the blonde really did have a good nose for rich guys, and she asked her not to talk nonsense. Suddenly, her excited friend said that Brother Chen was coming, which also made Yang, sitting next to her, tense up. The cocky hooligan with a scar on his face immediately spotted the beauty whom he clearly had his eye on. He brazenly grabbed her by the arm and dragged her right in front of Zhu Hao, who instantly flew into a rage. The bespectacled man unceremoniously rushed into the fray, shoving the scoundrel aside, which shocked everyone around him. Stunned, Chen shouted, asking if he was looking for death, and immediately ordered his henchmen to give him a beating. People were afraid to intervene because the club was the big guy's turf, so everyone knew the fat guy was done for. Her friend asked what Yang Yan was going to do, and she replied dismissively that she hadn't asked the guy to stand up for her and that it was none of her business. These words aroused intense hatred and disgust in Zhang Yi, who was standing nearby and had heard everything clearly. The stern young man mentally labeled everyone around him as nothing but a bunch of trash and realized he couldn't count on them. Suddenly, he struck one of the thugs in the spine with a blow that looked incredibly impressive and powerful from the outside. After scattering everyone in a minute, the hero took the injured Hao by the arm and said that if he hadn't been there, Hao would have been confined to a wheelchair for the rest of his life. Enraged, Chen swung a glass bottle at him, shouting that today he would break all his arms and legs for attacking his men. But the daredevil delivered a lightning-fast heel strike right to his jaw, causing the madman to nearly lose all his teeth. Impressed, Yang Yan immediately shifted her attention to the fighter whom everyone had considered a coward and a loser, but they were very much mistaken. The excited girl rushed over to the young man, saying that it turned out he was incredibly strong. She added that if she'd known he was so strong, she wouldn't have had to be so afraid of the gang leader. Zhang, who had remained silent, first smiled at her, then abruptly reached out his hand toward her bare neck. The stern warrior said that in a past life, Zhu had spent his entire life crippled because of her, but today she would experience the same pain he had. The tense, overweight man asked him to let the barely breathing girl go, believing she was innocent. The protagonist, however, used a magical technique, once again blaming the fair-haired lady for everything. He added that she would now experience what it was like to be disabled for 6 months, after which she began screaming in terror. But suddenly, a phone rang in the wary young man's jacket, distracting him from the situation. Immediately, the daredevil let go of Yang Yan and let her fall to the ground, asking the caller Zhao Wu what had happened. The man said that Dongfang Wuxin had brought his men to the martial arts school, and Shuji had already surrendered to them, and only the hero could handle this. The young man immediately realized that they were talking about the school headed by Ye Hongshuan, and his interlocutor confirmed this. The young man added that this was an old friend of his, and asked his companion to head there as soon as possible, and he himself didn't stand around. Then he asked the fat man to go home alone as he had urgent matters to attend to. At that moment, a woman's voice in the crowd said that the Dongfang martial arts school had always behaved disrespectfully, and they had put up with it time and again. The woman was upset that now this insolent man had brought a stranger into the city to conquer all the academies of Yunlei. The old man called them narrow-minded and incompetent, and declared that martial arts would be revived in all their glory only under his rule. An angry Ye Hongshuan remarked that he knew no bounds and declared that she would stop him once and for all with a single fight. Smiling, the old man with scars on his head replied that he wouldn't be fighting a frail young woman today. He turned his attention to Mr. Lu Chuan, a foreign assistant clad in a black robe. The mysterious stranger threw back his hood and, maintaining a serious expression, saluted everyone present. Rumors circulated that this man had defeated numerous masters in Yunlei City in just 2 days, and all of them had been vanquished with a single blow. He had even choked the powerful Shuji without much effort, a malicious smile on his face. The unflappable head of the school hadn't expected the mysterious warrior to be so young. After all, he looked to be just over 30. The scoundrel Wuxin exclaimed that Chuan allowed his opponents to make the first move because a single attack from him was enough to secure victory. The serious class monitor of Zhang Yi's class, named Fan Xuan, asked her to let her fight him. At the same time, the resolute lady ordered her to step aside and declared that she would handle everything herself. The young student tried to object, but the stern master advised her not to make her repeat herself. After that, the fierce woman assumed a fighting stance and told her opponent to prepare for her strike. Clutching her fist tightly, the seasoned professional launched an attack, using one of her powerful techniques. A nervous Dongfang recognized the Crimson Fist, which was Ye Hongshuan's best move, but he hadn't expected her to use it at the start of the battle. Meanwhile, her opponent stood silently in place, with a smile on his face, even though the woman's chi had already reached its peak. At the last moment, he held up 2 fingers and activated a technique, emitting a blue light. What was striking was that an experienced fighter had managed to block the strike and leave the head of the school empty-handed. The stunned woman stared at Lu Chuan with her mouth agape as he calmly remarked that he was sorry. The woman froze on the spot, panicking and going into shock because she couldn't pull her hand back no matter what. His opponent noted that her martial arts were truly pitiful and that this fight was no challenge for him at all. It was said that starting today, the school would belong to him, and one by one he would take over all 3 remaining major institutions in Yunlei. Deeply distressed, Fan Xuan rushed to the master's aid, but was powerless in the dire situation. Suddenly, the cold-blooded Zhang Yi appeared, gripping a thick piece of ice, and asked the defeated Chuan if he knew his father Qin Hai. An angry Dongfang immediately recognized the scoundrel who had thwarted his plans last time and had returned. The surprised village headwoman wondered if the legendary master was standing before her, while he glared sternly at his enemy. Eager for battle, Chuan said that he had been careless last time, but the kid was still no match for him. Giving him a menacing look, the protagonist repeated his question. Did he know a man named Zhang Chenhai? Long ago, his father had been surrounded by 3 armed men, demanding that he return something important to them. The nervous man replied that he didn't understand what they were talking about and assured them that they didn't have what he was looking for. The worried boy then asked his mother what was going on, but she was at a loss. The extremely serious head of the family shouted at Yunhui to grab her son and run away immediately, but she tried to object. He exclaimed that she needn't worry about him, while one of the soldiers was already glaring at him, an icy sword in his hand. The frightened lady abruptly grabbed the child by the hand and dragged him along, even though he tried to stop and help his father. With horror in his eyes, the young man watched as 3 thugs rushed to attack his unarmed father. A few seconds later, an ice wall formed in front of him, sending him into a panic and intensifying his fear for his loved one. At that moment, the scoundrel Chuan said he hadn't heard anything about Chenhai and advised the boy to worry about himself. The stern fighter was still holding his long blade, making it clear that he had no intention of giving up in this situation. His opponent sneered maliciously, threatening that as soon as Zhang Yi fell into his ice, he would no longer be able to escape. The tense Master Wu noted that the protagonist and Ye Hongshuan were in danger, and that he had come to bring reinforcements. The unflappable Guzhong asked him not to worry, assuring him that the fearsome young man would handle it on his own. Suddenly, someone boldly touched the headmistress's waist, pulling her toward him, and she couldn't figure out his intentions. As it turned out, with a loud shout, the daredevil managed to shatter the icy shackles and free the stunned lady. Stunned, Lu Chuan couldn't believe his eyes and couldn't fathom how such a thing could have happened. Confident in his abilities, Zhang Yi asked old Jia to take care of Master Ye for him, while the woman herself remained bewildered. With a sly grin, he said that since returning to this world, he had finally met an opponent who was at least somewhat capable. Then the brave man lunged into the attack, and his angry opponent exclaimed that he would no longer hold back, since the fool wanted to die so badly. His signature move was the ice blade, but the hero kept his cool and moved to avoid becoming an easy target. The focused warrior held his hands out in front of him and activated one of his techniques, knowing he would succeed. Enraged, Chuan shouted, asking how he had managed to parry the attack and launch a counterattack. Disconcerted, Ye Hongshuan asked who this guy was, and Master Wu replied that he was a great professional with whom Lao had recently become friends. The stunned woman hadn't expected to see such results at such a young age, but it was all true. The young man pointed out that it wasn't much fun to spar with a fool, and added that now he would get a taste of his own medicine. Laughing, Liu exclaimed that there was no way he would be able to break through his solid defense, so he remained calm. At the same time, the very serious hero struck right at the center of his armor, with no intention of giving up or backing down from his goals. The opponent continued to laugh, knowing that no one could get to him, let alone take the victory away. Unexpectedly, the daredevil managed to break through the barrier and land a successful attack, which once again highlighted his professionalism. Instantly, Chuan began to sweat profusely. His eyes nearly popped out of his head, and blood gushed sharply from his mouth and nose. His defense shattered into tiny fragments, and the exhausted man instantly collapsed to the ground. The ruthless Zhang remarked that he had plenty of other ways to make the scoundrel talk if he didn't want to do it the nice way. The cold-blooded fighter said that now they would see how long the foolish opponent, who refused to cooperate, would last. Then he used his soul's dominance and directed it at the enemy, whose eyes were filled with both fear and confusion. A tense Dongfang Wuxian watched from the sidelines, amazed that even the martial arts master Lu Chuan was powerless against this man. A nervous Gosung asked the protagonist what all this meant, but he was in no hurry to answer. Nevertheless, the young man said that this man was connected to the people who had harmed his father, stunning everyone around him. The elder added that the day before yesterday he had visited Yanjing, where it was discovered that the people who had attacked his father were connected to Sun Jijiang. The greatly surprised young man immediately inquired about Li Xiaoju, whom he had also heard about. They were talking about a man and a woman, both secretive and cunning by nature, who were clearly up to no good. The elderly gentleman noted that they were also from the aforementioned city, which made the task somewhat easier. Clutching his fists tightly and angrily, Zhang Yi thought to himself that, as expected, it had all been planned from the very beginning. All of this had been orchestrated to use him as a means to get closer to his father, and at that moment the realization filled him with rage. Without a moment's hesitation, the warrior activated the sound barrier, trapping himself, Goxiong, and the helpless Lu Chuan inside. The brave man asked one last time if the enemy knew Chen Hai, and the man called him master and remorsefully assured him that he truly did not know this man. The young man silently and calmly concluded that his opponent was not involved in the attack on his father. The brave man ordered the hypnotized man to immediately tell him everything about those who had sent him here. With blood on his face, Lu replied that he was under the command of a small group of 9 ghosts, which already provided some information. His words surprised Zhang Yi and Goxiong, though the latter was very familiar with these people. The old man said that this was an ancient society of assassins that had existed for several centuries. Political leaders of many countries had been killed, and the rest were enraged, so they gathered the most powerful ancient warriors to eliminate them. But in the end, all the assembled martial arts masters vanished, and after that the Society of Ghosts disappeared without a trace. Grabbing his opponent, who had been reduced to a vegetable by the throat, the hero began to interrogate him about the location of the organization's headquarters. He also asked why they had attacked his father, but no answers followed, and this annoyed him. Chuan clenched his lips tightly against the pain, and a network of veins stood out around his eyes, giving him a grim appearance. Suddenly, the tense hero realized that the soul domination technique had stopped working, which happened at the worst possible moment. Suddenly, blood-stained Lu began screaming at the top of his lungs from the unbearable pain, but no one could help him. As it turned out, the fighter's mind had been blocked by a confinement spell, so there was nothing surprising about the skill's failure. In a state of extreme terror, Chuan continued to wail and roll on the floor, but he didn't feel any better. In a very loud voice, he repeated that he didn't want to die and begged for his life to be spared, while the astonished people didn't know how to react. Calm Zhang Yi told Elder Gosun that there was no need to pursue this man since he had already suffered his punishment. Lu Yu, who had lost his mind, continued to rush about frantically, and the hero quietly remarked that he had lost his mind. Smiling, Ye Hongshuan respectfully thanked the master, saying that her school would never forget his kindness. The shy young man said that if she ever needed his help again, she should not hesitate to ask him. In a past life, the lady had taken Zhang Yi in when he was in utter despair, so now the young man wanted to repay her for everything. He recalled all this with warmth in his heart, as the woman had become a close and even somewhat dear person to him. The stern warrior said he would leave the fool Dongfang and his lackeys to Goxiong, and asked that they ensure he never saw them in the city again. Surprised, Hongshuan wondered if she had met the master somewhere before, and she kept getting a feeling of déjà vu. The stern elder drew the attention of everyone present with a loud shout and ordered them to listen carefully. He proposed that they all work together to beat the living daylights out of the dimwits from Wuxing who thought they were something special, which terrified them to no end. Li Xiaozhu and Sun Jiang had set their sights on the main character from the very beginning and devised their plan accordingly. All of this was done to capture his father Chen Hai, and although it was hard for the young man to accept, he held his ground. At the same time, the young man clearly understood that an organization of assassins wouldn't go to such lengths just to capture an ordinary family. Now the young man suspected that there was something his parents had been hiding from him, and the thought wouldn't leave his mind. They weren't as simple as they turned out to be, but despite everything, the warrior promised himself he would destroy the 9 ghosts with his own hands. The next day, the cheerful Zhu Hao said that if his friend hadn't returned after so long, all the teachers would have gone looking for him. Smiling, the hero replied that he was back now, so there was nothing to worry about, and they continued down the hallway. A girl standing nearby suddenly addressed him, her voice full of joy. Enthralled, Fan Xuan threw herself into the hero's arms, sincerely thanking him for saving her master, Ye Hongshuan. The stunned, bespectacled boy called his friend incomparable and watched what was happening with his mouth agape and eyes wide. He added that the handsome Yi had not only won the heart of the campus goddess, but now even the class president was chasing after him. His moment of glory was abruptly interrupted by a kid who shouted, demanding to know what the scoundrel Zhang thought he was doing. The son of the group chairman, Dong Sheng, and a fervent admirer of a girl named Shen Jun, ordered the insolent boy to take his hands off her. The shy young lady immediately blushed slightly and began to look around, while the hero remained unperturbed. The fool began accusing the young man of lewd behavior, while an angry Xuan exclaimed that she had only come to express her gratitude to him. Her hot-tempered opponent asked in a raised voice why she was clinging to him so tightly if that were the case. The impulsive fan declared emphatically that she didn't want the fool meddling in her personal affairs and getting in her way. Sweating and stuttering, the stunned man begged her not to say that she had started a relationship with this man. Having calmed down slightly, Xuan emphasized that it was none of his business since they were complete strangers. She asked him to stay away from her, and the nervous Jun began to probe what it was about Zhang Yi that he lacked. Judging by the hero's memories of his past life, Shen was a rich, spoiled second-generation kid who loved to show off. The angry young man shouted, asking if the brave man really thought he was stupid since he was so carefully mocking him. Unable to tolerate such behavior any longer, the burly Zhu Hao shoved the fool who had dared to touch his boss. The stunned rich kid didn't understand what was going on, since the fat guy always ran away at the sight of him, and the coward Zhang now exuded an invisible sense of intimidation. At that moment, the gentle Fan Xuan took the protagonist's hand, quietly approaching him from behind. The charming lady shocked the young man by suggesting they leave and advising him to ignore the impulsive fool. A short time later, the lesson began, and the students were ready to listen attentively. The cheerful teacher, with a smile on his face, said that he had some great news for the students today. The conversation turned to Shen Junye, the son of the Duxing Group chairman who had won a prize. The teacher considered him a wonderful young man with excellent grades. His admiring classmates looked at the proud young man as he silently accepted the praise and public recognition. The teacher emphasized that this time it wasn't about awards, but about the benefits the young man had brought to students in need. The rich kid suddenly announced in front of everyone that they had learned about the situation involving Zhang Yi's family and that his father was disabled. As a classmate, he wanted to help the young man and promised 30,000 yuan, adding that he could give him priority admission. Finding the offer interesting, Zhu Hao advised his boss not to turn it down, since money like that doesn't just fall into your lap. The teacher described Jun as a caring person who knows a lot about his classmates' home situations and helps them. After that, he suggested that the protagonist come closer and thank his kind-hearted classmate. The emotionless Zhang replied that he wasn't interested in such a small amount, which stunned everyone present. People began to laugh at the fool whose family was in poor financial straits, yet he still pretended to be proud. The slightly anxious Fan Xuan thought to herself that since the fighter had easily defeated the ancient master yesterday, he shouldn't be short on money. However, his parents' financial situation was quite dire, and that was something everyone in the class already knew. The hot-tempered Shen shouted loudly at the insolent boy, trying to humiliate him in any way he could, but nothing worked. Suddenly the phone rang, and the unflappable Zhang Yi decided to answer it immediately. It was old man Goxiang, calling to say that a grand auction would be held tomorrow in Yunli City. He added that all the major families and celebrities would be in attendance, and asked if the young master was interested. The young man replied that he had absolutely no need for it, but the old man noted that there was a catch. It was said that the event would feature more than just antiques, and the old man had heard from a close friend that they would also be putting a mysterious magical weapon up for auction. The hero thought it over for a moment and realized he might be able to snag something very useful for himself in the future. Smiling, the brave man said he was in, and in his head he was already figuring out what kind of item he could buy. The serious elder replied that he was glad to hear that and emphasized that when Zhang arrived there, he should simply give his name and he would be let in without a pass. After that, the master ended the phone call and set the device aside, turning to the fat man sitting next to him. The calm guy said he would take him to the auction tomorrow, which delighted the devoted Zhu Hao. Upon hearing this, the bully Jun began to loudly and publicly mock the hero, saying that they wouldn't even let him through the gates. The daredevil, however, didn't fall for his provocation and replied that perhaps it would be the insolent rich kid who would be kicked out. The hot-headed rich kid shouted that they would see who ended up on the street in the end. At the event, people were discussing that all the prominent families and well-known figures of Yunli City would be attending. The polite young man asked if the people milling about had seen Zhang Yi, but one of the guys laughed and said he was unlikely to show up. The unflappable Fan Xuan silently thought about the main character, for whom she seemed to harbor a slight fondness. Suddenly, her expression turned surprised as she heard a man's voice greeting the group. It was Shen Jun, wearing suspenders and a red bow tie, who asked if the poor guy had arrived yet. The nearly bald sycophant laughed, saying there wasn't a single chance that a fool like him would make it to such an event. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi was standing at the entrance to the building, where he sneezed loudly, as if sensing that someone was talking about him behind his back. Wiping his nose, he continued toward the door, with Zhu Hao walking beside him, his hands in his pockets. The worried fat man asked if they were really going in there, as two security guards stood ahead. The daredevil, with a smirk on his face, calmly told his friend not to worry and just to follow him. The man in front asked to see their auction pass, and if they didn't have one, to leave and not waste time. The young man spread his arms, replying that he didn't have an admission ticket, but that Elder Jia Goxiong had personally invited the two of them. One of the guards said they couldn't let him in, while the other was shocked by the response and became visibly nervous. With sweat on his brow, he whispered to his colleague that the manager had warned them earlier that a respected gentleman would be visiting today. Visibly flustered, the man bowed to the young man, apologizing that he hadn't known he was visiting such an influential figure. After that, the two guards stepped aside and the unflappable Zhang Yi, along with his friend, continued on their way. Impressed, Zhu Hao noted that his boss was respected everywhere, but he remained silent and simply walked on. The wealthy Jun advised the charming Xuan not to waste her time on a poor man and offered to show her around while the auction hadn't started yet. Suddenly, the wary friend asked the group to look in a certain direction, while he himself froze with his mouth agape. The deeply embittered rich kid immediately spotted the main character, at the sight of whom the beautiful Fang brightened up. The excited girl began waving at the young man and beckoning him over, which Shen, standing nearby, didn't like at all. Smiling, the polite young man apologized for being late, but the girl across from him didn't say a word about it. The fat man Zhu started pulling faces, infuriating the rich kid who had earlier claimed they wouldn't even be allowed through the entrance. Clutching his head, the rich guy, boiling with tension, shouted, asking how they had gotten in without a pass. Encouraged, the young man confidently replied that if his boss wanted to get somewhere, no one could stop him. These words made his opponent's eyes widen, but he tried not to fall for the tricks and to keep a cool head. Smiling, Shen loudly emphasized that these fools had dared to sneak in here just to save face. The chairman's hot-tempered son shouted for the guards standing by the door, who looked at him with mild bewilderment. The servants bowed respectfully to their master and asked what he would have them do. The impulsive young man ordered them to throw out the two intruders who had entered the auction hall without an invitation. The guard asked the hero to show his pass, and a shocked fan wondered if the guys had really gotten in illegally. The angry girl pointed out that treating them this way was going too far, and another companion also suggested that Jun simply let them go. The rich kid said he would do so, but in return, Zhang Yi would have to bow and apologize to him right then and there in front of everyone. The brave man smirked, calmly remarking that the dimwit wasn't worthy of standing beside him and advised him to get out of his sight. The enraged opponent shouted loudly, ordering the two scoundrels to be immediately thrown off his property. A polite guard placed a hand on the unflappable young man's shoulder and asked him to follow him. At the same time, the man felt a strong strain when he tried to move the boy, but he turned out to be incredibly strong and didn't budge. Rolling up his sleeves, the stern Jun called his subordinates trash, who couldn't even kick out a skinny weakling. Now 3 idiots were trying to push the daredevil away, but he kept his cool and didn't budge even a millimeter. The major's ally, exerting titanic efforts, couldn't figure out why this poor guy was so strong. The leader, dripping with sweat, ordered the stunned guards to get their asses over here and help them. After that, the group of brainless fools stretched out their arms and lunged at the young man, believing that together they could do anything. The protagonist was surrounded on all sides, but felt no pressure and stood his ground as if nothing had happened. With a smirk on his face, the young man picked his ear, while a stunned Shen couldn't fathom how such a thing was even possible. Suddenly, a woman's voice caught the crowd's attention. She addressed everyone loudly, sounding confident. Slightly surprised, Zhang Yi glanced to the side, realizing that something spectacular might happen in the next few seconds. The nimble woman kicked the deranged guard in the face with her heel, shouting angrily and demanding how they all dared to lay a hand on Master Zhang. The stunned crowd, led by Shen, couldn't believe what had happened. While the injured man clutched his aching cheek, the girl noted that last time the guy had said he'd give her a few lessons, but then he'd just taken off. The stunned rich man wondered if this wasn't Xiao Fenghuang, the granddaughter of the famous elder of the ancient martial arts, Goxiong. Sweating profusely, the dimwit asked the utterly calm lady why she had struck his subordinate. Glaring at him, the lady asked if it was his men who had shown disrespect to Master Zhang. The incredibly nervous young man exclaimed that he had absolutely no idea who she was talking about when she mentioned that name. Suddenly it dawned on him that she was referring to the smiling hero whom he had always considered a wretched pauper. Kam Zhuan added that she had witnessed the brave man single-handedly defeat a great warrior at the martial arts school. Laughing loudly, Shen said that the school's biggest coward simply couldn't defeat a martial arts professional. Then the serious rich kid turned to Miss Ya, saying he didn't want to offend her family, but noted that this kid had broken the auction house rules. Rolling up his sleeves, the seething man added that the scoundrel had entered the premises without a pass, so he had to throw him out. With a flash of a smile, Feng Huang asked who Jun thought he was to kick out the respected Master Zhang. The hot-headed young man was already about to swing his hand at her, since she had dared to insult him in front of everyone. Suddenly, Shen's face fell in shock upon hearing a voice that shouted for the commotion to stop immediately. It was the boy Tianming's father, who asked if the annoying little brat was causing trouble again, and manager's son was walking beside him. The fool was very glad to see his father, as he knew that in any case, he would stand up for him and help. The calm man walked past his son and immediately asked who Master Zhang was. The half-witted Jun pointed his finger at his classmate, shouting that he was pretending to be someone he wasn't. The gentleman looked at the very young man who had defeated the ancient martial arts master with a single move. Suddenly, the man raised his hand, intending to make his position clear and put an end to this ridiculous confrontation. What was striking was that he slapped the brainless young man and ordered him to apologize to the protagonist immediately. The stunned young man immediately asked why Tianming had hit him, as if he thought he had behaved correctly. The angry man asked if he really still had the nerve to ask about that. The young man exclaimed that this man had entered the building without a pass and that he was obliged to throw him out, but he had overlooked one important detail. The unflappable son pointed out that this was precisely why Mr. Shen had instructed the manager to brief all the security guards. He whispered to the tense Jun that Zhang Yi only needed a registration number and didn't require an invitation to enter the auction. Thrown off balance, the young man couldn't understand how everyone, including even his father, had come to treat his classmate with such respect. Breaking out in a sweat, the young man wondered to himself, could this really be the master everyone was raving about? Pointing an angry finger at his son, Tianming ordered him once again to apologize immediately to the brave fighter. Lowering his gaze to the floor, the young man reluctantly admitted his guilt and said he was very sorry. After that, his father clasped his hands together, preparing to say more so that the hero would surely forgive the fool. The man said that his son was as blind as a bat and asked that his son's insolence be overlooked this time. Emotionless Yi replied that this would not do at all, while everyone around listened intently, feeling a slight sense of excitement. The daredevil said he would forgive the dimwit Shen only if he got the hell out of there right now. The impulsive rich man exclaimed that the insolent man was going too far in his behavior and called him a degenerate. Suddenly, his father grabbed him by the ear, calling him a pesky brat and asking if he could shut his filthy mouth. He added that the fool had stayed here long enough and should get out of here before he got even more of what was coming to him. Holding the boy by the neck, Tianming began dragging him toward the door, while the shocked crowd watched with their mouths agape. Kam Zhang asked where grandfather Feng Huang was, who had previously said he would also be here today. The lady replied that he would arrive shortly and noted that a rare magical weapon was scheduled to be auctioned off at the end of the grand auction. The silent Xuan concluded that the master and the daughter of one of the city's most prominent families had known each other for quite some time. She could blame herself for not realizing sooner that the young man possessed such incredible power. The young man understood that this would be yet another battle between the warring factions, and it was no coincidence that the old man had asked him to come today. A few minutes later, the host approached the microphone and addressed the ladies and gentlemen with confidence. It was announced that the event had officially begun, and all guests were asked to enter the exhibition hall. A delighted Zhu Hao said that now he was Zhang's fan for life, and Jun would clearly no longer dare to show off in front of him at school. Soon the admiring crowd entered the luxurious hall, which was considered the largest in all of Yunli. The surprised man noted that every item on display here was incredibly valuable. Unimpressed, the hero looked around, hoping to see what surprises the auction might hold, but everything was just ordinary antiques. His enthusiastic friend said he would leave the boss for a short while, as he wanted to look around more. The young man said he would buy whatever he liked and asked her not to get lost on the street, smiling. With a sparkle in her eyes, Feng Wang drew Zhang's attention to a display that had drawn a crowd and suggested they take a closer look. The manager was showing Master Zhao a short sword used by King Gojian, which could cut through iron as if it were butter. The young professional Han asked if he could take a closer look at the marvelous weapon, gleaming in the light. Giving a positive answer, the auctioneer began to pull white rubber gloves onto his hands. People doubted that this device could cut through steel, as it looked very fragile. After thinking it over, the experienced fighter asked if the manager's words about the blade's true capabilities were true. He also asked if the man could demonstrate the blade's sharpness, and the man immediately replied that it was no problem. The blonde man said they had expected something like this, so they had prepared an iron block in advance, and everyone would be able to verify its authenticity later. Gripping the sword's hilt firmly, he raised it above his head, asking those present to watch closely. In that moment, he actually sliced through a piece of solid steel as if it were butter, which looked very impressive. The stunned crowd couldn't believe it had happened without a single sound, but it was all true. The impressed man noted that this was definitely a genuine piece of iron, and there was no reason to doubt it. The cool-headed Zhao Han called the results truly excellent and stated that he was ready to buy the short blade. The auctioneer said the starting price was 20 million and that the first bid would be made by the young gentleman. People believed that the artifact was absolutely priceless, both from a collector's perspective and in terms of practical use. One of those present remarked that if anyone angered the Zhao family, they would not be able to live peacefully in Yunli City in the future. The money-hungry manager said that if no one was willing to bid higher, the item would be sold. But suddenly a hand shot up, immediately surprising the guests standing around. The confident Zhang Yi stunned those around him by declaring that he was willing to pay 30 million yuan for a high-powered short sword. The tense crowd recognized Feng Wang standing next to the boy, but couldn't understand how he dared to go up against the young master. Smiling, the potential opponent asked if the beauty was here too, but the answer didn't come right away. Resting her elbow on the protagonist's shoulder, she asked proudly, "Is it not allowed for me to be here?" Their expressions changed drastically at the sight of her gesture, and the young man asked who the guy next to her was. The lady said that this was the great fighter Zhang, who had defeated an ancient martial arts warrior with a single move and shaken the entire society. Putting on a serious face, Xiao Han wondered if this was indeed the very man known as the young professional in Yunli City. Pleased with himself, Yi realized he had become more famous after the incident at Hongshuang School, and was certain that from now on it would be increasingly difficult not to attract attention. At that moment, one of the men laughed and exclaimed loudly that all this praise for the youngster sounded like complete nonsense. The nervous gentleman added that the youngest future grandmaster was none other than the cool-headed Zhao. The completely calm young man asked if it was true that today the main character wanted to steal his short sword. The polite young man, with a smile on his face, emphasized that he simply liked the blade, and as it happened, he was looking for a weapon, so he was trying to buy it. His pensive counterpart said quietly that he was also interested in the item, so all that was left was to haggle. Then he added that there was no other option, and abruptly offered 50 million yuan, which was quite a bold statement. The stunned crowd at first thought they had misheard, while the manager's eyes were already lighting up with admiration. Without showing a hint of nervousness, Zhang Yi exhaled, examining his fingernails and pondering the situation. The unflappable young man declared that he was willing to pay 60 million for the short sword, and Feng Huang, standing to his right, looked at him with mild surprise. The stunned crowd couldn't understand who he was, since that amount was a fortune even for a large family. The shocked girl said that the blade wasn't worth that much money, but the fighter assured her that they could earn it back at any moment. The situation was starting to annoy Zhao Han, who had no intention of backing down and offered 80 million yuan. The worried assistant noted that they should first ask the clan president for permission. Otherwise, this could lead to trouble later on. Feeling a bit tense, Feng Huang whispered to Master Zhang that they would have to sell the martial arts school in that case. The stern opponent thought to himself that no matter what, he wouldn't let that reckless kid win today. At that moment, another auction item unexpectedly fell from someone's hands onto the floor, drawing the crowd's attention. A plain-looking man apologized to the manager, admitting that he had accidentally dropped the item. With a sparkle in his eyes, the impressed hero asked if he could take a closer look at this short sword. As it turned out, the spiritual vibrations the warrior had been sensing all along emanated from it, but it was unclear why it was so unattractive. Surprised, Feng Huang asked what had happened and whether the young master didn't need a more expensive blade. He replied that he had found an even better weapon, so he wasn't going to waste any more time. Taking a closer look at the wooden sword, the girl asked if it didn't look rather worn and shabby. The polite salesman emphasized that the item might appear that way, but it was old and had great collector's value. Staying focused, the daredevil reached out and touched the artifact, which triggered the use of magic. Instantly, the blade began to be covered with orange symbols, emitting a bright light that bathed the young man's face. The delighted young man said that the sword was sealed with a spell and that this was the first time he had seen such a thing since returning to this world. The expert declared that he was ready to purchase this beautiful short sword, much to the manager's delight. At the same time, the stunned Feng Huang was very displeased by the fact that the broken weapon cost as much as 3 million yuan. The lady suggested that Mr. Zhang reconsider and choose something else before it was too late. Ignoring her, the daring man told the salesperson with a smile that he wished to pay for the purchase with a card. Just a few seconds later, the man happily announced that the specified amount had been received in another account. The hero promised himself that as soon as he returned home, he would remove the spell from the blade to see exactly what kind of spiritual energy it emitted inside. An enthusiastic Xiao Fenghuang congratulated the young master on his purchase, while Xuan smiled silently and watched him. At that moment, another consultant raised his hand and congratulated Mr. Zhao, who didn't quite understand what was going on. The blonde man stunned Han by saying that the final bid of 80 million for the sword used by King Gujin was his, and now it belonged to him. The young fighter realized that the hero had deliberately driven up the price and said to himself that he would remember this gesture. The young man knew his father would punish him again if he found out, but he still held the card up to the terminal with a trembling hand. A stunned man nearby drew the crowd's attention to yet another big shot who had just arrived. It was Zhao Zhongtian, the only true professional in Yunlei City, whose expression was stern and cold. The lovely Feng Huang was overjoyed, as her grandfather Goxiang had also arrived and immediately asked if she was enjoying the exhibition. With great respect, Han bowed to his great-grandfather, who looked at him with a warm smile. The charming Hong Xuan approached Zhang Yi and addressed him as master, but he asked her not to be so formal and to just call him by his name. A tense Shuji was sweating profusely, having confirmed that this guy was indeed a warrior, and was glad he'd managed to make a quick escape from him a little earlier. The calm Zhong Tian drew the crowd's attention by confidently asking if it was true that a young master stood before him. The brave man recognized the fighter who had reached the highest rank, and judging by his aura, concluded that he was much stronger than the others, though it wasn't particularly obvious on the surface. The hot-tempered Han asked what the insolent kid was staring at, since he hadn't answered his great-grandfather's question. Angered, Elder Jia shouted loudly, ordering the boy not to dare show disrespect to Master Zhong. The pensive old man began to suspect that the boy was hiding his true strength, and this was a perfectly reasonable guess. The haughty Zhao noted that in terms of strength, Goxiang was nowhere near his grandfather's level, so his people should behave with restraint. The impulsive Feng Huang exclaimed that her forefather would never have lost to their side, and the young man suggested she ask the old man that question. The unflappable Zhong Tian asked the boy to behave properly, since Ya was older than him, and he shouldn't treat him disrespectfully, which immediately shut him up. Someone in the room stretched out their arms, suddenly saying that all the great masters of Yunlei were present here, so it was time to speak. Collector Shu Fu, from his wheelchair, asked for help in appraising a magical treasure, and some people didn't understand who he was. One of the guests explained to another that this was the richest man in the city who owned the items on display at this exhibition. At that very moment, the gentleman asked everyone to pay attention and press the red button on a small remote control. He showed the crowd a disc with 8 trigrams, which concealed a mysterious power that attacked people as soon as they came within half a meter of it. The rich kid asked the experts to take a look at the artifact, but none of them could make sense of it. while the beautiful object floated in the air without any support. The elderly master Ma Zhen believed that this little thing possessed a tremendous amount of evil magical power. Gathering his strength, he stretched out his hand, and with a serious expression, pointed it at the precious disc. Shocked and slightly alarmed, Shu Fu pointed out that this could be risky and that they should proceed with caution. The fearless man did not waver from his goals, and soon a smile appeared on his face, and a gleam could be seen in his eyes. Suddenly, a powerful bolt of lightning struck, aimed directly at the stunned old man's face. In the end, the reckless warrior was enveloped on all sides by a powerful energy that burned him from within. The discharge was so powerful that the fool nearly burned alive and began screaming in pain, shocking everyone standing nearby. He immediately collapsed to the floor, and a doctor rushed to his side, while the people could not comprehend what this terrifying force was. Looking at the unusual 8-trigram disc, Zhang Yi felt that he could not sustain the power of his spell for long. The disabled man Fu said he had asked many experts to uncover the artifact's secrets, but to no avail, and declared that whoever succeeded would claim this treasure. Some were immediately fired up by the idea, but there were also those who were afraid, since the priest had nearly died just from trying. Xiao Han quietly asked the suffering man not to come here anymore, so as not to make a fool of himself again. After these words, without wasting any time, the brave man summoned his magical power, exerting considerable effort. The pensive Gosyong noted to himself that the young man was one of the most talented representatives of the younger generation, and even Feng Huang wasn't quite as good. The self-assured warrior smiled slightly, firmly stating that he would very soon gain the upper hand over the rebellious artifact. He directed more and more spiritual power toward the precious disc, knowing full well that victory would be his alone. But suddenly the young man's face contorted in shock, as if he had felt a backlash. It turned out that the gray-haired man had lost the ability to move, which greatly alarmed him and even caused him to panic slightly. Until the very end, the daredevil tried to do something, but the stern old man Zhongtian decided to come to his aid after all. The elderly gentleman made a sharp wave of his hand, which looked spectacular from the sidelines and greatly impressed the crowd. The hero concluded that the disc was harnessing the power of the 8 trigrams of heaven and earth to form a small cluster of spirits. Clutching his sore shoulder, a nervous Han exclaimed that even a simple magical weapon could attack people from behind without warning. The calm old man asked him to forget about it, noting that they had more important matters to attend to later. Disappointed, Shu Fu believed he would never in his life be able to see the disc unsealed, since even the Zhao family was powerless to do so. Suddenly, someone in the crowd announced in a distant voice that he'd like to try it too, instantly drawing everyone's attention. It was the brave Zhang, rolling up his sleeves, who impressed Feng Huang, who was already in awe of him with his fearlessness. The stern elder Gozhong told his granddaughter to relax, assuring her that the young master would be just fine. With a laugh, Han said he couldn't wait to see the foolish boy's body turn into charred remains. The daredevil declared that he was a king who had ruled over more than 10,000 races in another world, so a small array was no problem for him. Standing firmly in one spot, he stepped forward and aimed, then used a magical technique. The powerful strike hit the very center of the golden disc, which looked spectacular and completely stunned its owner. Stunned, Zhongtian, Goxiong, and Feng Huang stared wide-eyed at what was happening, unable to believe that all of this was really happening. A few seconds later, a medium-sized brown disc fell to the ground, indicating the operation's success. Reaching for the object, the calm Zhang Yi said quietly that everything had happened exactly as he had expected. The brave man firmly added that at the center of the 2 yin and yang talismans lay the eye of the array, never taking his eyes off the treasure. Drenched in sweat, the disabled Fu abruptly rose from his wheelchair, realizing that the seal had been broken after an immense amount of time. The embittered Han could not understand how the young man had managed to do it so easily, while his grandfather cast a sorrowful glance at the floor. Then the serious man mused to himself that if he couldn't make use of such a powerful warrior, he shouldn't allow him to remain in Yunli City. The calm young man didn't know who had set up the array, but the disc had no properties of its own, and he feared that after a few uses, the object would break. The polite Shu asked the respected gentleman if he could take a look at this marvelous artifact of the 8 trigrams. Feeling uneasy inside, he added that since receiving the treasure, he had never once touched it. Without a moment's hesitation, The good-natured young man handed his counterpart the desired object, asking him to take it and not worry about a thing. With tears in his eyes, the sincere owner said he hadn't expected to be able to truly touch the disc before he died. In his past life, the hero could have made 10 of these in a minute, so it was a bit strange to him that the old man was so moved. A grateful Shu Fu noted that since Zhang Yi had removed the seal from the precious object, it would now belong to him. Although it was hard for him to part with the beautiful little thing, he still kept his word, and the master didn't need to thank him. The 8 trigrams disc served as a dagger for the fighter who had just received it, but now he had no weapon, so it was decided to leave it behind. Impressed, Zhu Hao congratulated the boss on acquiring such a powerful artifact, and Feng Huang admitted she simply couldn't take her eyes off it. Smiling, the young man replied that he had simply been lucky, but all of that was just a trivial excuse for people. The stern elder Jia suggested that everyone present go home, since the auction had already come to an end. But suddenly, the restless Xiao Han drew everyone's attention with a loud shout, wanting to say something. With a sly grin on his face, he declared that there was something he needed to announce to everyone today. Puzzled, Gozhong adjusted his beard and asked what could be so important that it couldn't be postponed. The young man replied that today all the clans and martial arts schools would form an alliance, and Zhao Zhongtian would be its leader. This news sent shockwaves through everyone standing nearby, including even Zhang Yi, who usually reacted with cold indifference. The stunned crowd couldn't believe it at first, and some were immediately dissatisfied with the decision. The outspoken Ye Hongshuang immediately exclaimed that she disagreed and was ready to present her arguments. The woman added that she respected the master, but that all establishments had their own unique characteristics, and they did not wish to be part of any organization. The stern Goxiong emphasized that Dongfang Wuxin also spoke of an alliance to strengthen the city, but he had conspired with others to harm Yunli. His unflappable counterpart replied by asking if he knew who was behind this despicable man. He exclaimed loudly that it was the 9 Ghosts, an ancient organization of assassins, and if they did not form an alliance, they would approach the gates and there would be trouble. The tense crowd fell deep in thought after hearing this, but some had never heard of this group before. Someone in the crowd shouted that Zhong Tian was deliberately trying to scare people in order to become their leader. The observant hero remained silent and wondered to himself how the old man knew about the ghosts. Looking serious, he asked if Gaozhong had told him about it, and the old man replied that he hadn't shared any secret information with anyone. The haughty Xiao Han asked everyone to keep the noise down and inquired about the opinions of those present. At that very moment, a man raised his hand and firmly stated that he was categorically opposed to this extraordinary scheme. The head of the Zhaowu martial arts school, named Wu Qing, was definitely not in favor of any alliance and had no intention of bowing down to anyone. Suddenly, without any ceremony, the fearless young man slapped him, sending the burly man flying like a feather. The impulsive young man asked how such an insignificant person could dare to voice his opinion, which sounded shocking. Displeased, Hongshuan exclaimed that the young man was too rude and asked why he had struck the gentleman. The tense elder Xia told the master that if they struck Liu Chuan, the 9 Ghosts organization would not agree to retreat. The fearless hero remarked that an alliance was a perfectly good idea, while the impassive Zhong Tian listened intently. After that, the daredevil asked why it had to be the gray-haired old man who became the leader. The arrogant Xiao Han laughed loudly, thinking the question was silly, while those around him looked at him with serious expressions. He said that his grandfather was the only grandmaster in the entire city of Yunli, so the choice of leader was obvious. An angry Feng Huang pointed out that Zhang Yi was just as good, and even much stronger than the old man. His opponent, who didn't take the boy seriously, asked if anyone could talk like a professional. The boy added that Zhao Zhongtian was respected by everyone in the town, whereas no one knew the youngster. People began to see the light and say that the elderly warrior's strength was unimaginable, and that no matter what, he would remain the most powerful. The hot-headed girl cried out that if the protagonist took action, the old man wouldn't be able to do a thing. Smiling warmly to himself, Zhang wondered if the girl was deliberately putting him forward to use him as a shield. The lady told herself that she needed to compare the brave man to someone else to understand just how strong he was. The imperturbable Han suggested that the young man first compete with him, and only then draw any conclusions. The frivolous Yi merely waved his arms in response and giggled, making it clear that this was no problem at all for him. His behavior was beginning to greatly irritate his potential opponent, who called him an ignorant boy. With a shout, the fighter told him not to be so arrogant and swung his fist sharply, stunning Elder Jaya and his granddaughter. The tense young woman noted to herself that the pro moved with lightning speed and wouldn't let himself be outmaneuvered. But suddenly, the nimble hero grabbed his opponent's hand at the very last moment, feeling its heat. Flashing a smile, the confident young man repeated once more that a fool was no match for him, adding that his movements were too slow. The astonished crowd couldn't believe that he had so easily parried the strike of the experienced Zhao Han, even though he looked even younger than him. Everyone was curious to know who this young master was, who had defeated the head of the Hongshuan martial arts school with a single blow. In a fit of rage, the opponent clenched his fist tightly again, unable to believe that some kid had managed to stop him. He swung his arm sharply and began to shout loudly, but this did not frighten the fearless Yi, who was ready for any turn of events. Watching the spectacle unfold, Zhongtian silently concluded that his grandson was no match for the fighter. Completely calm, Zhang suggested to the sweating young man that his grandfather try his hand against him. His arrogant behavior increasingly angered the ash-haired man, who took these words as a public insult. Trying to keep his composure, the young man opened a small white jar and took a single pill from it. He immediately popped the pill into his mouth, while the protagonist silently watched his actions. Old Man Zhao knew that this was a life-devouring pill which could raise one's cultivation level, but it was harmful to the body. The tense old man knew that in 10 years, his grandson had never lost to a rival his own age, so what was happening was not surprising. A few seconds later, the fierce Han spread his arms wide and shouted at the top of his lungs, his heart filling with rage faster and faster. The curious daredevil Zhang hadn't expected such a pill to exist in this world and decided to toy with the boy. Flashing a menacing smile, the opponent muttered that the kid had angered him and threatened that he would die right here and now. Then, without further ado, the fighter lunged into the attack, but his silhouette turned into a barely visible black shadow. In an instant, he was right in front of the youngster and tried to strike, but the blow was blocked just in time. This didn't stop the experienced warrior, and he continued to press the hero, who was resisting him with all his might. Deeply tense, Zhu Hao noticed that the boss was powerless to do anything, but he too could not help him in any way. Serious Feng Huang surprised the boy by asking him not to worry and telling him that he was underestimating Master Zhang. Having gotten into the swing of things, Han swung his fist relentlessly, eager for the insolent boy's swift death. He was completely confident in his victory, while the hero kept a cool head, not intending to give up so easily. The unflappable young man was ready to take the enemy's blow as if he had already figured out how to survive it without pain. At the last moment, he also stretched out his arm in front of him, but from the outside, it wasn't entirely clear what the gesture meant. The pensive Zhongtian knew perfectly well that the wounded fist family's technique would severely damage the fool's limb. At that very moment, the stunned Zhao felt an incredible pain in his knuckles, even though he had already been certain of his victory. His sleeve instantly turned into shreds of fabric, and he himself flew a meter backward, letting out a loud cry. Straining intensely, the boy's grandfather began to sweat profusely and clenched his teeth tightly, not even knowing what to do in this situation. Without losing his composure, the man chose the right moment and caught the young man, who was in danger of simply crashing to the ground. Looking at the scratched-up young man in agony, Zhongtian was horrified, as every bone in his arm was broken. He was also shocked by the fact that Zhang Yi's body didn't have a single scratch on it, and he remained unshaken. As if nothing had happened, the young man claimed that his opponent had injured himself, calling it the suppression of power by force. Glaring sternly at the insolent youth, the elderly master asked how he dared to mock the Xiao family's technique. Seeking revenge, the brash warrior resorted to magic, threatening to kill the scoundrel for all of this. Stunned, Gaozhong noted that the inner power was in perfect form and emphasized that it belonged to a truly great fighter. Headlong, the old man rushed into the attack with a white-striped tiger, which opened its mouth wide, preparing to swallow the enemy. The enraged man swung his arm sharply, but the young boy wasn't afraid of him at all and merely took a step back. The stunned onlookers couldn't believe their eyes, and yet they couldn't even stand close by. The nervous elder Xia was increasingly amazed by the master's terrifying strength. It was definitely not worth getting involved with him. The stern Zhongtian remarked that the boy was rather slow, and he himself had already ended up behind him. In the end, a crushing blow struck the very center of Zhang Yi's back before he could react. In that instant, the young man was sent flying forward and landed with a thud, while small plumes of white smoke began to rise around him. Alarmed, Feng Huang exclaimed that the protagonist was wounded and needed immediate assistance. Chuckling loudly, the old man asked, "Is this really the youngest great master everyone's been talking about?" The girl asked what they should do, and Gozhong, remaining calm, replied that they needed to wait, adding that the young man was by no means a weakling. A few seconds later, the fighter did indeed lift the board, saying that he had indeed underestimated his opponent. Slightly puzzled, the man began to look more closely, trying to figure out what was going on. With a smile on his face, the young warrior emphasized that this was the first blood he had spilled since arriving in this world. Stunned, Zhu Hao shouted that the boss was perfectly fine, which no one had even expected. Not at all surprised, the opponent called the boy tough, after which he decided to use his powerful technique again. Launching another attack, the grim Zhao Zhongtian added that today he would take the life of the foolish boy. The rumbling could be heard even on the street and caused passers-by to feel a slight sense of unease. Suddenly, the cool-headed Zhang Yi activated his ability, and huge golden wings appeared behind his shoulders. The shocked old man was finally convinced that the rumors about the young master were true and that he shouldn't have underestimated him. Now he remarked in amazement that the hero was so young, yet already truly great. One of the men standing there with his mouth agape said he never would have imagined he'd see a face-to-face duel between two professionals. Tense, Zhao clenched his jaw, staring into his opponent's eyes and thinking about how to proceed during the fight. For his part, the focused warrior showed no particular emotion and was merely planning his moves. In that difficult moment, two elemental beasts clashed in battle, a white, blue-eyed tiger and an eagle with a sharp beak. Magical power shot out at tremendous speed from the hands of both fighters, each eager to destroy the other. Each was exerting titanic efforts to secure victory, so the battle could not end too quickly. The brave Zhang moved at tremendous speed and launched attacks right in midair, putting his enemy's nerves to the test. In the end, he managed to hit the old man, forcing him to fly off to the side, but he still landed successfully. Drenched in sweat, the extremely stern Zhang Tian tried to understand how the boy's aura could be a level higher than his own. Smiling, the protagonist noted that the old fool was still a little short of the title of Grandmaster. After that, he sent the swift eagle forward, declaring that he would show his worthless opponent the true power of a professional. Terrified and tense, Zhao quickly realized that the kid intended to kill him, as he had transformed his mana into a form and external release. Freezing in place, the elderly gentleman put up a block, hoping it would save him, while the mammal had already nearly reached its target. Serious Gozhong placed his hand on his granddaughter's head. She narrowed her eyes, hoping everything would end well. Just a minute later, the wounded Zhongtian collapsed to his knees, and a large stream of blood suddenly flowed from his mouth. Han, sitting with his arm bandaged, was very afraid for his grandfather, but there was nothing he could do to help him at that moment. Feng Huang, delighted, was happy about the master's victory, while Xie concluded that he should have knelt before Zhang Yi from the very beginning. Smiling, the young man emphasized that the enemy's family would have to leave Yunlei City since they had lost to him. Giving him a stern look, the gray-eyed youth asked the hero not to be so arrogant, as it annoyed him. Taking the trembling old man by the arm, the boy confidently declared that their clan wasn't the least bit afraid of the young martial arts professional. Unexpectedly, the elderly gentleman slapped his grandson hard, shouting that he had no right to speak to the master that way. Paying his respects to the brave young man who knew how to admit defeat, Zhongtian said that they had offended him with their ignorance. He was well aware that if his family continued to fight this man, they would be doomed to death. The man said he was ready to support the young man in every way, but he asked in response why he would need help from a defeated man. Loyal Gozhong declared that he wanted Zhang to become the leader of the alliance, and that Hongshuan should join him as a token of gratitude to the warrior. The young man said that if anyone had any objections, they could step forward and fight him. An admiring young woman from the crowd remarked that this man's future was truly great, since he had defeated the elderly Zhao at such a young age. In unison, everyone present exclaimed that they were ready to support the hero as the leader of the alliance in Yunlei City. Clenching his fist tightly, the confident fighter emphasized that they would not fear the 9 ghosts causing chaos in the city. He added that he still needed the elders' help with many matters, so he nominated Zhao as acting head. The young man greatly startled Gao Xun by saying that he could handle all matters concerning the alliance on his behalf. No one expected that a kid no one had ever heard of would come to hold such an important position in society. The serious Zhongtian congratulated the young man and declared that in the future, the Zhao family would obey all his orders. The young man calmly asked if his counterpart really wanted him to go back on his previous words. The alarmed old man replied that this was not what he meant, and realized that his clan would not be able to leave without making some kind of sacrifice. He said he was willing to reveal the secret of how he had managed to quickly break through to the level of a grandmaster if Zhang would let them leave. Shocked, Han exclaimed that the old man couldn't just reveal such information, since it was their family secret. Intrigued, the hero asked the elderly gentleman to begin his story and listened intently. Feeling like an important person, the old man raised his index finger, mentioning the Cave of Bliss, where a great deal of spiritual energy is gathered. At that very moment, the elderly gentleman ordered his subordinate to prepare a helicopter, which was quite unexpected. The concerned grandson tried to object, but the elder told him to shut up, firmly stating that he had already made his decision. Drenched in sweat, Elder Gozhang quietly told Master Zhang that this was a trick and that Zhongtian could not be trusted. The late old man said that if the protagonist agreed to spare his Zhao family, they would leave immediately. The daredevil replied that they would now see if the so-called cave could satisfy him. After these words, his counterpart gave a positive answer, but it was clear that he was under a great deal of stress. Half an hour later, the helicopter was already in the air and had almost reached its destination, with several people on board. Among them were the focused pilot and the four-person team tasked with surveying the area. A few minutes later, they landed, and Zhongtian said that the instruments were malfunctioning in this area due to a magnetic field for some unknown reason. He asked someone to prepare the yacht and added that as soon as they crossed the water, they would find themselves in a cave of bliss. As he stepped aboard the motorboat, Zhang Yi mentally confirmed that the elderly gentleman had not lied to him. They set off immediately, and the hero sensed that the place was deeply imbued with spiritual energy. Xiao, fully focused, steered the boat, while the stern Goshong gazed silently into the distance. The elder asked why the fog was getting thicker, and the agitated old man replied that this was normal for this location. The gray-haired man added that there was a lot of humidity in this area, and besides, the temperature was quite low right now. Suddenly, his expression turned extremely serious, as if he were about to do something. What was striking was that the scoundrel abruptly threw himself overboard, a sign of his desire to escape. A tense Feng Huang immediately jumped up and exclaimed that the cunning Zhongtian had dived into the water and fled. The resolute Xia was ready to chase after him, but the hero stopped him, saying that it was a fog spell and it was dangerous to jump in if he wasn't familiar with these waters. The cool-headed warrior asked his comrade not to worry, assuring him that the enemy would by no means escape them. The spiritual power had long been in their sights, but no one had yet noticed the magical trick in this location. Only those familiar with the swimming area could find the underwater boulders to determine the exit, which is why the scoundrel Zhao was so confident. Half an hour later, the alliance leader calmly concluded that they were stuck here and had no way of getting out. Then he said he was now scouting the spell array and already knew how to deal with it. The daredevil noted that it was very easy to destroy. All they had to do was damage the source, and he knew that the buff had not been cast by Zhongtian at all. Unexpectedly, the brave man took a high leap and extended his arms in front of him in midair, which alarmed Feng Huang. His energy was directed at a single point on the water, which he began striking with considerable force. A few seconds later, an unusual mark appeared on the surface, and then it began to expand rapidly. Next came a huge wave that could have completely engulfed the boat and even capsized it with little effort. But in the end, the professional's actions quickly bore fruit and calm returned to the water. Surprised, Elder Goshun noted that the fog had begun to slowly dissipate, which once again highlighted the hero's genius. Suddenly, the shocked girl asked her companions to look at something ahead. She exclaimed that there was an island nearby, which meant they had successfully reached their destination. The elderly gentleman quickly beached the boat, after which the trio was able to disembark and begin looking around. The confident lady jumped over the side, noting that Zhongtian hadn't lied to Master Zhang at all, even though he had run away from them. The beauty enthusiastically added that there was a very powerful spiritual energy here, so the location could be considered a success. Feeling the harmony, the hero noticed that the aura emanated from the ground, so there might be something interesting beneath it. Immediately, the group noticed the silhouette of a man sitting a few meters away from them behind a tree. As it turned out, the cowardly scoundrel Zhao was hiding from them, shocked that they were still alive. In a fit of rage, the elder was ready to pounce on him and destroy him for daring to plot their murder. Folding his arms across his chest, the old master activated one of his skills, no longer intending to stand on ceremony with his opponent. But the impulsive Zhongtian was no pushover either and managed to get the better of him, knocking him back a couple of meters with a sharp attack. After that, the scoundrel fled into the dense forest, and the worried granddaughter asked if her grandfather was all right. Smirking, the shaggy-haired scoundrel Zhao asked curiously, "Do they really still want to catch the great fighter?" At that very moment, his expression turned anxious, and thin red threads appeared before him. The silent Zhang Yi instantly enveloped his opponent in a cocoon and began to pull him in, while he was stunned and couldn't make sense of anything. With a slight smile on his face, the young man wondered if the foolish man really still wanted to escape. He added that the old man had been given a chance to live, but he hadn't taken it. Meanwhile, the dimwit was practically in tears, begging for mercy. At the top of his lungs, Zhongtian begged to be allowed to continue his dog's life and promised he would never let him down again. The brave man found it a bit strange that the man who had wanted to kill him was now begging for mercy. After that, Grandpa Zhao screamed at the top of his lungs, and a minute later his trembling body collapsed completely to the ground. Stunned, Gozhong was glad he hadn't made an enemy of Master Zhang, while his equally stunned granddaughter froze in place. Suddenly, the girl fell to her knees before the young professional and began begging him to take her as his disciple. The sincere Feng Huang promised that from now on she would stay by the hero's side and expressed her willingness to do absolutely anything he desired. The arrogant young man replied that she was not yet worthy of being his apprentice, which sounded rather haughty. A tense Jia noted that although the girl had mediocre abilities, she was hardworking, so the warrior wouldn't be disappointed if he gave her a few tips. The unyielding young man, keeping his hands behind his back, replied that he wouldn't repeat himself, and that was his final word. Trying to stay calm, the beauty told the old man that it was all her fault, and he listened to her in silence. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yi said that he would give her one piece of advice after all, which instantly delighted the charmer. Smiling, the enigmatic master emphasized that it was up to the lady's wits whether she could fulfill his request. The delighted brunette exclaimed that she would not let him down under any circumstances and was ready to take on any task. Holding up 2 fingers and using magic, the hero said he would bestow upon her the burning punishment of 9 revolutions. He added that she would have to learn this herself, and the greatly surprised young woman simply froze, kneeling on the ground. A few seconds later, a mark glowing with yellow light appeared in the center of her forehead, and her eyes widened sharply. The technique was considered superb in the cultivation world, but in this dimension, where mana was not abundant, it was undoubtedly an excellent technique. Yingjian, Goxiong, and Feng Huang bowed in unison and thanked the respected mentor for his generosity. After that, the young man began to walk forward, saying that there was plenty of spiritual energy here so they could practice. With a stern expression, the young man added that he too was going to be away for a few days, and his companions did not try to stop him. After some time, the protagonist was sitting in the middle of a green meadow, focused on his training. It turned out that the so-called Promised Land was simply filled with a large amount of mana. All of this was due to the fact that there were vast deposits of various crystals underground. The stones were rare even in the cultivation world, though their quality was by no means excellent. Fortunately, the chaos energy protected his foundation. Otherwise, such a large amount of aura would have surged into Zhang Yi's body, and he would have died. The extremely serious young man felt a strong gust of wind blowing directly into his face, and a drop of sweat trickled down his cheek. His efforts resulted in a magical particle appearing between his hands, capable of striking an opponent. 7 days later, the warrior was still standing on the edge of a cliff where a mesmerizing view of the sunset unfolded. The warrior had finally reached the first level of Immortal King cultivation, and the second level was just a stone's throw away. This was equivalent to the early stage of the ancient martial arts world's Sun Tzu guru, so Zhang was proud of himself. Shaking off his thoughts, the young man shifted his gaze to the left, remaining completely calm. He caught himself thinking that he had almost forgotten about the short sword he had bought at an auction a short while earlier. Taking the distinctive weapon in both hands, the stern warrior wondered if he could discover what kind of spiritual energy flowed from within it. At that very moment, the object began to emit powerful magical rays, which alarmed its owner somewhat. The artifact rapidly began to disintegrate, and the face and claws of an unusual creature with a yellow nose and eyes began to emerge from it. Eventually, the wooden blade shattered, and a small monster burst out, which the young man looked at in bewilderment. It was the embryonic form of a sword, its appearance pleasantly surprising the protagonist, who hadn't expected such a gift. The creature nearly flew away into the sky, but the determined warrior lunged after it and reached out his hand, shouting that he wouldn't let it do that. The agile young man managed to grab the little creature and clench it tightly in his hand, after which he began to smile and realize just how wonderful the situation was. The excited young man never thought he'd encounter such an immortal creature here, since they were always in high demand. To improve the embryo, special materials had to be gathered, which is what Zhang Yi set out to do. The hero decided that now he needed to go to the ancient master's market and see if there were any suitable materials there. Meanwhile, in a nearby clearing, Feng Huang was training diligently, while Elder Xia watched her with pride. With considerable effort, the warrior lady managed to destroy a small stone mound in front of her with a single strike. Since her element was fire, the 9 turns burning punishment came very easily to her, as the young master noticed. Frozen in place, Gozhang noticed that the young mentor, whom they had always worried about, had returned a week later. Smiling, the young man emphasized the fact that the old man had also broken through the boundaries of an experienced warrior. With respect, the man thanked his counterpart for bringing them to this promised land and granting them such an opportunity. He added that, with the master's guidance, he had managed to advance to a new stage in just 2 days. Spreading his arms wide, the young man noted that it was time for them to return, and his comrades agreed. Zhang Yi, taken completely by surprise, looked utterly shocked and froze in place, simply staring ahead with his mouth agape. Nearby stood an enraged stranger who, with a loud shout, called them brazen thieves. The oddball with thick eyebrows, in a fit of rage, demanded how those scoundrels dared to barge onto his island without permission. At tremendous speed, he charged forward, not intending to stand on ceremony with the barbarians who had come onto his land. Stunned, Feng Huang couldn't believe he could walk on water and concluded that he was an immortal of the island. Choosing the right moment, the incredibly angry man pushed off the ground to make a powerful leap. The nervous elder Jia immediately recognized Meng Nantian, while Zhang Yi, standing beside him, silently watched the situation unfold. It was the head of the family in Yanjing City, who landed firmly on his feet, with his back turned to his opponents. The old man whispered to the young man that they were facing one of the greatest masters, and rumors circulated that he had already come very close to the pinnacle of perfection. The young man silently stared at his stern opponent, realizing that he was from a well-known settlement. The angry man ordered them to explain where they had come from and how they had ended up on this island of the immortals. Drenched in sweat, Gozhang replied that they simply wanted to use the abundance of mana for cultivation and hoped to avoid conflict with the elder. An enraged Meng shouted loudly that he was the only one allowed to be on this part of the globe. He said he was willing to give the trio 5 minutes to hastily leave this place, or else they would be reduced to dust. Xia, feeling uneasy, realized that even though they had the main character on their side, their opponent was an old, great warrior. Unlike Zhao Zhongtian, there was a colossal difference in strength between them, so they couldn't afford to let their guard down. The young man had only just taken on the high title, so Grandfather Gosung knew he wouldn't be able to withstand such a heavy onslaught. Suddenly, Progress announced that he would also give Manu 2 minutes, which greatly shocked his ally standing nearby. The fearless fighter threatened to deal with the cocky guy if he didn't leave the area. Calm Nantian had heard that a young master with close ties to the elder had emerged from the ancient martial arts world of Yunlei. Stepping closer, the hairy man asked if this was the very same young man, and he replied in the affirmative with a smirk on his face. The daredevil hadn't expected his fame to reach Yanjing, and man asked how he dared to be so arrogant at such a young age. The hot-headed fighter abruptly activated a magical technique, shouting that he would teach the kid a lesson today. Showing not a shred of fear, the cool-headed Zhang Yi grabbed his wrist mid-air, preventing him from attacking. Stunned, Nantian lost his balance slightly and nearly fell to the ground, but managed to stay on his feet. The bearded man wondered how his opponent had managed to become a grandmaster when he looked like an ordinary student. The straightforward hero, with all due respect, called his opponent too weak, so he didn't want to waste his time. Summoning a ferocious bear, the enraged warrior exclaimed that he would reduce the insolent man to dust right then and there. Without further ado, he launched another attack, while the unflappable young man made use of his white angelic wings. Choosing the right moment, the trickster struck with a smirk on his face, stunning Nantian, who was immediately sent flying backward. Still conscious, the Chuhan slid several meters on his butt, risking slamming his back into a tree. Feeling blood running from his nose, the enraged man called the boy a beast, who at such a young age had become a grandmaster. Smiling, Zhang repeated once more that he was giving him 2 minutes, otherwise his life would simply end right there. Wiping his face, the bearded man acknowledged the young fighter's power, but he still had no intention of giving up. Immediately, Elders Xia and Feng Wang grew deeply concerned, while the protagonist's face remained utterly stern. The determined opponent summoned a magical artifact, firmly declaring that today the arrogant kid would die. The surprised young man froze in place and began to examine the artifact closely, but he didn't rush to panic. With a menacing smile, his opponent replied that he had once been a great master of the spear, whom this black disc had reduced to dust. Using his fiery power, he added that otherwise his Meng family would have long since surpassed all the powerful clans. It was said that dying at the hands of such an object was an honor, so the boy should be proud. The merciless Nantian regretted only that now there would be one less future invincible warrior in this world. In a fit of rage, the fighter lunged forward, shouting that right now the kid would have to accept his death. Zhang Yi remained completely calm, his expression unflinching, while Feng Wang was deeply worried for him. A blinding yellow light engulfed everything around them in just a couple of seconds, but the sturdy hero still stood firmly on his feet. The agitated girl covered her face with her hands, while the tense elder stared intently ahead. Watching the smoke dissipate, the madman Meng muttered that he was sorry, but it was unclear what he was talking about. The psychopath noted that the young man had turned to dust, though it would have been nice to take him into his service given his decent abilities. Unexpectedly, he was thrown into a state of shock, because the brave man, as if nothing had happened, thanked him, having emerged unscathed. The delighted lady was glad to see the surviving gentleman, while the stunned opponent couldn't believe what was happening. Rubbing his nose, the young man wondered how a fool could try to kill him with such a trivial artifact. Thrown off balance and very nervous, Nantian asked how he had done it, since even a great master couldn't dodge the black discus strike. The invincible warrior replied that his precious 8 trigrams artifact was far more powerful and decided to demonstrate it. A few seconds later, Zhang Yi activated his technique and directed the erupting lightning energy at his enemy. Feeling intense tension, the bearded man shielded himself with his artifact, hoping he would manage to remain unharmed. However, he was not so lucky and felt unbearable pain throughout his body, causing him to scream loudly immediately. The helpless Meng was placed inside an impenetrable dome, where he received a powerful electric shock every moment. In the end, his opponent collapsed to the ground, spitting blood, his body covered in numerous abrasions and scratches. The protagonist began silently examining the unfortunate man, who exchanged glances with him with anxiety in his eyes. An angry Feng Huang immediately asked how the insolent man dared to fight Master Zhang on the island. Rubbing his chin, the loser said that the young man could kill him if he wanted to, since he wasn't afraid of death. The cool-headed young man couldn't have imagined that Nantian possessed such fortitude, unlike the cowardly Xiao Zhongtian. Nor did it matter that the man sitting on the ground was from the city of Yanjing. Suddenly, the daredevil declared that he would give him a chance, but demanded a vow of loyalty in exchange for sparing his life. The disgruntled, hairy man clarified whether it was correct that the young man wanted him to be loyal to him forever. The serious Gozhong noted that the young master had spared his life because he held him in high regard. The old man added that the entire Meng family would suffer if the fool tried to go against the young warrior. At that very moment, the strong man leaped to his feet and rushed at the surprised Zhang Yi, loudly declaring something. Immediately, he fell to his knees before the master and pressed his face to the ground, swearing that he was ready to serve him until his dying day. The emotionless young man immediately asked him to get to his feet, and Nantian did not hesitate at all. Then Gao Xiong and his counterpart began exchanging glances, while the protagonist focused on examining the unusual artifact. The observant young man quickly noticed that the artifact's lifespan would be exhausted after just a few more uses. The leader added that it was time for them to return, and the elder said he would prepare the ship for departure. We're in a motorboat, Zhang Yi thought to himself, and with Nantian as a pawn, it will be easier to conduct business in Yanjing. Suddenly, the young man said he wanted to ask the bearded man about something, and the latter was more than happy to listen. The chief ordered him to return to his hometown and keep a close eye on the Sun family, as well as check whether they were associating with any strange people. The man asked what the gentleman was trying to achieve, but was told that it wasn't his business. The young man simply asked him to do as he was told, after which the subordinate asked no further questions. Half an hour later, the boat was moored at the pier, and Elder Goshun was finally able to relax a little. Before leaving, Meng waved to the trio and continued on his way, fully aware of his new responsibilities. After that, the hero noticed a video call from his mom, whom he hadn't spoken to in quite a while. The worried woman asked if he could come home right away, and the young man asked if it was that urgent. Suddenly, Zhang froze in place with his mouth agape when he heard that his fiancée was already at their house. Standing behind him, Ga Zhong and his granddaughter Feng Huang were eavesdropping, so the young man quickly turned off the speakerphone so they wouldn't overhear anything they shouldn't. The shocked young man couldn't figure out when his future wife, whom his mother had mentioned, had managed to show up. The woman replied that it was a long story and asked him to come over as soon as possible, and he didn't ask any more questions. At that very moment, a call came in from Yu Yao, prompting the young man to remark that today was a strange day. The agitated girl exclaimed that she had been trying to reach him, and after going to the dorm, she found out from Zhu Hao that he had gone out on business. Her loud exclamations were heard by Zhang Yi's comrades, who were still standing behind him, and a ringing sound began in his ears. The young man, smiling, promised to come later, saying they needed to talk face-to-face because he had some questions for her. The hero said he would arrive in Anyang in a while, and Gosung offered to arrange a helicopter for him. The young man immediately agreed to his offer and was the first to thank him for his help. A short time later, the young man and his beloved were already approaching the helipad. Surprised, Yu Yao asked if she was really going to travel with Zhang Yi to meet his parents. The calm young man asked if she didn't want to, and she replied that that wasn't what she meant. The shy beauty reminded him that she hadn't met them yet, and her delicate cheeks flushed instantly. The gentle young man stroked her head and asked her to calm down, fully understanding her nervousness. He said he had asked someone to inform her father and mother, and was sure they would agree to everything. After that, the lady with the enchanting eyes felt a sense of relief, but she still kept her eyes on the floor. Then the young man helped her climb aboard the helicopter, and their hair was blown by the wind generated by the rotors. Looking out the window, a serious Zhang thought to himself that it was time to go home and settle some matters. Soon the group arrived at their destination and stepped outside, where they felt a bit off for the first couple of minutes. The pilot said he could only take them this far since helicopter flights are prohibited over the city. The polite young man replied that it was no problem, they could take a walk and spend time together. Spreading his arms wide, the hero proudly declared that after all this time, he had returned to his homeland. The lovely Yu Yao asked if she should buy something for his parents, since she hadn't had time to prepare anything in the rush. Smiling, the young man told her not to worry about it, noting that his mom and dad were kind people. With warmth in his heart, he added that his future mother-in-law would be very happy to see the beautiful brunette. Meanwhile, the woman sliced cucumbers, and the man read the newspaper, wondering if their son might happen to fly in. Suddenly, the door to the room was kicked open by a man who was clearly overly confident. The concerned lady first asked the young couple if she could help them with anything, but she didn't get angry or yell. The quick-witted Sun Yu remarked that his sister's fiancé looked shabby at home, while Jiang Shan folded her arms across her chest and began silently looking around. The hero's anxious mother realized that this was the very girl who was engaged to Zhao Yi. The mercenary-looking lady reached into her purse and pulled out a card with 1,000,000 on the balance, declaring that it was a gift for her aunt and uncle. Remaining emotionless, she held out the gift and calmly asked them to accept it. The stunned blonde, her mouth agape, asked why Miss Zhang was giving them such a huge sum of money just like that. Then the young woman handed them a sheet of paper with some text on it and asked them to sign it, emphasizing that her engagement to Zhang Yi had been called off. This shocked the boy's mother even more, as she had hoped her only child would be happy in marriage. The tense father knew that this little girl would come to him at this time, and in his anger, he lightly struck the wheelchair with his fist. The blonde woman reminded him that all of this had been decided by the grandfathers of both families, so they couldn't just cancel everything so easily. Impulsive Sun Yu snatched the piece of paper from Shan's hands, exclaiming that they were giving them 1 million and asking them not to be ignorant. Banging on the table, he shouted that they shouldn't waste his time, while the stunned couple didn't know how to react. That bitch Jiang agreed with her brother and politely asked her uncle and aunt to just take the money and sign the document. The hero's angry father told the cheeky girl to grow up first before acting so boldly. That scoundrel Yu asked if the Cheng family genius, Hai, had finally made his presence known, and wondered how it had come to be that he was now disabled. His arrogant behavior infuriated the man, who clenched his teeth, wanting to punch him in the face. Wrapping his arm around the beauty's waist, the scoundrel remarked that his pathetic opponent had been cut off from the family and no one would take him seriously anymore. Wanting to avoid a conflict, the mother said that Zhang Yi should be arriving soon and suggested waiting for him before making any decisions. In a fit of rage, the blue-haired guy kicked the table over, shouting loudly that he wasn't satisfied with this. Then he reached forward with his hand, continuing to say that they had to sign the contract right now. Lifting the frail Mr. Cheng Hai off the ground, the thug threatened that otherwise he would break his arms. Behind him, the protagonist suddenly appeared, seething with anger, and asked who dared to come into his house. With tears in her eyes, Mom looked at her beloved son, who immediately smiled when he saw her. Hugging his loved one tightly, the boy said that he had finally returned home, and she gave in to her emotions and began to sob. The silent Jiang knew that only a few months had passed since the young man had left for school, yet he was already missing home so deeply. The girl couldn't understand why Zhang Yi evoked such a deep and unpredictable feeling, even though this hadn't been the case before. The lovely Yu Yao, standing next to him, looked as if she harbored something special. But the lady still pushed those thoughts away. The stern hero ordered Sun Yu to take his filthy hands off his father and asked if all children from wealthy families were so insolent. Shoving the disabled man away sharply, the hot-tempered man's first question was whether this was indeed Zhang. The brave man glared at him, gave an affirmative answer, and then advised him to be sure to remember that name. The ruthless fighter threatened to kill the dimwit soon, whose anxious face was now covered in beads of sweat. But then the shaggy-haired man laughed, exclaiming that the cripple's son dared to threaten him, and with such confidence at that. An angry Cheng Hai advised the boy to be more careful, since he was facing a martial arts master. The self-assured warrior declared that a single fist would be enough to deal with his deranged opponent. In a fit of rage, Sun tried to punch the hero, wanting to end this whole circus as soon as possible. The agile fighter unexpectedly blocked her attack using just one finger, which looked quite impressive. Tense, Shan noticed that Zhang had effectively stopped her comrade's palm, which was at the peak of its power, with a single movement. A smirk appeared on the brave young man's face, while his opponent was stunned, as he had closed in on him very abruptly. Without standing on ceremony, the young man swung his arm like lightning and struck the enemy right in the center of the chest, tearing his clothes. Stunned by Sun Yu's speed, the man immediately began spitting blood, which sent Jiang into a terrible panic as she covered her mouth with her hands. The very nervous man quietly noted that the hero was also a martial arts master, but the catch was in his limitations. The daredevil said that the man who had harmed his parents must die, but he ordered him to tell his family that they would all soon be destroyed. A worried Shen looked at her wounded brother, sweat streaming incessantly down his entire body. The protagonist's hand suddenly reached for her neck, as he wanted to explain the whole situation to her as well. He grabbed the girl by the neck, and she began screaming for him to let her go, threatening that otherwise her father wouldn't let his daughter off so easily. The young man ordered her to tell her clan to prepare for their doom and asked her not to let him down. Then Zhang Yi rudely shoved the foolish lady away, giving her a chance to make a run for it. The battered Sun Yu scooped up his sister and began to make his way out of the room while he still had the chance. As he did so, the fool muttered that even if the hero was strong, he still couldn't compare to his powerful father. A pensive Shan tried to understand why things had turned out this way, and whether the young man was just an ordinary person. The nervous father told his son that they couldn't just let the scoundrels who dared to invade their home get away so easily. He added that the head of the Sun family was a master of the highest order, whom the young man could never defeat. Smiling, the daredevil assured him that in his eyes, a mere clan leader was like a tiny ant. Saddened, Cheng Hai called himself a failure who could do nothing to help and would be stuck in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. At that moment, the young man reached into the inner pocket of his jacket while his father watched his hands closely. Pulling out 3 shiny needles, Zhang Yi calmly asked who had told his father that he would remain crippled for the rest of his life. Surprised, the man asked if the young man was suggesting that acupuncture could cure his legs. He emphasized that many renowned doctors had tried this method, but it had all been in vain, so all hope was lost. As calmly as possible, the son asked if his father, who was somewhat tense at that moment, believed him. Slightly concerned, Cheng Hai gave the child an affirmative answer, but there was still one caveat. Blue-eyed Yu Yao emphasized that the hero is no longer the man he once was, so if he made a promise, he will keep it. The man said he had been disappointed too many times and didn't want to go through that again. The persistent young man asked her to trust him this time and promised he wouldn't hurt her. He reflected on how all these years his wife Yun Huyu had single-handedly supported the family and cared for him without even knowing how hard it was for him. After that, Hai finally relaxed and began to wait for the procedure to begin, hoping that everything would work out. After inserting one of the needles into his father's knee, the focused Zhang asked if he felt anything. The man replied that he hadn't felt any pain in his legs for a very long time, so he remained unperturbed. Then the determined young man used one of his powerful techniques, asking him the same question again. Stunned, Cheng exclaimed that it now felt as if he were being bitten by a whole swarm of ants. Grinning, the hero asked him to be patient for a moment, warning that it would soon start to hurt a little. The extremely tense father replied that it was nothing to worry about, and that a great hope for healing had already taken root in his heart. The brave man used the Tai Yi acupuncture technique he had acquired in his past life, and though it wasn't perfect, it was still considered remarkable. A couple of minutes later, stagnant blood began to gush from the mouth of the sweating Cheng Hai, and he himself felt a strong sense of agitation. His worried wife immediately asked if he was all right, but he found it difficult to speak. The stricken man stared ahead with wide eyes, focused on his own sensations. He realized that sensation had returned to his legs, for he was finally standing on them. The man asked where his son had learned this magnificent technique, and he replied that a great man had shown it to him. At the same time, the boy noted that the person had ordered him not to reveal his name even to his own family, although in reality he had simply been reborn and could not speak of it. Cheng Hai told his wife, who was crying with joy, that their child had grown up and that they could no longer hide anything from him, and the young man realized that his parents were no ordinary people. The man began to explain that he had once been a great master, and that Zhang Yi's grandfather had been the head of their powerful family at that time. The man added that he had been very close to the young man's uncle, Jin Yushen, who was no less formidable a figure. They were the best of the younger generation in the ancient world of martial arts, and then they embarked on the path of transformation. But one day, a mysterious realm was discovered on Mount Taishan, a fact the brave man himself knew but had kept secret. Exhaling, Cheng Hai said that he really shouldn't have gone there, and his son asked if he had encountered any danger there. Dad replied that many people had died, but he had not only escaped death but also gained a whole host of opportunities and broken through to the master level. The serious-looking young man asked if that wasn't a good thing, and his father replied that since then his cultivation level had risen one realm higher than his brother's. Then Junshan became cynical and falsely accused him of killing others to seize the treasures of the secret realm. Everyone believed him, and subsequently Haya was expelled from the family, and they also began demanding the jewels, so he took his wife and child to a safe place. Stunned, Zhang asked if the men in black had also come to him for these so-called riches. The stern warrior firmly declared that whoever their enemies were, if they harmed his loved ones, they would be destroyed. Then the young man asked his father to take a red pill that thoroughly cleanses the bone marrow. Slightly concerned, the gentleman asked why he needed to take this pill. The young man replied that it was necessary to restore his damaged meridians, and added that he would be able to continue his cultivation again. Pleasantly surprised, the man couldn't have imagined that this was such a miraculous remedy which he now wanted to take. Without a moment's hesitation, he popped the small pill into his mouth, eager to see the results as soon as possible. Just a second later, Cheng Hai felt a strong rush of blood to various parts of his body, and the hairs on his body stood on end. At that very moment, the former invalid threw his wheelchair aside, which slightly alarmed his wife and Yu Yao, who were standing nearby. He joyfully declared that he was finally no longer a cripple, and his happy wife said that was wonderful. The serious Zhang Yi told himself that he needed to make more pills that could aid in cultivation and then combine them with a spell. The protagonist said he would pass on the bone marrow purification sutra technique to his father and immediately placed his hand on his forehead. The young man added that by following this technique, the man would be able to cultivate several times faster. The technique was perfectly suited for people like Cheng Hai, who had suffered severe injuries. Unable to hold back his tears, the father hugged his son tightly and sincerely thanked him for everything he had done for him. The young man was a little embarrassed, but his mother laughed and remarked that there was nothing wrong with his parents crying out of happiness. Then the friendly woman asked why the lovely girl had been standing there for half the day, yet the young man hadn't introduced her to them yet. He suddenly surprised his parents by saying that this was his girlfriend, Yu Yao, who bowed to them as a sign of respect. The cheerful lady pointed out that the young woman looked just like her when she was young and asked everyone to forgive her son for being broke and having a low IQ. Afterward, the father suggested leaving the young couple alone and going to prepare dinner, since everyone was very hungry. Immediately after that, the family happily ate a plate of delicacies to celebrate their reunion, and soon the young people went out for a walk. The hero called the city nostalgic, and Yu Yao noted that she hadn't returned here since graduating from school. Suddenly, Zhang Yi glanced warily to the side, as if he had seen something strange, but he didn't let on. He suddenly wrapped his arms around the girl's waist and pulled her close, because a car had unexpectedly stopped near them. A man's voice from the luxury car asked if this was indeed the beautiful Yao, whom he had already begun to miss. Taking off his glasses, the fair-haired man looked at the beauty with a sly grin, and she immediately recognized Wang Kun. The cheeky guy admitted he hadn't expected such a charming lady to remember him after all this time. The lady asked her lover to ignore him, but the bully asked if this was really the same poor man who had stolen her heart. The angry brunette ordered him in a raised voice to get out of the way and stop picking on them for no reason. Laughing, the blonde man pointed out that Zhang Yi was still the same scoundrel he'd always been. The girl said that the hero was a completely different person now, and if you angered him, he would simply finish off his opponent. Meanwhile, the dimwit with buck teeth still didn't take the guy seriously and started poking him in the shoulder with his finger. With a smirk on his face, the daredevil grabbed his dirty finger, muttering that he was annoying him. Feeling intense pain, the hot-tempered Wang Kun asked if he wanted to fight, and the warrior replied that a single finger would be enough to defeat him. Not one to stand on ceremony, Yu Yao punched the madman in the back, asking her beloved to forget about it. The blonde-haired man admitted he was wrong and invited his classmates to his birthday party, hoping to make amends. At the same time, the scheming fellow was eager to show Zhang Yi just how different they were and to snatch the beauty for himself. The young lady thanked him for the invitation, but replied that they had other important matters to attend to, so they wouldn't be able to come. The hero wanted to teach a lesson to the police chief's son, who had bullied his parents in a past life, so he said they would come. In the car, Wang Kun asked the brunette when he planned to return to Anyang and promised to pick him up. The serious Yu Yao told him not to look down on people, adding that they had just returned on Zhang Yi's private jet. Laughing, the rich kid asked if she really thought they still didn't know what the situation was like at the boy's house. Pressing the gas pedal harder and harder, he remained silent, while the young man told his beloved that she shouldn't lie to the driver. Meanwhile, in the lobby of the Sun family's house, people were discussing the brave man who had declared that he would crush him and the Jiang clan in 3 days. Mr. Qing asked for the opinions of everyone present on the matter, while the mustachioed Tianming boss listened silently. One of the disgruntled men asked how a kid could stand up to them alone and who he even was. Another agitated man noted that, according to rumors, the young warrior's strength had long surpassed that of a grandmaster. It was also rumored that Men Nantian of Yanjing was a defeated opponent of the merciless fighter. The stunned crowd knew full well that the person in question had almost become the greatest, yet had still been defeated. An angry Song Yu dismissed it all as nonsense, saying that at best, the boy's power was just a notch below that of a professional. He added that if the insolent youth dared to take even a single step beyond the threshold of his family's home, he would be in for a world of trouble. The beautiful Shen noted that even though she and her brother had lost to Zhang Yi, they still had no intention of giving up. Suddenly, one of the elders slammed his fist hard on the table, instantly silencing her. The elderly gentleman shouted at the ungrateful man to get down on his knees, and the girl immediately broke out in a cold sweat from the excitement. Old man Jiang exclaimed that the fools had made a grave mistake and still didn't know how to atone for it. He told his comrade that, according to his reliable information, the young man had attained the rank of a mythical master, and they were no match for him. His extremely serious counterpart clarified that he was referring to his close friend who had slightly misled him. The head of the second family stunned everyone present by suggesting they go and personally apologize to the main character. Unhappy with this, Yu exclaimed that if things continued this way, their powerful clans could lose their authority in Anyang City. The leader replied that if they didn't do so, everyone would be destroyed, so he should remove the crown from his head. At that moment, the former head of the Sun family and her elder, Wu Shuang, who were twins, entered the room. Upon seeing the people known throughout the world as one of a kind, the mustached man began to break out in a cold sweat. Rumors had circulated that they had become recluses, and he never thought he would see them again, so he joyfully saluted them. The pensive Tianming added that no one would survive if the two old masters deployed the Big Dipper formation. The stern Wu Shuang said they simply needed to take Zhang Yi to the mountain, while the nimble Song Yu declared he had a way to do it. Placing his hand on the young man's shoulder, Leader Qing said he was counting on him, adding that the young man wouldn't come back if he dared to show up. Meanwhile, people had gathered at the restaurant, and the guest of honor brought them a very interesting guest. The guys immediately recognized the charming Yu Yao, but standing next to her was a guy they didn't know who was holding her hand. A smiling Wang Kun said that this was their famous student Zhang Yi, who was the blue-eyed girl's boyfriend. The stunned crowd realized that this was the very same nerd who had done nothing but read books, yet had managed to sweep their beauty off her feet. Approaching the protagonist, one of the young men asked if it was really him, which made his counterpart a bit wary. Immediately, the daredevil twisted Wang Kun's arm, causing him severe pain, and demanded to know his father's name. The richest guy replied that his dad was the police chief and threatened that he'd be locked up for life if he so much as laid a finger on him. The unflappable young man called him, in his mind, yet another worthless scumbag who was just hiding behind someone else. The serious warrior ordered the two men standing behind him to approach him, take out his phone, and hand it to the blonde-haired man. Holding out the mobile device, the ruthless Zhang Yi began to press his foot down on the moron's head, saying he'd give him a chance. In tears, the dimwit called his dad and screamed for him to save him, and the nervous gentleman's first question was, "What happened?" Extremely tense, Wang Kun exclaimed that he had been beaten up by a man posing as a great master from the city of Yunlei. The boss immediately realized he was talking about the main character, so he asked if it was true that his father's name was Chen Hai. The angry blonde man asked the same question of the invincible warrior who hadn't taken his eyes off him. Completely calm, Zhang replied that his father was the uncle of the fool, who still didn't understand this. Suddenly, the police chief ordered the crazy coon with a loud shout to get down on his knees and ask the professional Zhang for forgiveness. The stunned kid said he'd known this nerd since childhood and that there was no way he could be a master, but his father wouldn't listen. The officer noted that he had seen the young man in person the last time he was at the auction. He had even checked the young man's background when he returned to the station, so he had absolutely no doubts. The very serious police officer firmly emphasized that this was the son of the well-known Chen Hai. The two timid men immediately fell to their knees and began begging to be let go, claiming they hadn't known about the warrior's reputation before. The fool Wang Kun followed their example, also begging for mercy and barely holding back his tears. Dissatisfied, Zhang Yi ordered them to get out of there immediately and never let him see them again. The obedient trio of fools listened to their master, after which a moment of silence fell. Feeling worthless, they began to move toward the exit, wanting to forget this embarrassment as soon as possible. The calm hero told his beloved Yu Yao that it was time for them to leave as well, since they had already wasted their time. One of the guys suddenly asked the daredevil to take him on as a student, saying that he too wanted to become a master of ancient martial arts. The fighter replied quietly that not everyone could rise to such a title, which greatly upset his opponent. The persistent young man clung tightly to his leg and begged him to at least give it a try, warning that he wouldn't give up so easily. In his mind, the hero noted that the boy had quite a strong will, which piqued his interest a little. He decided to give him a chance after all, and suddenly used his fire ability, holding out his open palm. Magical rays quickly enveloped the head of the boy, who stood frozen with his mouth open, unaware of what awaited him. Even in the world of cultivation, a person with a fiery spirit was a genius found only once in 10,000. The young man asked if Fan Shu was sure he wanted to embark on the path of cultivation, which was long and full of dangers. Upon hearing an affirmative answer, Zhang Yi promised to teach him the technique of fire purification and added that today he was his first disciple. Meanwhile, an enraged Wang Kun was pounding his fists and feet against the trees, shouting loudly, and could not calm down. He couldn't believe that this arrogant brat bore even the slightest resemblance to the great master whom everyone respected and feared so much. He was also infuriated by the couple behind him, laughing incessantly at something, so the blonde asked if they were looking for a fight. Smiling, Sun Yu clasped his hands to his chest and asked if his brother was angry, though it was obvious anyway. In a fit of rage, the fair-haired man swung his leg at them, ordering them to get lost and stop bothering him. The quick-witted guy immediately stopped his attack with one hand, wanting to talk calmly and discuss what to do next. The unflappable guy asked if Mr. Kun wanted to take revenge on Zhang Yi, who had infuriated him so much. The exhausted blonde man couldn't understand how they knew this information, so he simply froze for a moment. The representative of the Sun family emphasized that they had seen absolutely everything that had happened at the hotel a little earlier. Scratching his chin, Yu asked if the embittered Wang wanted to reclaim the goddess of beauty whom the protagonist had taken away. Biting his lip and clenching his fist, the young man said that Zhang was a good fighter and he was no match for him at all. Placing a hand on his shoulder, the man across from him asked him to give it to them, and in exchange he would simply have to do them a favor. Then the cunning man leaned in close to his ear and began whispering something, while the helpless Kun listened intently. Meanwhile, Chen Hai was telling his son about two old masters from the Sun family who had reached the pinnacle of the realm and posed a tremendous danger. The carefree young lad asked his dad not to worry and pointed out that he was even more grumpy than his mom. The beautiful Yu Yao told the boy that a very good friend had invited her over to chat. She asked him to tell her aunt that she wouldn't be home for dinner, and the young man found the whole thing somewhat alarming. Serious Zhang Yi asked how her friend knew she was in Anyang if they had just returned. The pensive girl suggested that her friend had also been at Wang Kun's birthday party. The young man immediately offered to keep her company as he was feeling a little uneasy. The charming girl replied that there was no need for that and asked him to spend time with his parents since he hadn't been home in a long time. After that, she began to walk down the stairs with a slight smile on her face while the hero watched her back. That very hour, the wary young man messaged his student Fan Shu, asking him to do something for him. Soon, a cheerful Yu Yao met up with her friend Chen Li, who immediately remarked that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. The beauties began complimenting each other, holding hands and twirling around, smiling sincerely. Then the cuties laughed a little because they felt comfortable and had no need to rush anywhere. With a sudden movement, the happy brunette took her friend by the arm and asked her to show her around the house, but it had changed a lot. The red-haired lady, with a bead of sweat on her face, suggested they just take a walk first, as if something were wrong. The persistent young woman, however, said that since she was already there, she absolutely had to see her friend's mansion. Taking her by the hand, Yu began to walk confidently forward, but the worried Li still asked her not to rush. A short while later, they stood at the door, and as the tense girl turned the key, she tried to say something. Feeling a slight shiver run down her spine, Chen once again suggested visiting her another time, but her behavior was inexplicable. She suddenly turned and started walking forward, saying she had remembered some urgent business. At that moment, someone grabbed the delicate Yu Yao firmly by the wrist, and at first she didn't even have time to figure out what was happening. It was Wang Kun, smiling menacingly, who suggested that the charming girl come inside, since she was here anyway. The greatly surprised girl screamed, asking what he was doing there, while the scoundrel eyed her with a sly look. Falling to her knees, Chen Li exclaimed that the blonde man had taken her parents hostage and demanded that she lead him to her home. The scoundrel stuck out his slobbery tongue and asked if the beautiful Sun had expected them to meet so soon. In a fit of rage, the brunette screamed loudly, confident that she would manage to get out of this predicament. With a chaotic movement, she kicked the moron in the groin, ordering him to let her go immediately. Tears instantly streamed from the fair-haired man's eyes, and he began to wail from the unbearable pain he could not quell. Falling to his knees, the pathetic Wang Kun ordered his men to come over immediately and deal with the little bitch. A few seconds later, a whole crowd of thugs surrounded the defenseless girl, but she didn't give in to panic. Both friends were tied up and dragged away, while the deranged rich kid threatened to take care of her after he killed her boyfriend. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi was enjoying the fresh air on a bench, thinking to himself that mom and dad were just as nosy as ever. His peace didn't last long, because a familiar voice called out his name, catching his attention. It was the bully Sun Yu, who said they had met again, and standing next to him was the haughty Jian Shen. The unflappable hero wondered if they really wanted to meet their maker, since they'd come barging up to him again. The angry lady asked him in a raised voice not to get angry right off the bat, since he didn't even know what they wanted. Suddenly, a phone call came in from Yu Yao, which the young man chose to answer immediately. Keeping his composure, Zhang Yi asked what had happened to his future wife. At the same time, the serious young man instantly concluded that something was wrong, but he didn't give in to panic. Feeling nervous, he jumped up and asked again what had happened, but there was only silence on the other end of the line. He was stunned by the voice of the stern Wang Kun, who first asked him to calm down so they could talk. The treacherous scoundrel said that as long as the beautiful Yu Yao was by his side, she was safe, while the girl herself and her friend were gagged. Zhang, who hated him, advised the madman to let his love go if he wanted to save his pathetic life. The worthless rich kid burst out laughing, telling the brunette that her boyfriend was getting very worked up. Then the scoundrel noted that if the hero wanted to save his betrothed, he should go with Sun Yu and Shen, and he would wait for him at the family home. The brave man admitted that he hadn't thought Wang Kun would be bold enough to kidnap the girl and hadn't expected them to be behind it. Looking his opponent straight in the eye, he said he was ready to see what tricks they had up their sleeves. After a while, they arrived at a rocky area where a long stone staircase lay ahead. The focused warrior mentally noted the unusual fluctuations in the aura at this location and sensed something was wrong. Suddenly, a powerful burst of energy was directed at them, causing the pair to jump back and knocking the young man off balance. The surprised brunette stared ahead with wide eyes, feeling slightly dizzy but still standing on his feet. Slightly panicking, Zhang Yi tried to make sense of what was happening, but nothing came to mind. He felt that he could no longer use his physical strength, and this was already a warning sign and a step toward defeat. The fighter was sweating profusely and clenching his teeth tightly, while the menacing-looking elder Wu Shuang noted that resistance was futile. The twins said in unison that this was their polar star technique, and now the boy was completely at their mercy. Smiling, the cunning Song Yu said that it would be difficult for the boy to escape now, so he posed no danger. The mustachioed Tianmin emphasized that the hero was still able to stand on his own 2 feet under the influence of a powerful technique, even though he was so young. The stern Zhuxi said that today the boy must die here for the sake of the Sun family, and his brother helped him hold the weapon. Pointing a sharp blade at the helpless Zhang Yi, the old man ordered him to blame himself for being too young and unrestrained. In a fit of rage, he swung his blade and shouted that it was all over. But the daredevil didn't even squeak in fear. Gazing with incredible seriousness at the mark on the outside of his enemy's palm, the trickster prepared to act. At the very last moment, he thrust out his strong bent arm, shattering the sword into scattered fragments. The stunned elders couldn't believe that the strongman could still use such a powerful technique within their own system. The warrior emphasized that the so-called polar star technique was simply a way to disrupt spiritual power. With a smile on his face, the confident fighter added that his royal body could control the breath within his body against the flow. Without further ado, he directed one of his attacks at the stunned Ushuan, whose eyeballs nearly popped out of his head. Alarmed Jushi tried to catch his brother as he flew off to the side and ended up falling to the ground along with him. The wounded man warned that within the array, their mana could reach twice its original level and asked the youngster not to get too excited. Unmoved by the provocation, Zhang calmly dismissed it as a trivial trick and gave them free rein to use everything they possessed. Infuriated by his arrogance, Wu Shuang shouted that the kid would see their true power right now if it took him so long to get the message. The enraged twins took up fighting stances, eager to deal with the arrogant kid as quickly as possible. Extremely tense, Sun Qing asked everyone around to keep their distance as the brothers were about to use a special technique. In unison, they launched their attack, armed with the unique fist of the world, which posed a tremendous danger. At that very moment, a rather powerful explosion thundered, and a multitude of stone fragments flew in all directions. The family leader, barely able to stay on his feet, noted the incredible spiritual power of the elderly martial arts masters. After that, his expression changed even more, along with Tianmin's, who stood beside him. But the situation was somewhat unclear. Ahead of them was only a huge crater, and Wu Shuang exclaimed that the ignorant boy had been reduced to dust. The partners were already confident of their own victory and had relaxed, but thin red threads suddenly appeared behind their backs. Grabbing them sharply by the necks, the brave Zhang asked why the fools didn't come down to rest a bit. In just a few seconds, all the strength was sucked out of the old men, and the invincible Yi wasn't even particularly tired. Screaming loudly in pain, the exhausted old men soon collapsed to the ground, and gray smoke began to rise from them. An incredibly angry Qing muttered that in the blink of an eye, both warriors had become worthless, and Tianming was struck by the enormous difference in power. The fearless young man asked who would be his next opponent, and his gaze fell on the alarmed Song Yu. In tears, the fool fell to the ground and began pleading in a raised voice not to come any closer, threatening his girlfriend. The cold-blooded hero grabbed him by the throat and lifted him off the ground, glaring at him and using the red threads again. He showed not a shred of mercy toward his opponent, who soon began to choke but could not break free. The smile never left his face because Zhang was truly enjoying the triumph of justice. Soon a girl in turquoise boots, her feet clad in white socks, began to approach them. She immediately caught the attention of the tearful coward Sun Yu, who was a hostage to the situation. The fool immediately recognized the serious Yu Yao, but couldn't for the life of him figure out how she had ended up here. The girl examined him with absolute calm, holding onto a tree with one hand and showing no fear at all. The burly Fan Shu reported to the master that he had rescued the lady. While holding Wang Kun's head in his hand, his face was smashed to a pulp. Zhang the Brave praised the student and asked him to wait a couple of minutes, promising that they would go home once he had dealt with everyone. Deeply agitated, the head of the Sun family asked him to stop, hoping to successfully avoid a conflict. The cowardly son kept crying his eyes out, calling for his dad's help. But things weren't that simple. The angry man bluntly stated that 2 old men had died because of the boy, adding that he couldn't wipe out the entire clan. Unexpectedly, he gave the fighter free rein to do as he pleased, while a panicking Yu shouted that they were family. The merciless warriors warned that even if anyone dared to try to save him, they would die in vain. At that moment, the fool began to scream loudly from unbearable pain, and the distraught Zhang Shen could do nothing to help him. The blue-haired man soon collapsed to the ground, showing no signs of life, while white smoke still rose from his mouth. Confident in himself, Zhang Yi declared that from that moment on, he didn't want to hear anything related to the Sun family or the world of ancient martial arts. Bowing respectfully, Qing said he had come here to give his word to the young master. The brash young man looked at the flustered Tianmen and noted that it was the Jiang clan's turn. The pot-bellied man immediately pushed his daughter away, earnestly begging the fighter to let her and his family go. Falling to his knees, the old man added that it was all due to the girl's recklessness, but he had never wanted to call off their marriage. Since the accident involving the hero's father, the Jiang clan had indeed not officially come to break off the engagement. The young man had heard that they were known as herbalists in Anyang, and assumed they had many high-quality potions in their collection. His excited counterpart replied that if the great master was interested, they would certainly offer him anything he wanted. Worried, Yu Yao immediately ran to her beloved, for whom she had always been very anxious. Patting the beauty on the head, the smiling Yi asked if she was all right and received an affirmative answer, but the lady wanted to say something. The brunette beat her to it, saying he would ask Fan Shu to take her home first, and they would talk after he returned. The hero said he would leave the defeated opponent to his apprentice so that he would no longer dare to cause trouble for his beloved. Then the trickster leaped sharply off the ground, looking quite mysterious and unpredictable from the outside. The young man told the tense Tianmen that if he didn't like something, he could be ready to collect his daughter's body. Soon they arrived at the Jiang family's pharmacy, where the old man noted that the entire place was at the protagonist's disposal. As he examined the various shelves, Zhang Yi noted to himself that there was plenty of everything here, but not what he needed. Suddenly, his gaze settled on one spot as if something had caught his interest. The young man abruptly reached out his hand and from a distance opened the cabinet, much to his companion's surprise. The shocked man noted that while this ginseng from snow plants wasn't the most valuable, it was certainly the rarest. The persuasive fighter asked him to step outside, saying he needed to finish preparing the pills. With the help of these herbs, the hero would be able to make enough jade bone stimulants for his father to aid him in his cultivation. Meanwhile, Yu Yao was returning home in the dark, believing that she was a burden to her boyfriend, but she could never become a master. The girl also didn't know if she had a talent for it, but she was sure that Zhang Yi would find a way. Suddenly, her eyes widened and she felt a rush of excitement, but the situation was confusing. An angry Chen Hai shouted that 10 years had passed, and he said he had no hidden treasures. One of the men in a black cloak, with a smirk on his face, emphasized that they were there to find his little son. This angered the gentleman even more, and at that moment his very tall daughter-in-law entered the room. The alarmed lady immediately asked her uncle who these people were, who had first silently sized her up. The very nervous man exclaimed that she needed to return to Zhang Yi immediately and flee with him. Alerted, Yu Yao couldn't understand why a single glance at the two strangers in front of her sent a shiver down her spine. She told herself she had to quickly inform the main character about this, because these stern-looking people were very dangerous. An agitated Chen cried out that they had come for his son, adding that he would be fine and that she should get out of there. The bewildered girl froze in place, her eyes wide, not knowing what to do. Still, she turned to start walking away, but suddenly bumped into someone's sturdy body. It was the ever-serious Zhang Yi, who asked his beloved not to be afraid, since he was now by her side. The mysterious strangers confirmed in unison that he was the very young man they had been looking for. Shielding the beauty with his back, the cool-headed warrior noted that he recognized the 9 ghosts, while she felt anxiety in her heart. The stern master said that he had just wanted to settle the score with him for the way they had wronged his father, but at the same time, he felt no malice from them. One of the men facing him said in a calm voice that their master wanted to see the young man and asked him to follow them. The hot-tempered Chen Hai exclaimed that if they had a bone to pick with him, it was between them alone, and demanded that they leave his son alone. Immediately, a hand from one of the ghosts, from which a chilling cold emanated, rested on his shoulder. The emotionless assassin ordered him to simply do as he was told if he wanted to stay alive. The brave man understood that if he fought these strange people, Yu Yao and the others would suffer greatly. Maintaining his composure, he first asked them to release his loved ones, promising in return to go with the strangers. His worried father cried out that the young man couldn't do this, since these men were far too dangerous. With tears in her eyes, his beloved hysterically begged him to stop, for it was a tremendous risk to his life. Smiling, the daredevil pointed out that she still didn't believe in his strength, but he was ready to prove it all in practice. Then the fearless young man asked his mom and dad not to worry about him, confidently promising to return soon. A heartbroken Chen Hai felt useless, while his weeping wife begged their son to be careful. Yu Yao, giving in to her emotions, said she was of no use to him, but the gentle Zhang Yi said she was his greatest strength when she was by his side. In a past life when the hero was losing heart, the maiden never abandoned him, so he vowed never to lose her again. The brash ghost began nudging him forward, saying it was time to go, since the master didn't like to wait. The brunette wanted to ask the fighter to teach her martial arts, but she was afraid she had no talent for it. Walking along the gloomy path, Zhang Yi noted to himself that the yin energy radiating from the two of them scared away even birds and animals. He had planned to follow them into the cave of the 9 ghosts, but now that seemed too risky, so he would have to wait. Choosing the right moment, the experienced warrior activated his fire technique, preparing to ambush his enemies. In a burst of courage, the brave warrior lunged into the attack, commanding the pathetic pretenders to reveal their true nature. Without warning, he delivered powerful punches straight into the backs of his opponents, who immediately staggered. Grinning, Zhang noted in his mind how slow the two fools' reactions were. Even though the boy hadn't used his full strength enough to knock even a master off his feet, the two formidable enemies didn't go down. One of them immediately swung at the insolent kid, wanting to teach him a lesson for such a stunt. The stunned boy took the incredible blow right in the gut, causing his eyeballs to nearly pop out of his head. Then the enraged specter grabbed him by the head, and the alarmed hero was stunned by its powerful spiritual force. Showing not a shred of mercy toward the scoundrel, the fighter slammed his face into the ground and began pressing down, while his comrades simply watched. The psychopath asked him not to put up too much resistance and was ready to send him to the afterlife in a matter of seconds. The tense comrade slapped the madman on the shoulder, saying that you can't deal with the kid so quickly. He noted that it wouldn't be easy to explain this to the boss, after which the ash-haired man stopped and fell into thought. Suddenly, the slightly injured Zhang Yi grabbed his opponent's wrist, instantly knocking him into a deep stupor. Flashing a menacing grin, the daredevil remarked that he was eagerly looking forward to meeting the leader of their pathetic sect. Unwilling to tolerate the provocation, the ghost swung his leg at him, eager to crush him and shut him up as quickly as possible. Both fools wanted to trample him underfoot, but a barrier suddenly appeared, preventing them from doing so. They were stunned by the protagonist's powerful spiritual energy, while he, in turn, continued to use his ability. The enraged opponents concluded that the kid wouldn't obediently follow them until they beat him soundly. Smiling, the confident fighter asked how the guys dared to behave so insolently in front of the king. The daredevil advised them to pull out all their trump cards if they had any left, and asked them not to disappoint him. Trying not to give in to the provocation, the ghosts began to wish him dead, but at the same time could do nothing. Suddenly, one of them launched an attack, using shadow magic, but the fearless warrior was already ready to meet them with his own trick. A couple of seconds later, the opponent's hands met on a single axis, and the situation was as tense and confusing as it could be. Without a doubt, the young man smiled at his alarmed enemies, for whom things had gone completely off course. Ultimately, an incredibly powerful explosion thundered, triggering underground tremors. Now the two attackers lay unconscious on the ground, and Zhang Yi concluded that they had reached the level of a sect master, but fell short of the final title. For a moment, his expression turned slightly surprised, and he still didn't take his eyes off his opponents. A long purple worm began to crawl out of the bald ghost's mouth, parts of it protruding from the dead man's back. Thrown off balance, the young man tried to make sense of what was happening and surmised that their bodies were regenerating. The vile creature was tearing the entity's skin apart with increasing ferocity, protruding rapidly, which looked terrifying from the outside. The shocked hero exclaimed that in his past life he had heard of similar sorcery cast upon a human body through suggestion. He needed to kill his enemies as quickly as possible, but first he had to activate the summoning of souls to find out where the Nine Ghosts' lair was. The bald opponent suddenly started grinning, and a large number of veins stood out in his faded eyes, making his gaze look insane. Gripping the frightened boy's leg tightly, he screamed that in that case it would be better to die together. Confused, Zhang Yi realized that in the next few seconds, the situation could take a turn that was far from in his favor. Ultimately, a rather powerful explosion thundered, capable of taking many lives in an instant. A crater several meters deep formed where the ground had been flat, and acrid white smoke billowed all around. The lucky young man managed to jump out of the way in time and survive, though he still had minor scrapes on his face and found it difficult to breathe. The brave young man was genuinely glad that he had a control body to protect him, for otherwise he would have been in serious trouble. Sirius Zhang noted that the goo worm inside the body absorbs the spiritual energy of the human race, rapidly expands, and then explodes. Nevertheless, with a smirk on his face, he added that he had obtained information about the Nine Ghosts, which was exactly what he wanted. Sticking his hands in his pockets, the hero, pleased with himself as if nothing had happened, began to walk forward, eager to find the sect as soon as possible and destroy it. At that time, many people were enjoying life at the luxurious Bamako resort, breathing in the fresh air and strolling with pleasure. At the casino, a clever croupier asked who would outbid the gentleman who was willing to pay a full $500,000. A highly dissatisfied man in the crowd exclaimed that paying that money would be throwing it down the drain. A man wearing a fez said he had seen 10 million go under the hammer, only to be exchanged for a ruined stone. Despite everything, someone suddenly raised his hand, instantly drawing the attention of everyone around him. The red-haired man said in a confident tone that he was ready to offer 1 million, and the surprised people didn't realize who he was. Still, one of the shocked onlookers recognized the smiling Mr. Liu Tiande, who was clearly well respected. He was known as the king of blindstone purchases, and hearing this, he felt an increasing sense of pride in himself. The event host asked in a raised voice if anyone else had any bids, and he himself was already ready to begin. The stunned audience stared at him with their mouths agape, as if afraid to even utter a single extra word. The cheerful auctioneer congratulated the calm Tiande on his purchase, already clutching a sledgehammer tightly in his hand. The brown-haired man said that the time had come to witness a miracle, and added that now they would see what kind of spiritual stone was inside. At that very moment, he began striking the sturdy shell, and something resembling an emerald began to emerge from within. At that very moment, An excited man exclaimed that the esteemed gentleman had struck a precious object. A shocked man from the crowd noted that it was a top-grade imperial jadeite worth at least $2 million. The lucky man accepted his prize from the event host, realizing that fortune had truly turned its face toward him once again. In the crowd was the cool-headed Zhang Yi, who said that even this low-grade stone could only be considered trash. The tense man immediately asked who he thought he was to be making such comments. The guy replied that he was just passing by and saw this interesting specimen he had bought and wanted to place a bet. Smiling, the rich kid asked if the poor guy could afford such entertainment, and he calmly replied that it was none of his business. At that moment, the auctioneer announced the start of the next lot, with a starting price of $30,000. Confident in himself, Zhang Yi raised his hand without a moment's hesitation and declared that he was ready to offer $50,000. The nitpicky Tianda laughed, saying that based on his 10-plus years of experience in gambling, this stone was just an ordinary, worthless pebble. The auctioneer asked if anyone was willing to offer a higher price, and the crowd stared at him with wide eyes. The Muslim remarked that any fool knew that nothing would come of this junk, which had been on auction for over half a month. 3 seconds later, the lot was sold to the protagonist for the amount he had named, after which the crowd began to look at him in surprise. The enthusiastic manager asked everyone to congratulate the young gentleman, who remained completely calm. He immediately warned that the young man had to pay right away to break the stone, since he wasn't a VIP customer. The daredevil transferred the money by card, and it immediately went into the company's account, so the man grabbed the sledgehammer. In his mind, the huckster called him a young fool who had bought an empty cobblestone and was rejoicing, unaware that he would soon be humiliated. The cool-headed Zhang knew that all specimens had a thin layer of material that isolated spiritual power, and it was called the barrier skin. When it came to this, even in the hero's last life at the peak of his strength, it was difficult for him to see through it, but now he was facing a weakened version. Fired up with excitement, the auctioneer began swinging the hammer, shattering the shells and knowing he would come out way ahead. But a few seconds later, he and everyone around him were completely stunned, and a faint smile appeared on the young man's face. Deeply moved, Liu Tiande couldn't believe that this was the spiritual power of a tiger-striped shapa of the highest quality. A representative of the establishment congratulated the young man on acquiring such a beautiful item. The woman in the hijab began clapping her hands, saying that the young man was simply lucky since he had discovered such a treasure on his very first try. The unflappable Zhang Yi mused to himself that in the cultivation world, this was hardly an ordinary spiritual stone. He surmised that this was due to the fact that difficult times had come to Earth, resources for improvement were scarce, and valuable items had simply vanished. Smiling, the polite young man asked if he could sell the tiger-striped item, which stunned the casino owners. The stunned millionaire couldn't understand why he had suddenly brought up selling it, and didn't he know that such an artifact was extremely rare? A slightly flustered employee replied that they usually don't take anything back, and a bead of sweat trickled down her face. Suddenly, a stranger wearing a hat spoke up, declaring that he could purchase the extraordinary stone. Very interested, the man holding a glass of champagne asked for the price. Excited, Liu Tiande recognized Mr. William, who was the man who had once discovered the sacred object. Without a moment's hesitation, the young man said he wanted $1 billion, nearly driving the people standing around him mad. Even more surprising was the fact that the mustachioed rich kid agreed to his terms and showed a willingness to begin the transfer process. Both parties successfully concluded the deal, and within a minute, the coveted sum appeared in the protagonist's account. The confident auctioneer asked for the attention of all the guests, wishing to make an important announcement. The director announced that all the stones mined today in the Land of Doom were on display for everyone to see. Usually only about 10 specimens are found in a week, but no one expected to find that many in a single day, and this caused great joy. Thanks to the skin barrier formed by Zhang Yi's current power at the first level of the king's body, he could easily detect the faint flow of mana with his divine sense. The focused young man immediately used his keen senses to detect the stone that examined spiritual energy. Feeling confident, Tianda raised his hand and loudly declared that he was ready to bid on lot number 5. He knew that the stone inside was no worse than tiger-striped spar, and he had no doubts, having participated in auctions for over 10 years. The auctioneer asked if anyone wanted to try to bid, but it was clear that there would be 0 takers. Once again, everyone was deeply astonished by the calm Zhang Yi, who bid a full $1 billion. Stunned, Liu exclaimed that he must be out of his mind, since even the most experienced veterans believe the odds of opening a high-grade item are low. The excited manager asked who would offer more than the young gentleman, whom everyone was staring at with their mouths agape in shock. Anticipating his imminent wealth, the man began counting down to 3, ready to bathe in money. Clutching his hair, an alarmed Tiande thought to himself that he didn't believe the boy would get lucky this time either. In the end, the auctioneer exclaimed that the young man should be congratulated on his latest $1 billion purchase. At that very moment, the stated amount was paid via card and terminal, which took no time at all. The slightly tense manager suggested they start breaking the stones for Mr. Zhang so as not to keep him waiting under any circumstances. He immediately grabbed the hammer and with a single blow shattered the shell, causing a purple light to pour out. A very nervous Tiandi exclaimed with a smirk that, just as he had said, the kid was crazy and had simply thrown his money down the drain. The bright rays blinded the people standing around, but the unshakable hero still stood silently on his feet, not flinching. Soon, a ball of wondrous beauty with black patterns appeared on the horizon, the value of which had to be examined. The stunned auction guests exclaimed that it was a sacred stone about which many had woven legends. Tiende, who had fallen to his knees, nearly fainted, and his eyes nearly popped out of his head at the sight. Fired up by the idea, William, like a zombie, began offering a whopping $10 billion to Mr. Zhang, desperate to acquire the rare item. The cool-headed young man looked down on the crowd behind him with a haughty gaze, taking his time to say anything. Suddenly, someone placed a hand on the rich man's shoulder, which caused him great displeasure and bewilderment. A fat man with a mustache, resembling a sheikh, offered the protagonist a whopping $50 billion, which was a powerful statement. Calm down. William asked the young man to think everything through carefully and picture the scenario in his mind. He noted that with such a sum, the young man would become a target for many people, and once he lost his life, he would no longer be able to spend it. The man added that if the young man sold the artifact to him, he would be able to ensure his safety, something no one else could do. His counterpart emphasized that these were merely threats against Master Zhang, and added that, according to the rules, the highest bidder would be the one to purchase it. The self-assured Arab said that he was much better suited than anyone else to protect the young professional. Suddenly, the young man surprised them both by ordering them to shut up immediately and not disturb his thoughts. The young man calmly declared that he would not sell this sacred stone to anyone and would keep it for himself, despite the various offers. Although the object in his hands wasn't intended for cultivation, it was still quite good and perfectly usable. An extremely nervous William exclaimed that outside the auction house, this artifact was far more dangerous to carry around than $50 billion. Impulsive Zhang used magic, saying he'd like to see who dared to take the treasure from him, and the old man's hat shot up into the air. After that, the fearless fighter shoved his hands into his pants pockets and started to walk away, while the stunned crowd was too afraid to stop him. The rich man, dripping with sweat, was terrified by such a sudden move, even though he possessed the power of the Chan school. Rising from his knees, Tiande wondered just how strong such a youngster could be and noted that all of this might just be a show. The stern man muttered that he would teach the insolent youth a lesson once they were outside, for daring to steal his sacred stone. At that moment, the unflappable Zhang Yi was walking down the street and already knew of his plans but was confident he would emerge victorious. The serious warrior noticed a distinctive spiritual power in William and decided that knowledge of techniques from many countries would certainly come in handy. A couple of minutes later, 2 thugs blocked his path, and a small black baton was visible in one of their hands. At the head of the group stood Liu Tiande, who wanted to get the sacred stone, and he asked the boy not to be foolish and just hand it over in exchange for mercy. The brave young man noted that even if he stole the artifact, he would simply become someone's target and wouldn't get very far. Grinning, the young man said to himself that only such a pawn would be foolish enough to come forward and become a victim right now. The nervous and embittered rich kid understood that there was some sense in the boy's words, since experts from all over the world would be focusing on the sacred stone. Still, he dismissed it as unimportant and ordered his henchmen to immediately seize the treasure from his opponent. The 2 idiots immediately charged, swinging their fists and a club, but the fighter still didn't budge. With a single lightning-fast strike, Zhang Yi dispatched the fools, who were sent flying in the opposite direction. Stunned, Tiande couldn't understand how his men could have been thrown back before they even touched the enemy. Watching from the sidelines, William saw that the hero was incredibly strong and concluded that he must be from the great, mysterious country to the east. Swooping sharply around the frightened millionaire from the side, Zhang said that if anyone tried to get close to him, he would make an example of them. The stunned man couldn't understand how the trickster had appeared behind him so quickly that he hadn't even had time to make sense of anything. With no intention of showing even a shred of mercy, the burly man struck his enemy in the back, causing blood to gush from his mouth instantly. Holding the fool Lu aloft, the brave man shouted at those who had sought to steal the sacred stone. Then he threw the fool down hard, causing him to fall and hit his face in the mud, and the stern fighter warned that this would happen to everyone. After that, the protagonist began to walk away in the right direction without looking back at all, while everyone around was shocked. The deeply agitated man in the hijab nearly popped his eyes out of his head, and sweat streamed down his face unceasingly. Stunned, William thought to himself that this was a ruthless but incredibly effective tactic of retribution. At that time, quite a few people were walking through the town's market district, buying various household goods. Among them was the pensive Zhang Yi, who walked with a light step and looked around in the hope of seeing something interesting. A man of simple appearance, selling various figurines, approached him and asked the gentleman not to walk past. He suggested that the young man take a closer look at his beautiful antique and held out one of the pieces. The ceramic vase was indeed from an ancient era, and the young man didn't think a roadside vendor in the country of Bama could have something of such quality. However, the item was of no use to him, so the young man continued on his way. But the peddler begged him to stop. The persistent man pointed out that he shouldn't underestimate his street stall, but the young man insisted that he didn't need anything. The restless man added that he had been selling antiques for several decades and offered only the very best. Surprised, the young man stunned him by snatching the vase from his hands, then began examining it from the inside. Inside the vessel was purple gold sand, which instantly caught his attention. It was an extremely high-quality material for blacksmithing, and its spiritual power was very difficult to detect. For this reason, even in the cultivation world, the item was considered extremely rare, so Zhang Yi fell deep in thought. The curious young man stared at the object with wide eyes, trying to figure out how it could be used. Smiling, he suddenly told the man that he was ready to buy the sand in his vase, which was already cause for celebration. The excited man said that the artifact was for sale for $200,000 and the material inside it was worth $3 million. The young man surprised him even more by calmly replying that the price suited him perfectly. A few minutes later, Zhang was already walking lightly down the street with the antique in his hands, pondering his next moves. Suddenly, he stopped and turned around warily, as if sensing someone's gaze on his back. Trying not to make a big deal of it, the brave man nevertheless noticed he was being followed, but pretended not to. As if nothing had happened, the guy walked into the house and started climbing the stairs to the second floor, holding his purchase in one hand. The first thing he did was go into the living room, where there was a large, uncurtained window that he wanted to approach. The serious young man abruptly covered the window with his hand, as a matter requiring confidentiality awaited him. The hero concluded that all these people were still afraid of his warning, since they hadn't decided to approach him after all. Approaching the table, the brave man began pouring the precious sand onto it, and immediately witnessed a magical reaction. With this amount, the warrior would finally be able to improve his flying sword, which was a reason to relax. Suddenly, a backlash struck his forehead, and a small yellow creature appeared in the air. This was an indication of the success of the process, which required patience and concentration on the hero's part. The little entity played a key role in all of this, and Zhang Yi's task was to keep it in good shape. Fortunately, the young man possessed purple chi energy. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for him to blend it with his current power. The little yellow creature suddenly felt confident and sprang from his hand, startling the warrior. The shocked brunette hadn't expected the sword to develop its own mana and begin resisting the purification of the purple gold sand. The mischievous creature even tried to run away from its master, but he was agile enough to intercept it and stop it in time. Nevertheless, Zhang Yi directed his energy at the creature, causing it to be completely absorbed and enveloped in a different color. In less than a minute, the process came to an end, and an enhanced blade began to hover in the air. Finally, the inspired hero had his own flying sword, and he couldn't wait to find an opportunity to test it out. But suddenly, the young man heard strange rustling behind him, and meanwhile, a ninja in a black suit was climbing across the ceiling. Climbing down and pressing a weapon to the youngster's throat, The grim stranger threatened that he would die if he dared to move. Not one to stand on ceremony, the robber ordered the young fool to hand over the sacred stone immediately. With a smirk, the completely unflappable lad pointed out that his opponent was quite fast. But there was one catch. Wasting no time, the trickster used his magical ability and summoned the battle-tested red threads. The stunned opponent didn't have time to react, and his body was quickly bound, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. His arm was instantly rendered unable to move, so now the advantage shifted to Zhang Yi. The extremely tense ninja tried to struggle in every way possible, hoping he might still manage to break free, but it was in vain. The serious hero quickly realized that an opponent from the islands had come to him, one who was carrying out an important mission. He concluded that this time the scoundrels had called in experts from abroad to take his jewels. Unwilling to show mercy, the warrior declared that he would kill the fool to show everyone that he was not to be messed with. But suddenly there was only a log split in two, and the opponent had simply vanished into thin air. Left empty-handed, the young man realized that what he had faced was merely a clone, so he needed to focus harder. Finding himself on the left side of the cabinet, the ninja said he had something to surprise the boy with and prepared for a protracted battle. A few seconds later, several more identical targets appeared around the young man, putting him in a difficult situation. The opponent said that even though the kid was a great master, he could never hope to match him. Picking up speed, the cunning man exclaimed that all 10 of his clones were just as powerful as he was. Tense, Zhang realized that if a blow landed on his body, he would hardly be able to withstand it, and it was difficult for him to determine which of the enemies was the real one. In this stressful situation, he resorted to using a super heavy skill, which blinded everyone around him with a bright yellow light. A huge amount of white smoke appeared around him, allowing the fighter to retreat and deliver a surprise strike. A moment later, the agile fighter had already swung his fist into the ribs of one of his opponents, who hadn't had time to react. At tremendous speed, the daredevil began taking out all his targets, realizing he simply had no other choice. The blows were so powerful that his opponents couldn't even attempt to block and simply fell to the floor. The stunned ninja asked how the kid had managed to figure out where the real him was hiding in the crowd. The warrior who had used the ability noted that such a trivial skill could not get past the king's powerful body. At that moment, aristocrats were standing on the street, looking at the hero's window and trying to guess what was happening inside. The freckled assistant asked if they would take action, and William replied that with such power, the boy must be no less than a grand master. The tense man noted that it was no surprise the young man had behaved so calmly all day. Suddenly, the alarmed companion asked the gentleman to look at something, and his eyes widened. Immediately, 3 more people burst inside, one of whom was wearing red wrestling shorts and a star-spangled t-shirt. These were 3 undisputed martial arts professionals, each with a wealth of experience behind them. The rich man said to himself that this would be quite interesting to watch, so he had no intention of leaving. Less than 2 minutes later, a powerful explosion thundered, and the trio of fools were blown away like feathers. The scene sent an even greater shock through the mustachioed man, beads of sweat now trickling down his face. First, the old man looked at the fighters lying on the ground, and then he saw the silhouette of the cold-blooded Zhang Yi on the balcony. The daredevil was holding the helpless ninja by the collar, asking loudly if these pathetic fools were really trying to hide from him. The merciless warrior said that if they wanted to take the sacred stone, they could all attack together. After that, the merciless man simply let go of his opponent and let him slam his face against the cold floor. The strong men who were still conscious watched the scene in horror, realizing that the same fate awaited them. A flustered William wondered if this young man had really managed to defeat several great masters. At that moment, Cheng Hai's older brother, Zhang Junshan, who was the boy's uncle, was standing near the house. In his mind, the man thought that the young man's father was only 2 years younger than him, and besides, his strength had long since faded. In a fit of rage, the bearded man shouted loudly, veins bulging on his face, ready to rush back into battle. The trio of professionals in their field clenched their fists tightly and showed complete readiness to fight to the death. A cultivator who could color his body the color of armor using inner spiritual power was considered a great master in the sector, or even higher. The angry, long-haired fighter noted that the upstart had asked for it himself, and demanded that they not complain later that they were too cruel. The young man, with a smirk on his face, pointed out that the spiritual armor technique was quite interesting and asked them to attack him as soon as possible. The enraged opponents wanted to shut him up as soon as possible and teach him a lesson for his overly arrogant behavior. With no intention of showing even a shred of mercy, they charged in unison, anticipating a swift end to the fight. Choosing the right moment, Zhang Yi made a high leap and found himself in the air, with the long-haired guy right in his path. But the lucky guy quickly managed to get behind him as well, which once again highlighted his superior combat skills. The carefree young man landed and remarked that it was quite impressive how they had combined cultivation techniques with mana armor. The enraged enemy clasped both hands to his chest and shouted, demanding to know how the scoundrel had managed to dodge their combined attack. At the same time, he had no intention of giving up and activated a fire technique, bolstering it with lightning-fast speed to confuse the hero. He managed to successfully get behind the young man standing in place, who realized the stalemate of the situation but did not give in to panic. The bearded thug seized the opportunity, thrusting his hands forward to grab the boy's slender neck as quickly as possible. Giggling maliciously, the big man wrapped his arms tightly around the boy's neck and began squeezing his chest while the boy struggled to break free. A few moments later, the daredevil shot upward, leaving behind only a blue light, which looked spectacular from the sidelines. The extremely tense bearded man smirked, confident that he had managed to break the insolent boy's bones and bring him crashing down to earth. The cold-blooded fighter said he'd wanted to play with them, but it seemed he'd underestimated them a bit, while the master concluded that his opponent had withstood the blow. The young warrior remarked that now it was time to receive a counterattack, and the enraged enemies once again rushed at him in battle. Impressed, William noted the boy's remarkable spiritual strength and wondered if he would be able to dodge this time. In an instant, Zhang Yi brought his arm back and turned his palm inward toward his opponent's, which was somewhat strange. A white mark with an incomprehensible symbol was visible on his limb, which, when needed, endowed him with unprecedented power. A combined strike was most powerful when both cultivators were on the same level, and the hero was alone against three. The young man was still full of strength and had no intention of giving in to the impulsive masters, so he fought back until the very end. Jun Shan, watching from the sidelines, was certain the young fighter would lose, considering his actions too reckless. At the same time, his mentor said that the kid might just win, and the surprised man asked what had brought him here. Suddenly, one of the trio felt intense pain and a large number of veins appeared in his eyes. The bearded man began to complain that he felt as though his body was about to be consumed, so they decided in a panic to flee. With a menacing smile, the brave Zhang looked at them and reached out his hand, wanting to suck all their strength out of them and leave them with nothing. He activated the king's fist and directed a powerful burst of energy at the group of enemies who hadn't managed to get anywhere. An incredible explosion engulfed a large area and completely overwhelmed the fools who had considered themselves invincible professionals. A few seconds later, the protagonist stood silently in the middle of a shallow crater, while thick white smoke rose into the sky. The self-assured warrior wondered how much longer the guys would keep hiding from him like gray mice. In turn, the serious William adjusted his hat, staring at him intently and trying to anticipate his moves. Adjusting his mustache, one of the masters said that it would be a shame to keep fooling around now that the subject had come up. A few seconds later, the clanging of nunchucks and other weapons wielded by the horde of warriors began to ring out. In less than a minute, a huge crowd of opponents, each possessing different fighting styles, stood before the protagonist. Holding a wine glass, the mustached man said that the boy had every right to possess the sacred stone, since he possessed unprecedented strength. He suggested that everyone part ways on good terms, calling the whole thing a joke, while he himself was amazed by the young man's staggering power at such a young age. One of the fighters added that they weren't there to pick a fight and had simply come to see Zhang Yi. Smiling in response, the young man praised Mr. Williams' eloquence and admitted he was impressed by it. Laughing, the man thanked the young man for the compliment. Holding a glass of wine, behaving somewhat haughtily, the hero put his counterpart on edge, noting that the thickness of his cheeks had piqued his interest. The rich man's disgruntled henchman advised the boy to apologize, since he was standing before a representative of the highest level of authority in the world. The bold young man replied that his only flaw was that he was not in the habit of asking anyone for forgiveness. After these words, the glass was thrown to the ground and shattered, and drops of its contents scattered in all directions. Impulsive William spun around sharply and said he had no intention of dealing with a young and inexperienced man. The provocateur Zhang asked curiously if he really intended to leave without a trace, which made the gentleman freeze in his tracks. Veins bulged in the serious rich kid's eyes, and barely holding back his emotions, he asked what else the young man wanted. Spreading the fingers of his left hand, the confident hero declared that he wanted all the spirit stones the man currently had on him. He also added, in a raised voice, that if the people standing around didn't hand over all their belongings, no one would leave. The angry crowd called him an arrogant brat who dared to provoke so many masters at once. The cunning leader told Jun Shan that perhaps they could lay claim to the precious artifact, so it was worth watching. The polite Zhang Yi asked William to set an example and take out the spirit stones he had on him. Unable to endure the humiliation any longer, the enraged man shouted, calling him a scoundrel who dared to behave so arrogantly. In a fit of rage, the mustached man abruptly raised his hand and activated his ability, shouting that the scoundrel's life would end right then and there. Fiery trails began to swirl around his palm, and with every passing second, he was filled with ever-growing hatred for the degenerate. The people around were deeply unsettled, for he had employed the weapon technique of a master of the divine mind. Each of us knew this was one of Lord William's greatest skills, and legend had it that several great warriors had died from it. Serious Zhang Yi was inwardly slightly surprised that there was someone in this world who knew this technique. Fully confident in his abilities, the old man exclaimed that right now the foolish boy would regret his words. The slightly tense elder was convinced that masters of the divine mind were invincible. He felt sorry for the boy, who possessed the strength of a great fighter and could one day become a holy master. Enraged, William raised his fist to the sky and ordered the scoundrel to pay for his arrogance with his life. At that moment, a huge number of fiery arrows flew at the protagonist, but he didn't even flinch. The rich kid had no intention of showing any mercy to a man with whom he had previously been unable to reach a peaceful agreement. The flames engulfed the defenseless young man in a flash, so now all that was left for him was to burn to ashes. The heat rapidly scorched everything around him, while the invincible William stood there as if nothing had happened and continued to press the attack on his enemy. The mustached man exclaimed that the pathetic little man should be proud to have perished under his mighty blow. But in an instant he was struck dumb and froze in place, eyes wide, upon hearing Zhang Yi's voice. As it turned out, the protagonist had used a protective water shell, thanks to which he remained unharmed. In just a few seconds, the fire around them was extinguished and turned into icy shards, no longer posing any danger. The alarmed crowd was afraid to even move and simply watched the transformation unfolding before them. The subtlety of the king's skill lay in the fact that the spiritual power he cultivated could manifest the might of the five elements. Watching from the sidelines, Junshan wondered if this young man might know some rare art, since he was capable of summoning a water dragon. The daredevil had thought that all those arrows were just a special magical weapon of William's, but they turned out to be an ordinary tool. After that, he directed the huge predator toward the enemy, eager to celebrate another victory as soon as possible. The extremely tense old man, in a panic, took advantage of the dense celestial forest, hoping he could block the attack. At the last moment, the two super-powerful elements collided, and as a result of the impact, the hat flew off the rich man's head. The observant Zhang Yi concluded that the old man could use spiritual power to create a protective barrier. But in the very next instant, the trickster found himself behind him and, swinging his fists, asked what he planned to do next. A lightning-fast blow right to the center of his back was not long in coming, and soon William arched his back, feeling incredible pain. In that very moment, the opponent flew forward and crashed into the wall with a thunderous crash, smashing it with his body, while the hero remained standing. Smiling, the brave man wondered if this was indeed the very dense celestial forest that had been of no help to the enemy. At the same time, although the old man was slightly scratched, he quickly got up from the ground and began to stare sternly at the boy. The wary young man was sure that the master must be weak in such situations, but William turned out to be fine after his blow. Throwing off his cloak and revealing his golden armor, the strong man said he hadn't felt anything more than a tickle. The man told the extremely surprised boy that he had been careless, but now he would no longer allow anyone to touch him. The stern Zhang still looked at him as if he were a victim, as if he had already planned his next moves in his head. At tremendous speed, the hero lunged forward, stunning his opponent, who froze in place with sweat on his face. The young man found himself behind him and said that they would see if his defense could block his attack this time. His comrades were very worried about Mr. William, as his damaged armor could break at any moment. The fearless Zhang grabbed his opponent by the shoulders, but a violet light suddenly began to radiate from his eyes. The bewildered young man wondered why his body had suddenly stopped moving. His opponent advised him not to resist, for he had been bound by his spiritual power of mind and was now powerless. The cold-blooded hero said he could unleash everything he possessed at once, and there was no fear in his eyes. Activating the mark on the back of his hand, the ruthless mustachioed man exclaimed that the boy would die now. He harnessed the power of Avada Kedavra and directed a powerful blast toward Zhang Yi, who faced instant death. The powerful blast hit the protagonist squarely in the head, turning him into a vegetable in a split second and causing him to completely lose control of himself. The young man felt incredible pain, but he didn't scream and was still standing, his hair standing on end. The boy quickly fell to his knees and clutched his ears, while a gloating William asked if he regretted what he had done. The merciless opponent exclaimed that now the boy would see what he was capable of and feel everything in detail. Those around them discussed the master of the divine mind psychic attack, which was silent and all-pervading. But unexpectedly, Zhang Yi, still conscious, reached out his hand toward his opponent, though his intentions were unclear. The self-assured mustached man noted that he would die a minute after coming under his attack, so there was no point in struggling. The eyes of the unyielding warrior suddenly began to glow yellow, and from the outside he looked extremely serious. His highly tense opponent let out a sharp cry, not understanding what was happening, and beads of sweat were now streaming down his face. As it turned out, the protagonist managed to direct a counterattack at him, causing him to feel unbearable agony. In a panic, he clutched his head and lost his balance, causing him to suddenly collapse to the ground. An agitated comrade exclaimed that Mr. Williams' psychic attack had been repelled, which no one had expected. The old man, writhing in agony, couldn't understand how Zhang Yi had managed to pull off such a feat, but he had no intention of explaining anything to him. The completely calm young man thought he had encountered a spiritual power cultivator, but he was completely mistaken. Looking terrifying, William muttered that the holder of the title of Grand Master would be no match for his strike. The stunned old man asked if the young man was also a divine mind professional, but he remained enigmatic. In response, the young warrior swung his leg at him, not intending to go into any details with the fool. The cool-headed hero slammed his opponent into the ground and said that even if he were the person in question, he wouldn't be as bad as him. Cultivating the king's body not only strengthened his physical condition, but also increased his mental power exponentially. The mustachioed man, dripping with sweat, admitted defeat and promised to give the young fighter all his spiritual stones in exchange for mercy. Carefully examining one of the stones, Zhang immediately recalled William's threats that he would kill him with his attack. The frightened man replied that they, masters of the divine mind, did not act that way, but that meant nothing. In that very moment, his face seemed to turn to mush, and a wave of blood gushed from his mouth, just like tears from his eyes. The stunned people around him could not believe in the death of the gentleman, who was a respected mentor to them. Feeling intense tension, they called it terrifying that a single brave man had destroyed several masters in a row. Now they were all offering Zhang jewels, apologizing that they had merely been passing by and had not meant to offend him in any way. In just a few seconds, a whole pile of rare stones lay before the hero, brought as a sign of apology. Wary Junshan asked the master what they should do next, but the man was deep in thought. The man surmised that the young man might be an old warrior who had regained his youth, for that was the rumor circulating about the water of longevity at the auction. His counterpart wondered to himself, could this really be his own brother, Cheng Hai, with whom their paths had long since diverged? A representative of the Zhang family from China told the young man that he resembled an old friend of his and asked if he knew this man. His words came as something of a shock to the protagonist, and the man tensed up even more, hoping that everything would turn out all right. The brave man's first move was to ask if the person standing before him was Junshan, with whom he wanted to settle some matters. Saluting respectfully, the man confirmed his guess, but couldn't understand how the boy knew his name. The stern fighter immediately swung his arm, and his bewildered opponent didn't have time to figure out what his intentions were. Without any ceremony, the daredevil said there could be no mistake and delivered a hard slap to the long-haired man. In the end, the gentleman couldn't stay on his feet and simply fell over, while his unshakable master watched in silence. Stunned, Junshan grabbed his swollen cheek and shouted angrily at the insolent kid who had dared to treat him this way. Blood spurted from his mouth as the merciless Zhang Yi delivered a second blow with lightning speed, showing no intention of stopping. The man simply flew off to the side like a soccer ball, and his master was taken aback, not expecting such speed. The hero was very angry at the man who had once caused his father to be expelled from the family, causing him to lose all his strength and nearly die. Keeping his wits about him, the gentleman asked his comrade not to be impulsive, noting that the young man was too strange. The young man understood that he had to give his father a chance to deal with this personally, otherwise he would never forget it for the rest of his life, which was why he couldn't kill them today. The mentor ordered Junshan to immediately hand over the spirit stones to the daredevil, but this caused him great displeasure. Placing a hand on his shoulder, the master said that they would definitely settle the score with this kid once they learned more about him. At that very moment, another handful of purple gems was handed to the fearless fighter because they were afraid to confront him. Despite his reluctance, the long-haired man eventually relented and handed over his meager savings to the stern Zhang Yi. Finally, before leaving, Junshan issued a threat, saying that their family would definitely find the boy and he would have to return everything. The cold-blooded young man said he would let them live for a couple more days, but then he would destroy every last one of them for their sins. Then the hero turned his attention to a large pile of rocks and told himself that with their help, he would be able to concentrate his spiritual energy. After a short while, he arrived at the summit of Mount Hao, next to which was a magnificent waterfall. The young man hadn't expected the place to be so full of mana, and found it unsurprising that it attracted masters from all over the world. Deciding not to waste any time, he took out all the stones he had gathered and began pouring them onto the ground, focusing intently on the process. Then he activated the technique for concentrating spiritual energy, and Zhang Yi found himself at the center of the magical pyramid that had formed. Although there were only a few high-quality specimens here, this was considered a sufficient quantity. The violent reaction began successfully, and a multitude of fragments began to rise upward, striving to merge into a single whole. The formation could gather the mana of heaven and earth, and depending on its quality, the cultivation speed could increase by at least several times. In the warrior's previous world, even the weakest sects or clans had a concentration of spiritual energy at their headquarters. In this new place, however, the power was even greater than in that cave where the protagonist had fought the valiant Yan Nantian. Stretching his outstretched arms sharply before him, a serious Zhang Yi prepared to use one of his techniques. The daredevil didn't waste any time and activated the formation, directing a massive beam forward. After that, he began to meditate, telling himself that the time had come to break through to the next level of the king's body ability. An incredibly large yellow beam struck the sky relentlessly while the fearless Zhang Yi remained on the ground. With every passing second, the young man was endowed with ever greater power, yet his expression remained unchanged. Spiritual energy rapidly filled his body, and it seemed as though he would soon explode, so the tension grew. Suddenly, his outer garments tore to shreds, and the young man was thrown forward before he even had time to react. The warrior's eyes filled with yellow light, and he began to scream and sweat profusely, hoping it would all end soon. In agony, the young man grabbed his hair, still enduring what was happening, but the process was already coming to an end. A few seconds later, the white smoke in the air began to dissipate, and the yellow beam grew shorter and shorter. Finally, the protagonist broke through to the second level of the king's body, and his power reached the final stage of cultivation. Smiling, he said that in this world, this was roughly equivalent to the title of Holy Master, so he had reason to be proud of himself. The fearless fighter also added that the 9 ghosts would soon have to face him and die by his hand. The next day, the young man arrived at a massive building where the next auction was set to begin. At the entrance, he was met by a lovely young woman who apologized and asked if he was indeed Mr. Zhang Yi. The polite young man, with a smirk on his face, confirmed that he was and was ready to discuss further details with her. The charming lady asked him to follow her to the second floor, where a private box had been prepared for him. The emotionless young man had never in his life imagined that someone would come out to greet him personally. He assumed that all this was because of yesterday's scuffle, and the woman asked him to come into the VIP room. In a loud voice, the auctioneer immediately announced that the next item up for auction was a cleansing pill. The lady added that by taking this miraculous pill, a person would double their cultivation speed, which sounded quite intriguing. One of the stunned men initially thought it was an exaggeration, but the scale of the possibilities was tempting. The manager noted that this drug was only for people below the level of a grandmaster, so bids had to be made in accordance with that condition. The elderly people sitting in the hall called it all impressive, because thanks to the artifact, many could achieve the aforementioned title. A man who looked like an old dyed-haired woman with earrings declared that he was ready to bet as much as $20 million right away. A blond man stuffing a big, greasy hot dog into his mouth raised his hand, offering a bet of $50 million. The main character found it amazing that someone in this world had managed to create such a pill, and he was curious to know who its creator was. The host recognized the son of Asia's richest man, Chen Kun, and was certain that no one would bid higher than him. 3 seconds later, the lot was officially sold, after which the fair-haired man was congratulated and thanked for participating in the auction. His bespectacled colleague quietly whispered to the girl that the boss had decided the next item to be put up for auction would be the elixir of immortality. Looking at the green liquid in a small flask, Zhang Yi noticed very strong fluctuations in spiritual energy. The delighted lady announced that next up for auction was their shop's treasure, the rarest water of immortality. The girl said that this potion could extend life by more than 50 years and work on ordinary people who hadn't practiced cultivation. Shocked, Chen Kun couldn't understand how this was possible, since a powerful warrior who hadn't reached the level of a saint master lived just as long as an ordinary person. From the box upstairs, a confident declaration suddenly rang out that someone would take the water of immortality. A mysterious woman in a red dress and a white mask said she was ready to wager 5 sacred stones. Standing to the side, Zhang Yi understood that this was a very serious offer, but he didn't know who she was. Dissatisfied people began to point out that this was not something that could be bought with money, because the artifacts themselves were priceless. The focused hero sensed the spiritual power of the 9 ghosts, which was far stronger than that of anyone he had encountered before. In an instant, the gray-eyed girl's gaze shifted to him, and that was already the first warning sign. The wary young man quickly realized that she could sense him drawing in mana, and he surmised that her power was on the level of a saint master. The delighted manager asked if anyone else wanted to bid higher than 5 sacred stones. Puzzled, Chen Kun asked her to simply declare the item sold, not understanding who would come in with such a high bid right off the bat. The auctioneer congratulated the mysterious lady on bidding on their store's invention, namely the water of immortality. At that very moment, the lady's subordinate leaped straight from the gallery, holding a tray of rare stones in his hands. Bowing with great respect, the manager and her colleague asked the lady in unison to hand the elixir to the buyer. Within seconds, the servant handed the cool-headed lady the coveted bottle, but she was in no hurry to take it. Rumors circulated that 100 years ago, 10 or so great sect warriors had united against 9 ghosts, but were killed by their leader. The mysterious lady continued to glance at the young man, fully aware that he was not so simple. Still wasting no time, the woman turned and told her companions that it was time for them to leave. Not intending to let them go so easily, Zhang Yi muttered to himself that he would soon find out who they were. A couple of minutes later, the haughty-looking young women stepped outside, and the fearless young man followed them closely. Blocking their path were the bully Chen Kun and his henchmen, who clearly had far from good intentions. Holding a hot dog in his hand, the fair-haired man asked if the beauties would like to stay and have a cup of tea together. The brash ninja, dagger in hand, advised him to leave immediately if he didn't want to lose his life. The blond man said he would leave them alone if they handed over the sacred stones and the water of immortality. But his friend was suddenly attacked. Suddenly, a whip with a sharp blade flew straight into the soft tissue of the dimwit, causing blood to spurt out immediately. Terrified, Chen Kun nearly dropped his fast food in a panic, while his companion had already collapsed to the ground. The cool-headed girl repeated once more that they should get out of there or they would all die without exception. The enraged rich man shouted, demanding how that wretch dared to attack his men, and without warning at that. In a fit of rage, he ordered his remaining subordinates to immediately deal with the insolent gang who were ready to fight. In a single instant, the professional warriors swung their blades, knocking their opponents into the net. Meanwhile, their emotionless mistress's face remained as impassive as ever, and they themselves were completely confident. Then a river of blood flowed, but the merciless ladies simply began to walk away. In the end, only a few survivors remained, watching the events unfold in horror and unsure of what to do next. Serious Zhang Yi noted to himself that this was too brutal after all. People had died, and it took skill to kill so many at once. The young man had a bad feeling, so he didn't let his guard down and decided to follow the trio. From a nearby hill, he watched the women walking ahead, hoping to see something interesting. Remaining calm, the brave man continued to follow them, skillfully hiding behind various natural features. Meanwhile, the mysterious lady and her attendants didn't even turn around, as they didn't hear the rustling behind them. Suddenly, Zhang's face changed with surprise, and he froze in place, finding something rather strange. The young man couldn't understand where the thick fog had suddenly come from, in which only black silhouettes were visible. With sweat on his face, the young man thought to himself that something was definitely wrong here, and then began to look around. It quickly dawned on the young man that a spell had been cast against him without warning, just to teach him a lesson. The nervous fighter couldn't figure out why this ability was so similar to the one he'd stumbled upon on the island of the immortals, Penlai. What was even more unsettling was the fact that there was no way out, so the situation was becoming increasingly tense. At that moment, a mysterious woman approached the young man and asked if he was the very same Master Zhang Yi. With a smile on his face, the daredevil spread his arms wide and asked in return if it was true that she was the leader of the Nine Ghost sect. Jiang Qingshui introduced herself as the 18th mentor of the guild and noted that the young man must provide an explanation for the murder of several of their disciples. The stern warrior asked her directly what she wanted from him, already prepared for a potential fight. The lady said that they had always valued talent, and he was young and gifted, and if he joined them, the grievances would be settled. Filled with intense hatred, the young man declared that he would take revenge on anyone who had harmed his parents. She smiled and emphasized that in that case, she wouldn't stand on ceremony and would quickly put an end to everything. At that very moment, an incredible number of golden swords appeared above the protagonist's head, flying straight at him. The spiritual power of the blades was strong, and their number was staggering. A nervous Zhang had no idea how 3 people could have acquired such power. The sharp weapons approached him at tremendous speed, but he didn't give in to panic and still stood firmly on his feet. Soon they began to plunge into the ground, spreading intense heat all around. But the hero remained unharmed. One of the subordinates told the leader that this young man wasn't as strong as she'd thought, and her partner agreed. With a smile on his face, the confident warrior said that, as he had expected, only the 2 spiritual swords were real. The shocked ninja froze in place, wondering how he had managed to find the true blades with his bare hands. The fearless Zhang Yi asked how they could possibly try to harm him with such a trivial trick. With a sharp movement, he returned the targets to their senders, saying he was giving their swords back so they wouldn't worry. The alarmed girl exclaimed that they had revealed their position, while her comrade asked her not to panic and to use her spiritual power for defense. With sweat pouring down their faces, both warrior ladies tried to block the enemy's attack by holding their arms out in front of them. Still, no miracle occurred, and the sharp swords struck the centers of their heads, while their heads were hidden behind their backs. Shocked, Qing Shui couldn't think straight, and both of her subordinates fell lifelessly, covered in blood. An angry Jiang reached for her blade, demanding how a young scoundrel dared to kill her people. As if nothing had happened, the shy boy pointed out that they had tried to kill him first, and he couldn't just stand there and take it. The enraged lady charged into battle at breakneck speed, a flaming sword in her hands, but the unflappable youth dismissed it as just another trick. As the final moments before the strike remained, Zhang Yi still stood quietly in one spot. Feeling slightly tense, the boy noted to himself that this time all the threats were real. He felt a surge of excitement upon realizing that it was all just an illusion caused by speed, and he even lost his bearings a little. Still, the trickster managed to summon the barrier, thanks to which he remained safe and sound. After that, the warrior shot sharply upward, enclosed within a sturdy dome, while Qing Shui kept her gaze fixed on him. The protagonist hadn't expected the girl to be at the mid-level of Foundation establishment and admitted he had underestimated her. His angry opponent said she had wanted to spare his life, but due to certain circumstances, she had abruptly changed her mind. The daredevil noted that the beauty talked a lot, but he wasn't sure she was actually capable of dealing with him. Without another word, Zhang flew upward and, stretching her arm above her, summoned a blue sphere. It was a water dragon technique belonging to the art of the 5 elements, which was quite a formidable weapon. The nimble predator was immediately directed toward the arrogant boy, who spun around and fled. Keeping a serious expression on his face, the trickster flashed his heels as the huge beast closed in. The woman was so skilled at executing a technique at the intermediate level that Zhang Yi concluded she must have been trained by someone of a higher rank. In the end, the monster crashed into the ground right at the young man's feet, causing him to lose his balance and fall. The merciless master clenched her fist even tighter, with no intention of stopping, while the dragon's energy had already been exhausted. At the same time, dark forces began to lift the alarmed hero upward, and he was completely unable to resist. The pitiful boy was tightly bound, and the stern lady grabbed her flaming sword, eager to end his life as quickly as possible. Extremely determined, Qing Shui swung sharply, declaring that none of those whom the 9 ghosts sought to kill would escape. Without a moment's hesitation, she slashed at the protagonist right in the area of his left arm, but to her surprise, he remained unharmed. At the same time, the blue silhouette was split in two, but it wasn't the real Zhang Yi, which looked both striking and eerie. Shocked, Zhang was left with nothing and simply froze in place, trying desperately to figure out what was going on. To her left stood a smiling warrior, who emphasized that the sect leader was indeed ruthless and merciless. Delivering a punch to his opponent's jaw, the brave man asked who would have killed the girl, glancing at her face first. The surprised lady, still standing, stared at him with her mouth open and eyes wide because he hadn't hit her after all. Tense, Zhang Yi thought that Yu Yao was the most beautiful, and never expected that the master of the 9 Ghosts Guild possessed such a striking appearance. Trembling with rage, the girl asked how the insolent man dared to remove her veil without asking for permission. The delightful and very sweet Qing Shui exclaimed loudly that she would kill him right then and there for such a rash act. The utterly calm hero wondered why such a charming lady would want to fight and kill when she looked so lovely. The mysterious young man suggested she submit to him, promising to consider sparing her life. The hot-tempered Jiang exclaimed that he was the first man in the world to see her face, which meant he had to die today. Without wasting time on formalities, the warrior lunged into the attack with her sword in hand, while the young man stood his ground. At the last moment, the woman was thrown off balance, as the nimble fighter managed to block her strike and ruin all her plans. Backing up a few meters, the unharmed young man made it clear that dealing with him would be far from easy. A few seconds later, a mighty fire dragon appeared behind him, ready to help its master. The predator opened its jaws wide and prepared to strike, while the fearless Zhang Yi remained just as cool. It looked spectacular from the sidelines as two different creatures clashed in a single battle, eager to tear each other apart. Then they became entangled and began trying to attack, while the experienced young man stood his ground. Stunned, Qing Shui couldn't even imagine that her opponent knew the same powerful water dragon technique as she did. The serious hero replied that he had mastered all the 5-element spells simply by seeing them once. The stern girl said it was impossible for a copy of the ability to rival the real version that her master had passed on to her. Meanwhile, the two bloodthirsty predators exchanged blows, but both remained standing, and neither was about to give up. In turn, Zhang Yi looked in surprise at his opponent, who was expertly controlling her monster. The girl didn't let her subordinate rest, and he constantly spat out energy water blasts. The daredevil kept up as well, and activated the dragon's fireball in time to prevent the enemy from winning. In the end, the two spheres collided, causing a magical explosion that sent out a powerful shockwave. Neither of them intended to give ground, so the situation was heating up, which was somewhat alarming. The protagonist's enraged dragon opened its jaws wide and spewed out a multitude of sharp shards. In a fit of rage, he fired another fiery projectile, defeating the water predator. The blast was so powerful that the nervous Qing Shui didn't have time to react and lost her balance. The calm Zhang asked his wounded opponent what relationship the 9 ghosts had with the immortals. The young man asked if it was true that the group selling the water of longevity were not ordinary martial artists. The impulsive woman shouted at him to find out for himself if that was what he wanted. The cold-blooded warrior asked if she wasn't afraid he would kill her if she disobeyed him. An angry Jiang said he could deal with her, since he wanted to take revenge on her mentor for everything. Maintaining his composure, the young man picked up a wooden staff, intending to have a serious talk. The brave man surprised the lady even more by asking if she really thought he wouldn't be able to find her leader. With sweat on her face, the girl asked him to wait, as if gathering the strength to say something important. She said she could take him to her master, and was certain that the arrogant lad would perish in battle against him. For a while, the two walked across a long, fragile bridge, with huge stone cliffs visible all around. Soon the red-haired woman said they had arrived, and ahead of them they could see the entrance to a very ancient structure. The lady noted that although the boy's strength was extraordinary, if he decided to take on all 9 ghosts, it would be a sure way to die. Smiling, the boy wondered if the beauty was actually worried about him, and this made her nervous. Trying to look carefree, the beauty asked him in a raised voice not to flatter himself or get any ideas. Pressing a hidden button in the center of the wall, Qing Shui emphasized that the young fool was courting his own death. She also asked him not to blame her for anything, while the serious Zhang Yi stared intently ahead into the open space. Then the pair continued moving forward, finding themselves in a torch-lit cave where it was quite eerie. Not far away, a sort of central area was visible, which stood out significantly and had a canopy above it. The surprised hero wondered why there wasn't a single soul in such a large shelter besides them. In an instant, he stared ahead with wide eyes and simply froze, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. The young man saw a purple grid that drew power from 2 pillars growing wider and wider as it filled with energy. In the end, it turned out that Qing Shui had tricked the boy and lured him into a trap, but he had cast a water barrier just in time. Someone exclaimed that the spiritual energy net had been activated while spells were firing their beams at the enemy. The nimble Zhang Yi resisted with all his might and stood his ground, but his strength was not infinite. Somewhat disheartened, the young man thought there was no one here, but it turned out to be a simple ambush. The stern Zhang noted that he had greatly underestimated the 9 ghosts and had come here carelessly, which was why he would die here. With a sly smile, the daredevil wondered if these naive fools really thought they'd caught him in this flimsy net. In a fit of rage, his opponents redoubled their efforts, shouting that today the arrogant boy would meet his end. Choosing the right moment, the protagonist decided to use one of his powerful techniques and give them a sharp rebuff. Without a moment's hesitation, the brave warrior summoned his flying sword, eager to deal with the crowd of ill-wishers as quickly as possible. The cold-blooded warrior confidently declared that they would all become test subjects for his blade very soon. The wary Qing Shui had heard from her master that only a true cultivator could acquire this weapon. Raising the flame-shrouded sword high, the fearless Zhang Yi asked where their true strength lay. Then, without further ado, he swung it expertly, which looked incredibly impressive from the sidelines. The energy beams directed at him were instantly destroyed, and everything around him froze in place. The brave man exerted titanic efforts, and this quickly bore fruit, since now everything depended on him. Deeply alarmed, the mage shouted an order to his comrades to create a spiritual shield and under no circumstances to give in to panic. Pooling all their strength, the crowd of ghosts held their hands out in front of them, forming a dome, while the fiery charge rapidly approached. However, no miracle occurred for them, and a very powerful explosion thundered, causing unprecedented destruction. Now the invincible Zhang and Zhang Qing Shui, standing on the steps, were left alone, and at first silence accompanied them. 2 corpses lay right at the protagonist's feet, and a smile of confidence played on his face. The tense girl, sweat beading on her face, stared at him, not even knowing what else to expect from the eccentric. Meanwhile, several mages still stood behind them. One of them wanted to pounce on the scoundrel, but his comrades held him back. In a fit of rage, they all used their abilities again, directing energy beams at the enemy. The warrior, keeping his cool, glanced at them, refusing to panic and already knowing how to counter. At that moment, sharp projectiles flew toward him, capable of wiping him off the face of the earth in an instant. Gripping his yellow lightsaber tightly, the brave warrior declared that they would all fall now and prepared to fend them off. The utterly unflappable fighter made it clear that none of these fools could defeat him, so they might as well not even try. A couple of seconds later, the entire horde of enemies began screaming in pain, as they had all been struck by the hero's magic. Pointing his blade at Zhang Qing Shui, the stern Zhang Yi declared that as of today, the 9 ghosts no longer existed. But suddenly he froze and was thrown off balance, causing him to simply stand there with his eyes wide open. The stunned young man wondered to himself what was happening to him, and his hand began to tremble violently. Leaning his sword against the ground and kneeling on one knee, the nervous young man summoned a powerful spiritual force within himself. As it turned out, the mentor of the distraught Qing Shui, who had already thought her end was near, had come to them. It was the leader of the 9 ghosts named Yang Mei, who held a staff firmly in his hands and radiated an air of sternness. Everyone present immediately fell to their knees and began bowing to their leader, while the unfriendly Zhang stared at him in silence. The old man noted that only a few years had passed since Zhang joined the sect, yet she had already brought a following with her. The hero, now sweating profusely, asked anxiously, "Is this really the leader of that organization I've heard so much about?" Not one to waste time on formalities, his opponent gave no answer and waved his hand sharply. The stunned young man was suddenly struck by a powerful burst of energy without even having time to process what was happening. He was flung backward at tremendous speed and crashed into a tall pillar, shattering it with his back, a terrifying sight. Remaining conscious, the hero landed and instantly realized that the enemy had used a mirror of refuge against him. For the first time since his return, Zhang felt powerless, and the level of the cultivation world differed from that of the martial arts world. The calm man noted that at such a young age, the boy was already a professional and found it unsurprising that he was arrogant. Smiling, the self-assured youngster threatened that whoever had harmed his parents would pay for everything with their blood. His unflappable opponent emphasized the fact that simply talking wouldn't be enough to protect his loved ones. Gripping his magic sword tightly, the warrior began to take slow steps forward, remaining as enigmatic as possible. At tremendous speed, he lunged into the attack without warning, aiming the tip of his weapon straight at Mei's soft tissue. But without any trouble, the old man stretched out his outstretched hand with long brown claws. The stunned young man was grabbed by the throat by the elderly master, who prevented him from carrying out his plan. The merciless old man said that the youngster had no chance of defeating him, since the difference between them was too great. Blood gushed from the stunned Zhang Yi's mouth. His pupils went square, and he didn't even have time to comprehend what was happening. The incredibly angry man slammed the young man straight into the ground, causing severe damage to the surrounding soil. Now the young man lay there showing no signs of life, and the master stood before him, staff in hand. The old man ordered his disciple to lock the hero up, noting that there was no need to rush into killing him. Concerned, Zhang Qingshui thought to herself that she had warned the boy about this, but his arrogance had been his own undoing. Suddenly, the young man's fingers began to twitch, which was very surprising given what had just happened. Rising abruptly, the daredevil caused great bewilderment among his opponents, who had already considered him defeated. With blood on his head, the brave young man smiled menacingly, admitting that it had been a long time since anyone had left anything more serious than a scratch on him. Stunned, Qingshui froze with her mouth agape, while Master Yang tried to figure out where this powerful aura had come from. The warrior, now brimming with power, said that this would be the first time on Earth that he would unleash the full potential of the king's body technique. His hair stood on end in the strong wind, and he exclaimed that everything felt very tangible, even though this was only the first stage. Covering her face with her hands, a tense Jiang mentally emphasized the fact that this technique was stronger than her leaders. Information obtained during the investigation showed that the young man was nothing more than the son of an ordinary martial arts master, but he was incredible. The protagonist's arms were spread wide, and he looked quite intimidating and utterly unpredictable. The cold-blooded warrior, without any ceremony, swung at the agitated young Mei, who had no time to react. Still, the old man managed to raise his staff and activate a small barrier, which allowed him to stop the young man. In a calm tone, he said that even with such incredible speed, his opponent would not be able to hurt him. Smiling slyly, the daredevil prepared to prove him wrong in a matter of seconds, remaining absolutely confident in himself. Directing a powerful stream of energy at the protective layer created by his enemy, he began to destroy it. In the end, the warrior successfully broke Yang Mei's staff, who was in a panic, since no one had ever managed to break through it before. The stern Zhang Yi was eager to destroy the old degenerate as soon as possible, who had dared to underestimate him and consider him a nobody. A couple of seconds later, the old man lost his balance slightly and was sent flying a couple of meters backward, but he was still conscious. Feeling intense tension, he wondered how the guy had suddenly become so much stronger, and decided that this wouldn't do. The merciless hero charged with a kick straight to the chest of his bewildered opponent, who could no longer defend himself. Without a shred of compassion, the warrior slammed the enemy into the ground, just as he had done to him earlier, and began jumping on him. Swinging his arm again, the terrifying-looking Zhang asked, "Is that all the self-assured old man can do?" After that, the young man struck again and hurled the fool away, making it clear once and for all that he was not worth competing with. All the henchmen were stunned, as was Qingshui, who hadn't seen her mentor defeated since the moment she'd met him. Still, the old man quickly got back on his feet and admitted through the smoke that he hadn't expected to be defeated by some shaggy-haired guy. Furious, he activated one of his water techniques, intending to deal with the fool and reclaim his former glory. Sirius Zhang had learned the water spirit body technique, but until then, he hadn't even known the old man possessed it. The skill could stimulate the human body's potential and instantly more than double its strength, which is why it was considered extremely rare. Sirius' grandpa ordered the boy to fall to his knees and start apologizing to him, promising that he might spare his life. The fearless warrior replied that now was the perfect time for him to test the full power of the king's first-stage body. Realizing that conversation was futile, the elderly gentleman raised his hand and prepared to deliver the final blow. In a fit of rage, the old man exclaimed that right now, the insolent youth would meet his death at his hand and would no longer interfere. He immediately swung his arm, but the protagonist was still smiling, confident that he would remain unharmed. The fierce old man exerted titanic efforts to destroy his enemy and wished him to rest in peace. At that moment, the two powerful fighters launched attacks at each other, a sight that was both spectacular and terrifying. Their fists collided, triggering a stunning burst of energy, but both remained alive. Yang Mei's henchmen standing nearby began to scatter in panic, and some of them were even thrown back. Alarmed, Zhang Qing struggled with all her might to stay on her feet, noting the terrifying power of the move. Meanwhile, the opponents had also scattered in different directions, while a massive beam of light still lingered in the center. Each of them remained completely unharmed, so the battle promised to continue for some time yet. Despite the fact that the serious Zhang Yi had used the full power of the king's body technique on the ground for the first time, the force of the strike was enough to pierce the enemy's shield. Wary Yang Mei tried to figure out what technique this guy was using, since he himself was already nearly exhausted. Not wanting to waste any time, the protagonist lunged forward again, showing his readiness to end it all. Slightly exhausted by it all, the old man exhaled heavily, but he didn't panic and steeled himself for battle. The cool-headed fighter attempted a lightning-fast attack, but this time his opponent wasn't standing still. Suddenly appearing behind him, Mei pointed out his carelessness and threatened to break his arm. A true professional, he gripped the young man's shoulder tightly and began to squeeze, causing pain. But at the same time, a mysterious smile remained on Zhang Yi's face, as if he had something up his sleeve. With an even sharper movement, the brave man grabbed his opponent by the wrist, causing him to feel a sharp jolt. This was followed by a powerful blow to the center of the enemy's chest, from which blood instantly gushed from his mouth. In the end, the frail old man simply flew away like a feather, unable to do anything to the agile fighter. Qing Shui, standing nearby, was deeply frightened for her mentor, who had become almost like a father to her. Clutching his stomach, the trembling old man asked who Zhang Yi was, for he couldn't possibly be so strong at such a young age. The cool-headed young man replied that just because he hadn't met anyone like him before didn't mean such people didn't exist. The man said he was concerned that such power lay behind the young man, but since he was so aggressive, he shouldn't blame him for his rudeness. At that moment, the assertive Yang Mei used his ability again, and streams of watery spirit began to spread everywhere. A dense barrier appeared around him once more, making it truly difficult to get close to him. Feeling confident, the old man began to laugh like a madman, shouting that inside this cave he had created an invincible body. The extremely serious Zhang Yi was the first to notice that the enemy's technique was continuously feeding him mana. The aggressive dragon immediately lunged at the shaggy-haired boy, eager to satisfy his intense hunger as soon as possible. Opening its jaws wide, it closed in on the motionless hero, who was showing his utter disregard. Taking in the situation with a stern gaze, the warrior wondered if Yang had decided to use the water monster again. Without a moment's hesitation, the perceptive warrior summoned a creature of the same kind, causing their jaws to lock together. At the same time, the water predator behaved more aggressively and immediately tried to bite through its opponent's throat. Chuckling, the old man Yang pointed out that the youngster's technique was too weak, and that he shouldn't even try to defeat him with it. The long-haired young man looked at his opponent with cunning red eyes, maintaining an unshakable smile on his face. The enemy serpent soon grew two more heads, which split apart and began trying to pierce Zhang Yi's sturdy shield. The enraged young man shouted, asking how a mere gnat could possibly try to destroy his spiritual barrier. Noticing that Mei had released 6 water dragons at once, the young man thought to himself that even at a high level, this was impossible. From all sides, the monsters began attacking the solid dome, feeling completely confident in its imminent destruction. In the end, the structure did indeed shatter into pieces, but the tense Zhang Yi managed to jump out of the way. The haughty old man said that within the body of a water spirit, its magical power is truly boundless. With sweat on his face, the serious warrior asked directly if his opponent had any other extraordinary abilities. Without giving any answer, the old man decided to launch another attack, directing the predator in the right direction. This was the skill of the king of the water dragons, who dreamed of devouring living flesh and filling his belly. The brave young man stood his ground until the very end, defending himself from inside the dome, unwilling to give up so easily. Smiling, the cunning enemy bellowed that the naive kid would deeply regret having crossed paths with him and tried to defeat him. After the explosion, a worried Qing Shui asked if the little guy was dead, and the mentor asked if she really didn't want him dead. But to their surprise, the monster began to writhe and growl loudly, experiencing unbearable pain in various parts of its body. The protagonist exclaimed that he would now disappoint them, and the predator's skin began to burn rapidly right before everyone's eyes. Alarmed, Yang Mei didn't understand what was happening and couldn't believe that the young man could have triggered the creature's internal destruction. Beams heated to incredible temperatures began to shoot directly from the dragon, which no longer posed a threat to Zhang Yi. Then a dense, lilac-hued light appeared in the space, evidently summoned by the brash fighter. The wary old man noted that the violet flame looked strange, but in the 5 elements, water overcame fire. The 2 elements had converged in one place at that moment, so the situation remained tense and did not bode well for a peaceful resolution. The stern warrior stared intently at his opponent, confident that he would soon finish him off. Joining his fingers together, Zhang Yi exclaimed that he was using the first-level technique of the Dark Lotus and the Mighty Flame. A huge flower quickly unfurled right in midair and began to radiate energy, sending Yang Mei into a state of intense panic. Covering his face with his hands, the old man, his hair standing on end, screamed loudly, realizing that this was the end. He was in incredible pain, also realizing that the violet flame was simply impossible to extinguish. The merciless young man said there was no point in fighting, since the beam from the flower would not go out until the target was burned to ashes. The fierce Yang Mei shouted, asking how that shaggy scoundrel dared to use such a vicious trick against him. The angry hero asked if he really still had the audacity to accuse others of anything, even though they, the ghosts, had committed many bad deeds themselves. Pressing sharply with 2 fingers on the center of his palm, the psychopath screamed that he would die and take the young scoundrel with him. Stunned, Jiang Qing watched the scene unfold along with the others, guessing what the teacher intended to do. The old man, his voice fading, said that this water spirit technique was originally meant to be passed on to her, so they must defeat the enemy together. In a panic, everyone began scattering in different directions, knowing that everything here was about to explode. Unfortunately, no one managed to escape the battlefield, and at that moment, huge shards of rock began falling on their heads. Extremely tense, Zhang Yi hadn't expected the spiritual power to be so potent that it could explode. The crazed Yang Mei screamed that he would kill his opponent even if it cost him his own life, and his face looked terrifying. A blinding light quickly spread everywhere and soon engulfed a vast area, completely changing the situation. The psychopath said that the hero would be buried along with him, and the young man himself, and even Qing Shui fell into a deep stupor from the suddenness of it all. The searing rays shot out in all directions at tremendous speed, and this promised imminent disaster. Less than a minute later, a terrifyingly powerful explosion thundered, causing the rocky ground to crumble. Zhang, who had survived, said that the old man had completely lost his mind since he had killed his own people, but the beautiful Zhang had also survived. The girl clutched the hilt of a sharp dagger tightly in her hands, eager to kill the protagonist as soon as possible. If the young man hadn't advanced to the next level of the king's body, he would be in serious trouble right now. But as it was, he got off with just a cough. Wanting to end this absurd situation as soon as possible, the girl rushed into the attack and left a knife wound on the young man's shoulder. Looking seriously into her eyes, the young man asked if she had really decided to take revenge on him, even though he had saved her. Suddenly bursting into tears, the beauty asked why her opponent had decided to spare her life. The frivolous and arrogant Zhang asked her not to misunderstand him, noting that it was because she would still be useful to him. The hot-tempered woman exclaimed that the scoundrel had destroyed their organization and killed her teacher, so she had to finish him off. A thirst for revenge clouded the beautiful Jiang Qingshui's judgment, so without another word, she rushed into battle. The utterly unflappable fighter called her actions rash and foolish, but there was nothing he could do to change the situation. The impulsive warrior abruptly activated his fire technique, causing the lady to simply fly away from him. She slammed her back hard into a huge boulder, and the hero said that the 9 ghosts had committed many evil deeds, so she'd better be careful. In pain and distraught, Jiang realized she had no way to fight back and had no choice but to surrender. Grabbing the helpless girl by the cheeks, the stern Jiang promised not to kill her in exchange for her serving him. The woman replied that almost none of the 9 ghost followers had managed to survive even 3 months away from the organization. She added that all subordinates were required to take a leopard-based pill every 3 months, given to them by the master. The brave man surprised her by admitting that he had considered them devoted disciples, but they were all simply desperate. Pushing him away sharply, Qingshui exclaimed that it was better to die than to constantly rely on the drug's effects. The extremely serious young man asked what would happen if he told her that he had a precious antidote. Stunned, the woman exclaimed in a raised voice that this was impossible, since only masters of the highest level could pass on the antidote to their disciples. After saying this, the young man reached into the inner pocket of his jacket, while the alarmed Jiang kept her eyes fixed on him. He pulled out his teacher's spatial ring, further shocking his counterpart, who hadn't expected such a trick at all. As it turned out, at the moment of his death, Yang Mei had dropped the precious item, and the observant Zhang had noticed it immediately. At that moment, the young man had reached out in time and discreetly grabbed the ring, which could now change everything. At that moment, the treasure was activated, and a fiery shell radiating power appeared around it. The focused hero directed the charge forward, and various items began flying from it, ranging from swords to elixirs. Stunned, Qingshui couldn't believe her eyes, but he had indeed summoned the antidote. In his past life, the brave man had heard that this was an elixir that had been perfected based on a formula passed down by the Shenlong sect during the Qing dynasty. He promised to permanently rid the woman of the toxic effects of the leopard's base if she submitted to him. The lady asked if his words were true, and the cool-headed Zhang asked if she thought he would lie if he saved her life. After that, moved by Qingshui's sincerity, she suddenly fell to her knees, feeling certain of his honesty. The lady sincerely swore to serve the young master who had treated her humanely. The blunt Yi threatened that in the event of betrayal, he would turn her life into such a hell that the monastery would seem like a fairy tale to her. Feeling a slight tension, Jiang made it clear that she had heard him clearly and was ready to begin obeying him. The daredevil ordered her to restore the 9 ghosts' activities here, and in 10 days to find him in Yunli City, where he would give her the antidote. At that very moment, without asking any questions, the girl pushed off from the cobblestone and dashed off into the distance. Immediately, the protagonist fell to his knees and suddenly began coughing up blood, feeling a sense of helplessness and pain in his chest. With sweat pouring down his face, Zhang thought to himself that he could no longer hold back the surge of qi and used his last ounce of strength, waiting for Qingshui to leave. In terms of quality, the stones floating in space were far superior to those randomly selected at an auction, so the hero deemed the ring a worthwhile item. One of the vials bore an inscription stating that it was a Pei Yuan Dan, which the warrior had heard of before. These were top-quality pills intended to heal a cultivator's wounds, and such pills existed in this land. Without a moment's hesitation, the serious young man popped 3 small pills into his mouth at once, hoping everything would be all right. Concentrating, the daredevil decided he would need to prepare more of these pills to feel more at ease. Just 1 hour later, a breakthrough occurred, resulting in a dense beam of fire shooting from him into the sky. The completely calm young man sat in a meditative posture, focused exclusively on his sensations. The warrior hadn't expected to reach the middle stage of Jin, and he knew that, combined with the king's body, he would be able to fight on equal terms with a late-stage master. The emotionless Zhang Yi soon reached for the blade floating in space to practice his strikes. Without even standing up, he swung his weapon with incredible sharpness, hoping that his combat technique would now change. It was astonishing that the protagonist managed to cleave a solid stone rock in 2 with a single clean cut. A multitude of shards flew in all directions, but the brave young man remained unharmed and continued to sit. The young man knew that his strength was insufficient to unleash the full power of the flying sword, but as his strength grew, so would it. Getting up from the ground, Zhang, pleased with himself, decided to return home, since more than 2 weeks had already passed. A short time later, he flew back to his hometown and could finally relax a little. With a weary expression, the young man wandered through the airport, heading toward the exit and pondering his immediate concerns. Suddenly, a mysterious, nervous man in a black suit caught everyone's attention as he pushed people aside and asked them to make way. A whole crowd of fans crying with joy had gathered around, holding signs expressing their unbearable love for the newly arrived Yue. The charming blonde took off her sunglasses and waved to the crowd of fans, with security guards standing behind her. While everyone gazed at the beauty with great admiration, the cool-headed Zhang was still deep in thought. This was the incredibly popular singer Ji Yue, whose singing had helped him through difficult moments in his past life, but she had died in a car accident. Feeling tense, the young man's inner voice insisted that something was clearly wrong here. The serious young man tried to find an answer to the question of why negative energy was emanating from the girl's necklace. He also wondered if the death of this modern-day star had anything to do with martial arts masters. Soon, the charming young woman, accompanied by her security detail, moved forward, while Zhang Yi remained standing near the waiting terminal sign. Looking up, the protagonist noticed that it was already June 23rd, and that made him a little uneasy. It was the very day when the young singer had been in a car accident, where her life had come to an abrupt end. An angry Zheng Min, who was also a member of the world-famous band Med, muttered that the little brat should enjoy herself while she still could. An observant warrior noticed the aura of a martial arts master about her and surmised that she was the one who had given the necklace to the blonde. Meanwhile, the worried man asked Yue, who was sitting behind the wheel of the car, if she was sure she could make it on her own. Smiling, the blue-eyed woman gave an affirmative answer and said she wanted to get to her destination on her own. Realizing he shouldn't bother her, the gentleman lowered his worried gaze and asked her to be careful on the road. Waving to the beautiful Min, the lady offered to give her a ride, saying she knew a place that served delicious desserts. Putting her arm around the manager's shoulder, the friend replied that she would go with the manager and advised her to take care of herself. After that, the young singer said that next time they would go together, and her friend smiled at her. The crowd of fans began waving their hands and shouting that they would always love the talented girl. Meanwhile, the cunning Zheng Min quickly made a phone call and calmly reported that the blonde had left the airport. Soon Yue was driving down the highway at a fairly high speed, smiling as she thought about pleasant things. Right in the oncoming lane was a white truck, moving in its own direction, and nothing foreshadowed trouble. But in an instant, the blue-eyed girl's eyes widened with shock, and the hand gripping the steering wheel trembled. As it turned out, the other driver suddenly swerved right into her, and the collision was unavoidable. The charming singer was involved in a terrible accident, which shattered the sturdy windshield of her car into pieces. At that moment, the car crashed into a tree and began to smoke, and a man stepped out of the truck with a phone in his hands. He was told he had done a good job and was clearly reminded not to leave any traces. Terrified, the killer dropped the phone from his hands and froze in place with his mouth agape, not knowing how to react. Standing before him was the stern Zhang Yi, who had heroically saved Yue and without a word delivered a kick to the opponent's groin. In the end, the trembling fool crashed into the back of his own truck, never having managed to do anything. Meanwhile, the blue-eyed lady began to come to her senses, cradled in the protagonist's gentle embrace. She asked who he was, and the guy replied that someone wanted her dead since they had tried to ram her car. But he had saved her. The brave young man had indeed come to the rescue at the very last moment and saved the talented singer from an untimely death. A surprised Yue hadn't even had time to react when the young man appeared out of nowhere and pulled her out of the car. Taking steps forward with some difficulty, the victim wondered who could be so cruel as to do such a thing. The hot-tempered opponent shouted at the boy not to go where he shouldn't, or else he would simply die. The impulsive man, suffering from late-stage Huajin, lunged into the attack, but the unflappable Zhang dodged it with ease. The enraged man used the second style of his school, namely the fist that surrounds from 3 sides, a technique mastered by only 7 people. Again, without any difficulty, the brave man delivered a kick to his ankle, thereby knocking him off balance. The enemy fell to the ground immediately, and the hero stepped on his chest and ordered him to reveal who had hired him. He demanded to know who had sent the mercenary to kill this defenseless girl who had never even been at odds with anyone. On the verge of tears from fear, the man exclaimed that Zheng Min had sent him and sincerely begged for his life to be spared. Greatly surprised, the young man wondered to himself how such a thing could be, but he could find no answer. With a sudden lurch, the opponent approached the truck and leaned against it to catch his breath. Not intending to let him live, the warrior used an energy technique to end it all. He directed a powerful blast straight at the vehicle, and a moment later an explosion thundered, instantly destroying it. Stunned Ji Yue, sweat beading on her face, asked if her opponent really intended to incinerate the man who had been sent to kill her. An angry Zhang clenched his fist and firmly stated that kindness toward an enemy was cruelty toward oneself. The next day, the young man dressed in a suit at the event asked if the matter had been settled. Smiling sweetly, Zheng Min replied to Mr. Liu that everything had gone more than successfully, so he needn't worry. The man, resentful of life, said spitefully that since that bitch GE had dared to reject him, no one else would get her either. Unexpectedly, his counterpart flattered him by leaning in and thanking him for covering all the expenses for this scheme. Stroking the beauty's chin with his finger, the young man said that if she obeyed him, she would never want for anything. But their conversation was interrupted by the manager, who turned to the lady and asked if Ji Yue had arrived yet. The man then said that the autograph session would begin soon, and the fans were eager to see the charming blonde. The sly brown-haired man replied that the singer wouldn't be able to come today, so the equally beautiful Min would be replacing her. Glancing at his counterpart, who was sweating from the tension, he asked if something was wrong. The organizer said that the boss had informed him that he had handed over control to the big bear Lui for the evening, so the decision was up to him. The haughty young man ordered him in a firm tone to get to work, and he bowed respectfully and asked no further questions. Suddenly, a woman's voice asked confidently who had told them all that she wouldn't be coming, which startled everyone present. It was the serious Yue Gi, standing next to the emotionless Zhang Yi, who had saved her life in a car accident. Deeply shocked, Min couldn't understand how this was even possible, and now her world had been turned upside down. The angry blonde threw her so-called friend off balance by asking if the little bitch hadn't expected to see her here. Confused, Lu tried to ask something, but the lady, consumed by rage, realized that they all wanted her dead. The blue-eyed beauty noted that, fortunately, she had been saved by Mr. Zhang, who had shown great courage. The tense boss reminded her that his subordinate had said everything had gone smoothly and that she too couldn't make head or tail of it. The surprised brown-haired man turned his attention to the main character, knowing he had heard about him from others before. The impulsive guy pointed his finger at the brave man and shouted, asking how he had gotten in there, since you couldn't enter without an invitation. Unfazed by the provocation, the young man replied that if he wanted to get somewhere, nothing would stop him. The fierce rich kid immediately called security and ordered them to take the intruder outside, and they didn't waste any time. Two bouncers put their hands on the smiling Zhang Yi's shoulders, saying he had to go with them since he'd come without an invitation. The hot-tempered Ji Yue suddenly shoved the bald man, shouting that she was the one who had brought the young man with her and ordering them to let him go. A tense Zheng Min grabbed her by the wrist and asked in a raised voice how she dared to contradict Mr. Levy. Even more sudden was the fact that the singer slapped the hypocrite, telling her to shut her mouth. In a fit of rage, the girl exclaimed that she had treated her like a sister, and now she intended to kill her. The highly nervous security guards realized they couldn't move, and the wealthy man standing behind them began to grow suspicious. The embittered brown-haired man wondered if this guy was a martial arts master, and calling his subordinates nobodies, decided to deal with him himself. The enraged man lunged at the young man with a fist, wanting to bring him down to earth for his arrogant behavior. But much to his own dismay, Lui suddenly lost his arm, which flew off, and he began to scream loudly in pain. The cold-blooded fighter emphasized that it would be no trouble at all for him to deal with everyone present. Bleeding profusely and turning blue, the wealthy man ordered his bodyguard to deal with the scoundrel immediately. One of them shouted, asking how the scoundrel dared to harm his master, and rushed into battle with his bare hands. With a single swing, the brave man scattered all his opponents to the four corners, remaining completely unharmed. Meanwhile, in the VIP room, there was a man who hoped to be introduced to Master Zhang, but his counterpart replied that he had disappeared half a month ago. These words caused some confusion for the gentleman who had been counting on exchanging information with the genius of our time. The gray-haired man added that even the Zaya family, the closest to the hero, couldn't get in touch with him. An agitated employee suddenly burst into the room and reported to the boss that Liu had lost his arm. The stunned man could barely process the information and immediately asked what had happened. The tense subordinate said there was no time for explanations, as the young man's life was in danger. After that, they rushed toward the door to immediately go to the rescue of the wounded man. Meanwhile, Zheng Min was trying to figure out who Zhang Yi was, since even Lu Yi hadn't been able to withstand a single blow from him. In a panic, the traitor grabbed the dazed Ji and Yue by the hand and began begging them not to kill her, appealing to the fact that they had known each other for over 10 years. The ruthless fighter instantly silenced her with a laser beam, heated to extreme temperatures. The girl lost her balance and fell to the floor, and her father entered the room, seeing his son who had lost his arm. The trembling boy asked his father to avenge him, and he promised to make the scoundrel pay double. The extremely tense man pointed his finger at the protagonist and exclaimed that he wouldn't leave here alive today. At that moment, standing to the right of the daredevil was an ash-haired man who was greatly surprised upon seeing Master Zhang. The warrior himself looked at him with the same emotions, having recognized Zhao but at first not believing it was really him. The young man paid his respects to the professional, addressing him as the leader and noting that he had finally found him. Liu's stunned father asked, "Could this really be the very leader of the martial arts alliance in Yunli City?" Barely holding back his tears, the man fell to his knees before the protagonist, shocking his son standing nearby. With a sharp movement, he stopped his son from doing the same, ordering him to shut up so he wouldn't say anything he'd regret. The completely calm brunette reminded his opponent of his recent words that he would not leave here alive. The man began to beg for mercy, telling himself that if he killed his son, he could have another, and most importantly, he himself would survive. The cold-blooded fighter wondered what the cowardly guy would say if he took another limb from his son. The extremely nervous man began wailing that the boy did nothing but destroy the family's property and was himself to blame for failing to show respect to the master. Not wanting to waste any more time on them, the brave man firmly ordered them to get out of there, which they immediately set about doing. After that, the young man asked why Zhao had been looking for him, and he replied that while he was away, the Eye of the Northwest had tried to invade the city of Yunli. The young man looked into his eyes with a stern gaze, beginning to ponder this extraordinary matter deeply. The young man asked who he was talking about, and his surprised counterpart didn't even consider that he might not know Lu Tianlong. The serious comrade began to explain that this man controlled 5 provinces, not to mention martial arts schools. It was said that although their region of Lingnan bordered the Northwest, they had not interfered in each other's affairs until now. Then Zhao added that lately their neighbors had been constantly crossing the border and ransacking their training facilities. Zhang Yi, listening intently, asked if these people knew about him, but there was no fear in his eyes. His ally answered in the affirmative, emphasizing that after the battle between the master and Zhao Zhongtian, no one would dare to contradict the brave man. He wanted to say something else, but hesitated, and the serious hero asked him to finish his story. The agitated young man felt uncomfortable, but he still said that the enemies considered the warrior a dog who was in no way a match for the leader of the Northwest. Smiling, the young man called it all interesting and realized that they could have quite a bit of fun. After that, with a sharp movement of his hand, he ripped the pendant from the neck of Ji Yue, who had frozen in place, keeping a stern expression on his face. He stunned her to the core by saying that this enchanted necklace was draining her life away every day, but promised to help destroy it. Then the cold-blooded Zhang Yi remarked that it was time to pay a visit to the arrogant leader and deal with him. Meanwhile, rowdy neighbors were storming one of the martial arts schools, calling all its students pathetic weaklings. A tall guy asked them to call Master Zhang, calling him a coward who should stick his head out of his shell. The crowd of bullies began to mock the protagonist in every way, believing that no one could ever defeat them. The fool kept wagging his long, nasty tongue, which made the people defending their place really angry. The hot-tempered Feng Huang shouted at him to shut his mouth and stop insulting the master, while grandfather Go Song asked her to calm down. The cynical opponent suggested that the beauty go with him and promised to make her his wife, which was very brazen. In a fit of rage, the elder rushed to attack, unwilling to tolerate the fact that they dared to speak to his granddaughter that way. The unscrupulous enemy got the better of him and struck him in the stomach, noting that the ridiculous old man had clearly overestimated his strength. In tears, the distraught girl rushed to her grandfather, as did the bodyguard standing behind her, while he coughed up blood. The enraged lady asked how these degenerates dared to harm the respected Goshun, whom they should have feared. No longer bothering with formalities, the lady activated her ability, which somewhat frightened her opponent. The tense old man immediately realized that this was the 9 turns destructive fire technique, which she had never used before. The concerned man reminded her that the master had ordered her not to use this ability, since Feng's body couldn't withstand its consequences. Determined to see it through to the end, Huang firmly stated that she was too weak and would never gain Zhang's approval if she did nothing. Some time ago, the protagonist had looked her over and coldly said that she was unworthy of being his disciple. At that time, the girl had put tremendous effort into her meditation and focused on gaining new sensations. Blood suddenly gushed from her mouth and prominent veins appeared on her neck and cheeks, which shocked her. At that moment, the seemingly fragile Feng Huang created a large fireball above her, stunning her opponent. Without hesitation, she launched the fiery projectile forward, exclaiming that this was the first wave of the destructive fire. The rest of the fools began to scatter, and now the chatterbox was left alone, trying to defend himself in any way he could. The determined Feng confidently shouted that she would not lose and would surely earn the leader's approval. The stunned enemy could not understand how the lady knew this powerful technique and realized he might not be able to withstand it. Blood gushed sharply from Huang's mouth, which was one of the signs that the dangerous maneuvers had been successful. The stunned man noted that the flame was indeed terrifying, but fortunately for him, the girl didn't know how to use it. Choosing the right moment, the scoundrel lunged into the attack and, swinging his arm, declared that the pitiful little girl would die right then and there. Terrified and distraught, Goshun didn't know what to do, as his granddaughter was right in the thick of the danger. The discouraged girl spoke to the master in her mind, saying that she was completely useless. But suddenly the attacker's expression changed, and Zhang Yi grabbed his arm. He had no intention of letting his student be killed. The exhausted young woman asked if her mentor truly recognized her, and he told her to rest, assuring her that he would handle everything. The daredevil grabbed his opponent's wrist using the drying palm technique, causing him intense pain. Drenched in sweat, the opponent tried to threaten him and issue warnings, but Zhang didn't care. Zhao, standing to the side, exclaimed that it was this very man who had said the young man was no match for the head of the Northwest. The enraged rival asked, "Could it be that the head of the Yunli City Martial Arts Alliance is standing before me?" Taking a swing, the stern hero confirmed it, then added that now the fool could die since he knew his name. The energy strike burned right through his opponent's body, causing him to suffer unimaginable agony. His agitated comrades began to tremble, for although Zhang was an absolute warrior at his level, he had been unable to withstand the attack. The burly man with the mohawk could barely contain his rage, eager to take revenge on the arrogant brat for his comrade. The impulsive man lunged forward, shouting that the scoundrel would pay with his life right then and there for killing his brother. At the last moment, the unflappable Zhang Yi managed to parry the enemy's attack with a barrier, not even letting him touch him. Those around them were astonished by what was happening, as the young man managed to withstand the crushing blow from the second member of the family. The invincible warrior pushed his opponent away with a rough technique, remaining as focused as possible. The aggressive strongman continued to try to pressure him, but the martial arts professional stood his ground firmly. Choosing the right moment, the brave man landed a powerful blow and sharply threw the scoundrel, who had come to his school looking for a fight, away from him. Watching the thug fly away, his alarmed comrades began to remark that the young man's strength was definitely on par with that of a holy master. The angry allies complained to Master Zhang that the gang of degenerates had killed many of their brothers and must be punished. The cowardly fools began to back away, realizing they needed to retreat right now while they were still in one piece. The cool-headed hero surprised his comrades by disagreeing with them and telling the attackers to get lost. With a smile on his face, the warrior clenched his fist and ordered the enemies to return and tell their leader that he was determined. In a panic, they begged the invincible fighter to show them mercy, but he began hurling fireballs at them. In tears, one of them exclaimed that they would certainly convey his words to the ruler of the Northwest. Zhang Yi, who never repeated himself, ordered them once more to leave immediately while they still had the chance. Then he folded his arms across his chest and fell deep in thought, while the mob of fools fled headlong toward the gates. The young man approached his allies and showed them 2 red pills, saying that each of them would learn a lesson. The serious young man added that this blood-restoring pill could quickly heal any wounds. The sincere elders Gozhong and Feng Huang immediately thanked the great master for his generosity. After that, the hero hopped away as it was time for him to go, and asked them to call him if anything happened. A short while later, the young man was standing near the parking lot when he decided to answer a sudden phone call. It was an angry Yu Yao, who shouted, asking why he hadn't answered the phone. And the young man replied with a smile that his battery had died. The hot-tempered girl didn't understand why he was making her worry about him, and Zhang Yi even felt a little uneasy. The calm young man promised it wouldn't happen again and asked if she was home, since he was standing in her yard. The moment she saw her beloved, the delighted beauty rushed headlong toward him, having missed him terribly. The charmer immediately said that she was terrified the young man wouldn't return if he were in danger. Stroking her head, the brave young man asked her not to worry and noted that no one in this world could stand up to him. The worried, blue-eyed girl confessed that she felt useless because she couldn't help him in any way. Gently touching the lady's shoulders with his fingers, the young man said that her very existence was already the greatest help to him. Extremely intrigued, Yu Yao suddenly asked why her beloved wouldn't teach her cultivation as well. In response, the hero immediately asked why she had suddenly wanted to do such a thing and suggested that something was wrong. The blue-eyed woman assured him that she simply wanted to help her other half not be a burden to him. The brave man gave a firm negative answer right away because he completely disagreed with that stance. With tears in her eyes, the brunette asked if he was rejecting her because she had no talent. The fighter replied that there was too much violence in this world and he didn't want her peaceful life to be disrupted. The surprised beauty assured him that everything was fine and she didn't care about the dangers as long as he was with her. The cool-headed Zhang Yi asked if the young lady had thought it through, and she answered yes without a moment's hesitation. The protagonist's rebirth had changed a lot in this world, and he seriously wondered if he should do this as well. With a slightly weary sigh, the young man relented and agreed because of Yu Yao's determination, which made her happy. The grateful girl hugged her beloved tightly and thanked him, which instantly brought a sincere smile to his face. The stern warrior vowed to himself that he would definitely become stronger and, no matter what, would not let anyone hurt her in this life. After that, he handed the lady a bone-cleansing pill, emphasizing that it would help her cultivate faster. Without a moment's hesitation, the charming young woman opened her mouth and popped the pill in, hoping to see quick results. But suddenly her face contorted, and she closed her eyes, clutching her throat, which greatly alarmed the young man. The alarmed young man placed his hand on Yu Yao's head, asking what had happened, and she replied in shock that she couldn't breathe and had a headache. A tense Zhang said that the spiritual energy he was transmitting was being repelled by a dark magical force. Suddenly, he had to jump back abruptly because something suspicious was happening to the girl. Now her expression was cold and very angry, and this sent the fighter into a panic. He couldn't make sense of anything. The stern strongman raised his hand sharply, shouting that it didn't matter at all what kind of monster had possessed his beloved. Gripping the brunette's head tightly with his hand, the warrior ordered the otherworldly creature to leave her body immediately. After that, a small explosion occurred, triggering a powerful surge of energy, but the young couple survived. A couple of minutes later, a pensive Zhang sat on one knee, his hand pressed against the asphalt, his head still bowed. Even in his past life, at the peak of his powers, he wouldn't have been able to create such a magnificent sea of consciousness as the one he found himself in. But Yu Yao had succeeded. The young man noticed that the spiritual energy was emanating from the palace, so he decided to go and see who was there. With a sudden movement, he pushed off the ground with his heels, but felt a sharp deterioration in his condition and a panic attack. Sweating with anxiety, the young man immediately fell to his knees again and braced himself with his hand on the floor, completely baffled. Feeling nervous, he asked himself in a low voice what the hell was going on here. But no one could give him an answer. Still, the brave man resolutely got to his feet, telling himself he couldn't give up, because otherwise his beloved might be in danger. Despite everything, he began to move forward, and very deep cracks remained on the asphalt after his footsteps. Zhang Yi's eyes began to blur, and he noticed that the spiritual pressure had grown even stronger. Ultimately, the fighter simply lost his coordination and collapsed, and his overall condition deteriorated even further. The resolute warrior activated the king's full-body form and was once again covered in long hair. Looking stern, he continued to move forward, declaring that no entity could stand in his way. Without a moment's hesitation, the daredevil advanced toward the palace, clenching his fists and brimming with energy. Just a minute later, Zhang Yi entered the room where the first thing he saw were delicate female legs. Seated on a luxurious throne was a charming lady in a white robe, her lower body exposed. It was the serious, blue-eyed Yu Yao, who silently looked at the guest but made no move to stand up. The stunned young man couldn't believe that his beloved was sitting before him and that she was a completely different person here. Still, the angry warrior firmly declared that this was not his beloved girlfriend, but merely a brazen illusion. Pointing his finger at the lady, he rudely asked who she was and why she was in the mind of his precious Yu Yao. His words provoked strong displeasure in the stern lady, whose expression instantly changed. The nervous Zhang suddenly clutched his head, which began to split with pain and could hardly make sense of anything. The young man felt so terrible that he screamed at the top of his lungs, rolling his eyes back, while the brunette simply watched in silence. At that moment, the boy was lying on his knees before the alarmed Yu Yao, and it all turned out to be just a nightmare. A few seconds later, the young man sat up and, holding the back of his head, looked at the woman across from him who was worried about him. For a minute, the couple exchanged glances, but neither of them started a conversation. Without saying a word, the two got up from the bench and headed toward the entrance to the girl's mansion. Upon entering the room, Zhang Yi assumed a meditative posture on the bed, while a surprised Yu Yao watched his actions closely. Suddenly, the beauty turned her back on the young man, who kept his eyes fixed on her, calculating everything. Although the girl was not in any immediate danger, the danger lay within her and posed a hidden threat. The next day, the protagonist was in a state of harmony and was still engaged in meditative practices. His peace was disturbed by a sudden phone call, which he decided to answer immediately. Picking up the receiver, the calm young man first asked what had happened and hoped that everything was all right. A worried Feng Huang reported that the people of the Northwest Chief had come again with something that needed to be delivered personally to the master. The cool-headed warrior asked what it was, and the girl replied that she had been told to wait until he arrived. The extremely serious fighter immediately jumped out of bed and, looking out the window, said he would be there shortly. Meanwhile, inside the martial arts school building, two opponents who had previously posed a threat were standing there. The embittered Gaussian resented the fact that the great master had spared their lives last time, yet they still dared to show up again. One of the fighters asked the old man to calm down, noting that this time they had come at the behest of the head of the Northwest. An angry Feng Huang said in a raised voice that they didn't believe a word of it, but that didn't change the essence of the matter. The brave lady thought it would be better to tie up the scoundrels first, so they would tell the truth, but her grandfather's word was what mattered to her. Suddenly, the two thugs were struck by a powerful shock and trembled slightly, as did many others in the room. As it turned out, the unpredictable Zhang Yi, with whom they had wanted to negotiate, had burst into the building at breakneck speed. The allies saluted in unison, welcoming the man who was so great to them, and he asked them to take a seat. Smiling, the unflappable young man asked them to tell him why the head of the Northwest had sent them here. One of his counterparts replied that the boss had sent the two of them to deliver an important invitation to the young Master Zhang. The blond man added that the master was inviting the young man to a banquet on their territory to hasten the conclusion of peace. The unshakable hero immediately pondered the pressing question, which struck him as quite interesting. With a lightning-fast movement, the brave man snatched the invitation from the hands of the stunned man, who hadn't had time to react. The beautiful Feng Huang also watched the events unfold with great surprise, while Zhang Yi himself remained impassive. On the card, the head of the Northwest wrote that he had long heard of the great master, which is why he wanted to invite him to his region. The worried girl emphasized that this banquet was just a trap and asked the teacher not to go there. After hearing this, the daredevil became even more eager and confidently declared that he should definitely go to the banquet. Glancing at the two messengers ahead, he asked them to return to their master and tell him to prepare for his visit in 3 days. Time flew by very quickly, and soon the men found themselves at a mansion that Huang thought resembled a palace. Smiling, Zhao said that the Northwest was far from the capital and that its leader was now the emperor of the region. The nervous lady had heard that this man was so powerful here that even the local government and army tried to stay out of his way. The young man asked if this wasn't just like the mafia, but at first there was no reply. The extremely serious lady warned that if they didn't hurry, they might offend the host with their tardiness. One of the hot-tempered fighters shouted at her to shut up and just follow him, because she was already getting on his nerves. The chatterbox called him a scoundrel, saying he used to be incredibly modest but had now become quite arrogant. A couple of minutes later, the group entered the room where one of the subordinates saluted and reported that Zhang Yi and the others had arrived. The stern-looking leader flashed a fiery glance, keeping his hands folded across his chest, and took his time before saying anything. Looking at the mustached man, the protagonist wondered to himself, could this man really be the head of the Northwest? The intimidating gentleman asked if the great master from Yunlei was standing before him, and the smiling young man asked him the same question. The impulsive martial arts school owner, Lai Zhende, shouted, asking how such a nobody dared to speak in such a tone to a respected person like. The equally hot-tempered Feng Huang called him a pathetic fatso who dared to be rude to her teacher. In a fit of rage, the gray-haired man was ready to throw his fists at the little brat and asked her to repeat what she had said. The fearless young woman began taunting the fool in every way possible and sticking her tongue out at him, calling him a fatso and knowing full well he wouldn't do a thing to her. Feeling humiliated, the elderly master exclaimed that the lady clearly wanted to die and fired a fireball at her. Without any ceremony, he tried to strike her in the face, but she managed to block the blow just in time. The old man was stunned to find that Feng, unharmed, was in the late stage of the transformation phase, which completely changed the situation. In turn, the cool-headed Zhang Yi, with a ring on his index finger, resorted to using a return pill. The wary head of the Northwest mentally wondered where the youngster had gotten the spatial ring. The nervous teacher said that the old man was only at the first level of mastery and advised the girl to take the pill to defeat him. The beauty listened to his words without any hesitation and popped the pill into her mouth, believing that everything would work out. Her hair immediately stood on end, and the heaven and earth prosperity technique, as well as the 9 turns burning punishment, endowed her with unprecedented power. The cool-headed lady cast a glance at the terrified Lai Zhende, who clearly wasn't in for anything good. Pleasantly surprised, the hero hadn't expected the student to be able to skillfully use such a difficult technique while under the influence of the return pill. At that moment, the beauty masterfully hurled fiery projectiles at her opponent, giving him not a moment's rest. Alarmed subordinates urged the master to be careful, since they had suffered heavy losses from this powerful fire last time. The assertive old man dismissed this as mere pretense, believing that a little girl couldn't strike hard. Exerting tremendous effort, Feng continued to press down with the burning torment of 9 rotations to shut his nasty mouth as quickly as possible. Her opponent wasn't about to give up either, using his icy fist to parry her sharp attacks. But he grew even more nervous when he noticed that the flames were closing in on his device, and he couldn't do anything about it. In the end, the fat man's defense was broken, and he, spitting out a large amount of blood, flew backward like a trash bag. One of his stunned comrades couldn't believe that Master Lai had lost while using one of his greatest skills. He immediately ran over to Zinde, trying to lift him up and asking if he was okay, but received no answer. Just a few moments later, a man's voice shouted that Lai was dead, which at first no one could believe. An impulsive fighter pointed his finger at the trio of young upstarts and tried to grab them immediately, which disconcerted Feng Huang. Now a whole group of armed men had turned against the young men, and Zhao suggested they calm down and talk it out peacefully. The aggressive crowd began raising their swords, shouting that they must be killed right now to avenge their mentor's death. But suddenly, a man standing behind them calmly asked them to stop, restoring silence and drawing attention to himself. The stern-looking Lu Tianlong said that he had invited Master Zhang to make peace, and that Lai Zhende should not have attacked the guests. The tense mustached man turned to the protagonist and asked if they could talk in a calm setting. The serious young man pointed out that they were surrounded by his men and felt that this was no way to treat honored guests. Without further ado, the head of the Northwest ordered his subordinates to step aside and not interfere. A couple of seconds later, everyone stepped aside, and the confident Feng Huang noted that this was much better. The angry lady asked why no one had brought her teacher yet, since he liked to discuss matters properly. The unflappable Lu asked that what the young man required be brought immediately so that the conversation could finally begin. 2 men took a wooden chair and carried it over to Zhang Yi, who stood silently in place, deep in thought. Then the haughty-looking young man sat down and looked into the eyes of his counterpart, who wished to speak with him. Someone in the crowd shouted that it was insolent to sit directly across from the leader, but the brave young man couldn't care less about the opinion of upstarts. Aggressive fighters began shouting that they would teach a lesson to the insolent youngster who didn't take anyone seriously. The fearless Zhang advised them to get out of the way if they didn't want to die, and his allies immediately assumed fighting stances. Behind the young man stood an aggressive warrior with long hair and a tattoo on his shoulder. The enraged bearded man launched a lightning-fast cheetah-style hand strike without warning. People were saying that the only person stronger than Master Chen in this room was the head of the Northwest, so the kid was clearly done for. The young man, who didn't take his opponent seriously, suddenly called him too weak and prepared to give a worthy rebuff. Choosing the right moment, the brave young man extended his arm in front of him and activated his defensive technique just in time. Unexpectedly, the opponent began spitting blood, experiencing unbearable pain in his chest, and his blood pressure spiked. Everyone around was stunned that the man they respected had died from a single move by an arrogant youngster. The stern warrior threatened that anyone who dared to stand in his way would die in exactly the same way. His mistake was that he was too confident and failed to notice the danger approaching from behind. The opponent seized the moment and delivered a crushing blow to the young man's jaw, causing blood to gush from his mouth and nose. As a result, the young man flew upward like a feather and somersaulted, but he remained conscious. Alarmed, Feng Huang caught the moment when the teacher crashed into a building pillar and simply snapped it in two with his body. The henchmen were delighted that Lu, the head of the Northwest, had finally struck a blow and shown himself in all his glory. Filled with intense rage, the mustached man kicked the solar plexus of the degenerate who had dared to act arrogantly on his territory. Completely calm, Zhang Yi wondered to himself why the old man was so fast, considering he was only halfway to becoming a sage. Finding himself behind the hero, Tianlong said he had wanted to give him a chance to live, but instead the scoundrel had killed two of his men. For this reason, the vengeful bruiser launched another attack, sending the freak face first into the asphalt. Extremely tense, Zhao realized that if the great master were killed here, they would follow him. Stunned, Feng Huang stood with her mouth agape, saying that an invincible warrior couldn't die so easily. People couldn't believe that the guy didn't know the Northwest leader had the nickname Lord of Speed, since he was one of the best in China at it. Using the king's perfect body, the stern Zhang Yi called it a very entertaining story but was ready to prove everyone wrong. The enthusiastic student almost started dancing with joy that her mentor was back on his feet again. A displeased Lu Tianlong fell into thought. Could the child have awakened a hidden power? For his aura had changed drastically. Once again, he clenched his fists tightly, realizing he couldn't let the nimble boy get away with anything. Suddenly appearing behind the hero, the burly man swung his elbow, declaring that he was no match for him, no matter what tricks he pulled. But suddenly, the mustachioed man's expression changed drastically, and sweat began to pour down his face, while an overwhelming sense of anxiety welled up inside him. An even faster young man slipped behind the thug and made it clear that he was too slow compared to him. Without wasting a moment, the cool-headed fighter struck the leader in the center of his back, causing him to feel unprecedented pain. As a result, the old man flew off to the side and crashed with a crash, causing a small-scale explosion. But at that very moment, the hulking man sprang back up, proving that, as expected of the great master Zhang, he was quite resilient. The eyes of the leader of the Northwest instantly filled with rage and fire, revealing his thirst to finish off the youngster. Then he abruptly spread his arms wide and began rapidly gathering power to destroy the nimble boy. Suddenly, sturdy golden armor appeared on his body, its alloy also revealing pure jade. The stunned crowd realized that the boy was now as good as dead, since Lu Tianlong had donned the spiritual armor of a Saint Master-level king. The man with eyes red with hatred lunged into the attack, and the cool-headed Zhang noticed that his speed had increased significantly. The brave young man was no less powerful than his opponent and moved very quickly, so defeating him was still difficult. The brute was extremely annoyed that the kid managed to dodge his attacks, but he didn't stop and kept trying. The nimble bruiser rushed into battle again, eager to grab the scoundrel by the throat and teach him a lesson for all his deeds. The slightly wary young man watched his opponent's every move closely to avoid making a mistake. The opponents stared into each other's eyes with hatred and a desire to end the protracted fight as soon as possible. The invincible young man managed to give his opponent a worthy rebuff and remain unharmed, which greatly impressed him. Then the daredevil resorted to using a spatial fist, and the tense Lu Tianlong froze in place. Another crushing blow landed on the mustachioed man's spine, who was stunned that the boy's speed and strength were far superior to his own. In the end, he simply crashed into the ground, and the fall created a fairly deep crater. Impressed, Zhao pointed out that they hadn't seen each other in several months, but the Grandmaster's power was becoming increasingly terrifying. Taking a few steps forward, the protagonist said that now was not the most appropriate time for the young man to meet him. Lu Tianlong, who was still very much present in his mind, desperately wanted to take on the kid. The enthusiastic allies admired the leader of the Northwest, who could never lose and fought to the last drop of blood. But suddenly the bruiser leaped onto the roof, and a nervous Feng Huang exclaimed that he was running away like a coward. The man noted that this kid was a real monster, and the daredevil used his spatial fist again. The attack was successful, and with it, the trickster forced his opponent to spit out a lot of blood again, suffering pain in his back. At that moment, the big man fell from a height, landing face first on the asphalt, and the alarmed crowd assumed he was dead. The henchmen were deeply distressed, but they had to accept that the king had died right before their eyes. In a confident voice, Zhao told them to shut up and declared that Lu Tianlong was dead, and that the protagonist had become the new leader of the Northwest. A bald man in the crowd was sweating profusely and stared intently ahead, trying to say something. The fearless Feng Huang shouted that anyone who didn't like it could step forward and challenge her master. No one dared to oppose the brave man, so everyone saluted in unison and welcomed the new leader. The warrior asked to be called simply the Great Master, and his comrades listened and immediately repeated after him. When it was finally over, the young man began climbing the steps, pondering the pressing matter at hand. Surprised, Feng stared wide-eyed at her smartphone screen, as if she had seen something unusual there. The concerned girl exclaimed joyfully that Master Zhang had made the front page, which he deserved. At first, not believing it, the wary young man asked where exactly he had secured that position. The delighted beauty showed him the list with a sparkle in her eyes, because she was genuinely proud of her friend. The shocked hero never imagined he would ever see himself on the website's homepage, but it was all true. News had already spread far and wide that the alliance of ancient martial masters from Yunli City had killed the leader of the Northwest. Truly staggering was the fact that the fearsome Lu Tianlong had died in a matter of seconds at the hands of a seemingly powerless young man. Slightly puzzled, the fighter asked if information about the aforementioned alliance was available to the general public. Zhao, standing in front of him, was even somewhat surprised that the master didn't know about the forum's existence, and he merely confirmed it. His ally said that to access the site, one had to register as a member of the Warriors Association, so ordinary people couldn't get information there. The young man began swiping through the page with his finger, looking at photos that captured him personally during the battle. People in the comments thought the whole situation was just another hype, since there was no way the kid could have defeated the head of the Northwest. Reading everything carefully, the young man remarked that there really was something interesting on this forum. He asked Feng Huang to post a message on his behalf, stating that Lu Tianlong had called them all idiots. The daredevil also noted that anyone could challenge him, and if they won, they would become the leader of the Northwest, which made Zhao a little wary. The worried girl didn't want to pick up the phone and emphasized that this would cause a public outcry and everyone would turn against them. Smiling, the fearless fighter said that was exactly what he wanted, so he ordered her once again to send the text in question. Still, the beauty calmed down and set about carrying out the order of her mentor, whom she held in high regard. Just a couple of minutes later, the lady reported to Zhang Yi, who was sitting on the throne, that everything was ready and he could see the result. Taking the phone from her hands, the young man began reading the posted message, hoping that everything would go as he had intended. The charmer had written the article as politely as possible, while maintaining a natural tone and conveying the necessary message. Pleased with her work, the hero said it was excellent, after which all he had to do was wait for news. Surprised, the young man asked the master to check the site again, noting that comments had already appeared. People began writing that the person who posted the appeal was an imposter, since the account was not verified. These harsh words caused Feng Huang great distress. She could not allow such treatment of her teacher. Serious Zhang asked his allies if there was a way to get a profile in his name verified. His counterpart gave a negative answer, explaining that the forum is anonymous for privacy reasons and the information on it is hidden. Suddenly, a phone rang in the protagonist's jacket pocket, which surprised him somewhat. A certain Mei Ji had been trying to reach him, and he decided to answer, thinking it might be something interesting. The man said he was from the Yunli news channel and asked if he had reached the great master Zhang. The serious-looking man confirmed their guesses and was ready to listen to the proposal they had clearly decided to bring up. The man said they had learned that Zhang had killed Tianlong and become the leader of the Northwest, and therefore wanted to interview him about his next moves. The hero allowed them to do so, but warned that the recording must be broadcast live on the Martial Arts Masters Forum. The young man added that he would wait for them in the main hall of the mansion, and his interlocutor replied that they would arrive in 3 hours. Then Zhao said that this was the most influential social network in their martial arts world, and anyone who appeared on their television immediately became very popular. A short time later, the camera crew arrived at the location, and everyone took their places. The pretty blonde waved to her colleagues, saying that everything was ready and they could start. At that very moment, an incredibly large number of people tuned in to the live broadcast, admiring the invincible Zhang. The reporter first congratulated the great master on becoming the new head of the Northwest, and he calmly thanked her. The reporter had heard that the skilled fighter had defeated Tianlong in just a few moves, and asked him to explain how he had managed it. Also, everyone online was wondering whether the skilled fighter was really 18 years old. With a twinkle in his eye, the young man asked what she thought of him. The beauty froze for a moment and blushed slightly with embarrassment. The lady changed the subject, asking if the young gentleman had anything to say to their followers, who were thrilled with him. The daredevil unexpectedly declared with confidence that absolutely anyone who challenged him would lose. The woman, who was sweating profusely, noted to herself that young people these days are quite bold, and that's good for high ratings. His arrogance really rubbed some people the wrong way in the comments, one of whom began threatening him with violence. The tough fighter said that anyone who dared could still fight him, and if they won, they would receive all his status and wealth. The excited reporter exclaimed that they would continue the broadcast, and if anyone felt confident, they could step forward to the battle. A short time later, one of the naive young men who thought he could defeat the warrior rushed out of the palace. The fool crashed headfirst into the asphalt at high speed and suffered serious injuries, but he had only himself to blame. What was striking was that it was already the third day, and everyone who had challenged the hero had lasted no more than 3 seconds before being knocked out. The cold-blooded fighter asked if none of them could give him a worthy fight, while people in the comments were praising him. Stunned, Feng Huang reported to the teacher that all the challengers outside had left, and he nervously replied that they could call it a day. But just at that moment, a loud noise rang out in the courtyard, one that couldn't help but catch his attention. The utterly unflappable young man turned his attention to the entrance, realizing there was nothing interesting to expect. Standing before him were 3 holy masters of the Lu family, their gazes filled with malice and a thirst to bring him crashing down from the heavens to earth. The angry old man immediately asked who Zhang Yi was, and the daredevil replied with a smile on his face. The enraged old man immediately launched an attack without warning, using his flaming fist to finish him off. As always, without any effort, the young man blocked the blow just in time, thereby ensuring his survival. The agile opponent instantly leaped backward, also emerging unscathed, and was ready to continue the fight. Usak noted the brave man's powerful aura and added that this was to be expected from someone who had managed to kill Tianlong. Standing to the side, Huang turned her head to the right and saw a woman's silhouette near her, but at first didn't recognize who it was. She said she hadn't expected to learn that the glamorous blonde was also a master of ancient martial arts. Gently embracing the girl and calling her little sister, the lady remarked that her expectations were too low. The charming lady said she was interested in the young Master Zhang, around whom a commotion had gathered. As if a jealous girl, she emphasized the fact that the teacher wasn't interested in the fair-haired girl at all. Meanwhile, her counterpart wasn't listening to her at all and turned her attention to her smartphone, which was streaming live footage from the battlefield. Meanwhile, the main character suggested that his opponents fight him together and not waste his time. His arrogant behavior infuriated one of the fighters even more, who called him a cocky puppy. The old man standing in front asked Chen and Yuan not to interfere, confidently declaring that he would handle it alone. Calm Feng said they wouldn't even lay a finger on the teacher, while the blonde noted that they weren't pushovers either. The girl asked why she had made such a remark, hoping to hear clear reasoning. Her companion showed her something on her phone screen, tapping it with her finger and asking her to take a look. People in the comments couldn't understand how the vengeful trio could still be alive if they were already over 100 years old. Not taking them seriously, Juan noted that the fools already had one foot in the grave, and there was no point in fearing them. One of the elderly fighters abruptly used his ice ability and created solid ground beneath him. Tense, Feng began to shiver and wondered why it had suddenly gotten cold and what was going on. The blonde standing next to her asked her again to look at something, while she herself didn't take her eyes off her phone. From the comments, she learned that this was a technique of the holy master Lu Chengxin, the black demonic wind, after which not even a centimeter of grass would grow. Smiling slightly, the unshakable Zhang Yi dismissed what he saw as old men's tricks, which he wasn't afraid of at all. His haughty behavior angered his opponent, and he shouted, asking not to blame him later, since the insolent youth had asked for it himself. The mustached man charged headlong into battle, and the unflappable young man saw for the first time how a master of ancient martial arts used shadow techniques. At the last moment, holding out his palm before him, the daredevil said with a smirk that now the fool would see the true light. Then a powerful flame struck the old man, and he felt a sharp pain, failing to reach his goal but still remaining conscious. The man was under severe stress and began to break out in a cold sweat, while the daredevil pressed his advantage and was confident of victory. The self-assured warrior whispered that the pathetic old man would not be able to handle him, so he should just give up. But suddenly, his opponent used the black demon's step and found himself behind the youngster, who had no reason to waste words. Next, he readied his long, incredibly sharp claws to launch a successful attack. Without a shred of mercy, the experienced master struck Zhang Yi, who began coughing up blood and collapsed to the ground. The tense boy couldn't figure out where the two identical old men had come from, but there was no time to think. Terrified, Feng Huang wanted to rush to her mentor's aid, while the blonde girl next to her froze with her mouth agape. The young man was trapped in a vice and could do little, as he had suffered a rather serious injury and wasn't feeling well. The enemy had already written him off as a lost cause, but the burly man suddenly swung his fist, saying that it was all just a trick and nothing more. He tried to land a blow on Chenshin's jaw, but the bald man suddenly dodged, which threw the youngster off balance. The nimble old man made a high leap and once again left him empty-handed, which caused even more astonishment among the spectators. The scoundrel was increasingly irritating the protagonist, who couldn't seem to get the better of him and knock him to the ground. Surprised, Feng Huang asked the woman standing next to her what this great spiritual power was. The lady explained that when a master reaches the level of a saint, he can awaken his body's potential and acquire a unique secret technique. Impressed, his comrades discussed how the kid was clearly finished, since the black demon Chengxin's technique was honed to perfection. The stern Zhang Yi said that as soon as he found a weakness in his opponent's technique, it would all be over, and he laughed and called it impossible. The enraged warrior abruptly resorted to using the body of a second-level king, ready to prove the opposite. The somewhat tense mustachioed man immediately noticed that his opponent's spiritual power had suddenly surged, and this was a warning sign. He tried once again to attack with the black demon's claws, but now it yielded no results. The cold-blooded fighter burned him with his gaze, making it clear that the fool was in for a rough time soon. His opponent's body was unexpectedly pierced through by the hand of the merciless Zhang Yi, who had grown thoroughly fed up with all this. A panicked Chengxin asked how he had managed it, and the smiling hero replied that the mustachioed man's quick, ghostly steps wouldn't work against him. In the comments section of the live stream, delighted viewers wrote that the great master was powerful and had managed to defeat the arrogant old man Lu. Overjoyed, Feng began dancing with delight, acknowledging that her teacher was truly invincible and that there was no point in fighting him. But the old man's closest companions were still alive, and one of them rushed into the attack without hesitation. The agile young man managed to jump out of the way in time and remained unharmed, but it was still too early for him to relax. He stared intently at his opponent, realizing he would have to work a little harder to end the battle. The enraged brute activated the heavenly bare fist technique and charged at the boy at tremendous speed. Streams of magical energy spilled out all around, filling him with power and instilling confidence in his imminent victory. The fair-haired lady noticed that the other two masters of the Lu family were enraged and that Zhang was in danger, while Huang said that the teacher had nothing to fear. With a sly smile, the hero reminded them that he had asked them to attack together, but they had each chosen to die instead. A second opponent approached him from the side, and though he was very quick, he did not give in to panic. Thirsting for revenge for his brother, the old man struck the young punk in the jaw with his heel, causing him to spit blood. With lightning speed, the mohawked enemy began to pelt the boy with a relentless series of attacks, not giving him a moment's respite. Next, he used the air fist, which he had saved for the very last moment of the spectacular battle. At that moment, a powerful magic sphere was fired at the weakened Zhang Yi, and there was no escaping the explosion. People believed that if the three holy masters had joined forces at the very beginning, the young man would have lost immediately. The hero, still standing on his feet, noted that one of them was strong in long-range combat, another in close combat, but even that wasn't enough. Everyone was amazed that he remained virtually unscathed and still posed a threat to his opponent. With a lightning-fast move, the mysterious fighter approached his stunned enemy and whispered a challenge to a speed contest. The enraged warrior struck his opponent's back thigh, causing him to lose his balance and tense up. Thrown off balance, the man flew away and crashed into the wall with a crash, which looked quite spectacular. The protagonist's eyes remained yellow, filled with flame, and this fact underscored his invincibility. In a fit of rage, the daredevil continued to press the scoundrel, showering him with fiery blasts and showing no mercy. The serious guy proposed a contest of strength because he believed his opponent clearly lacked speed. The spectators considered the great Master Zhang a true monster and could feel his power just by watching the broadcast. The angry opponent admitted that he hadn't expected such skills at such a young age and declared that he would show the boy the true ancient power of martial arts. Unexpectedly, he created two clones and launched an attack without warning, and the hero couldn't figure out what kind of technique it was. The fearless warrior noted that his opponent had become significantly slower than before and clenched his fist tightly to parry the attack. But at that very moment, the young man tensed up because his opponent's strike had nearly dissipated his power, and this completely changed the situation. Finding himself behind the young man, the master ordered him to surrender, assuring him that he had no chance of defeating him with his current strength. What was happening greatly angered the young man, who intended to fight to the bitter end and was constantly thinking about it. Next, the strong man thrust his arm forward and sharply shoved the kid aside, intending to perform a few more moves on him. The guy with the mohawk started kicking Zhang Yi around like a soccer ball, finding it quite entertaining. In the comments, the conversation turned to the legendary Taiji sect, which consisted only of grandmasters and higher-ranking members, because the move resembled their style. The extremely tough thug used a powerful iron grip on the boy and began to press down on his chest. A flustered Huang didn't understand the old man's intentions, but the blonde realized that he wanted to die alongside the protagonist. Enraged, Chen Yuan used the 8 trigrams palm technique and declared that he would kill his brave comrade along with the enemy. The old man said that he was an old man, but the young man would be the only one to die when the huge golden hand approached. The second opponent noted that his younger brother would survive, so he bid farewell to the insolent pup and carried out the sentence. But to the spectators' utter shock, it was the elderly fighter who suffered a severe wound, blood gushing from his mouth. Utterly stunned, Chen Yuan cried out, wondering what had happened, since the outcome was supposed to be different. A completely calm voice behind him praised the skill as remarkable, forcing the wary man to turn around. It was the cunning Zhang Yi who grabbed his frightened opponent by the neck, noting that their pathetic tricks were useless against him. The stern fighter began to inflict pain on the scoundrel, making him scream in agony and feel utterly helpless. Suddenly, a yellow, rounded silhouette appeared in the sky, hovering directly above the brave man's head. A fireball exploded right next to the trickster, but he jumped out of the way just in time, and a man's voice nervously asked him to stop. As it turned out, the leader of the Taiji sect, named Wu Shengtian, had arrived on the battlefield dressed entirely in white. Qi Zhang told him to mind his own business, but he sensed that the man's spiritual power was so immense, even greater than Yan Mei's. The serious-looking man said that the young man had killed a disciple of his organization, so he was obliged to intervene in the altercation. The young man asked if it was true that he was standing before a Taiji master, and the man calmly confirmed it. The nervous Chen Yuan wanted to complain, but the leader asked the hero to spare his comrade's life, to preserve his dignity, and promised to forget past grievances. The gray-haired elder had never seen such power as that of the brave Zhang Yi before, and remarked that he looked like a cultivator. With a laugh, the young man said he was more interested in the sex techniques, so his opponent should show him all of them. The impulsive young man pointed his finger at the freak and asked the master to deal with him immediately. A tense Wu Shengtian explained that striking was the organization's highest technique and that everything depended on whether the hero had a talent for it. The fighter, fully focused, used his magical ability to demonstrate his skills. The shocked gentleman hadn't expected to see the 8 trigrams palm and realized that the young man could replicate it after seeing it just once. The brave young man said that in that case, he would begin and make it clear that he could handle his combat duties well. Timing his block perfectly, the focused Wu Shengtian noticed that the kid's strikes were no weaker than those of the experienced Chen Yuan. Stunned, the sect leader asked in a raised voice how the boy had managed to steal the Taiji sect's unique technique. In his past life, when the hero had just set foot on the path of cultivation, he had met a man who had reached the 5th level, so he knew a little about the techniques. The enraged warrior shouted that if the boy could withstand his strike, he would pass on the skill to him, regardless of whether he could learn it. The reckless Zhang Yi immediately agreed to his terms, then asked him to strike with all his might and disappoint her. The merciless master used his Tai Chi fist, unleashing a massive surge of energy at his opponent, while the young man directed a king's strike. The horrified spectators still believed the protagonist would win, because no one had ever been able to defeat him before. A few minutes later, a rather large crater was visible between the opponents, but both were still standing. At the same moment, the rivals began spitting blood and experiencing chest pain, and their perspiration increased. The surprised blogger realized it was a draw, while the shocked Feng Huang couldn't take her eyes off the teacher. Wiping his lower lip, an extremely serious Zhang Yi said to himself that it was all over. Seizing the right moment, the daredevil delivered the decisive blow, nearly causing his opponent to choke on his own blood. The enthusiastic student exclaimed that Wu Shengtian had fallen to the ground, exhausted, and her mentor had once again emerged victorious. The cold-blooded warrior approached his helpless opponent and asked if he would pass on the techniques to him, as agreed. The nervous man asked if the strong man could truly reach the 6th level and then teach him a few techniques. Smiling, the confident Zhang gave him his word and emphasized that he never broke his promises. Standing up, the gentleman took a blue book from the inner pocket of his robe and said that this was what the hero needed. It was a small blue handbook that contained a complete description of the divine Taiji technique. Ever since Shengdian's great-grandfather had reached the 6th level, no one in the sect had reached the 5th, so the young man could help him bring glory to the guild once again. The daredevil called him a man of character and promised to let him know when he was finished, and the man now respectfully referred to him as the Grand Master. 10 days later, the fighter, who had been putting in a titanic effort, had already fully mastered the necessary knowledge and was putting it into practice. He masterfully fired fire projectiles that flew like a beam along a single trajectory and burned through stone cliffs. The Taiji technique was truly excellent, and in the cultivation world it was considered a mid-level divine ability. Although the king's body was a supreme power, it was still far too difficult to cultivate to the next stage in an environment where mana was so scarce. Suddenly, the serious young man heard approaching sounds and immediately turned around, ready for anything. A military helicopter equipped with a minigun flew by at a distance of 1,000 meters, heading toward the young man. The aircraft hovered in the air, and a man in military uniform with a fairly sturdy build jumped out onto the ground. Saluting, Yuan Zhenhai of the 17th Army greeted the master, saying that their general had arrived to see him. The young man asked what the high-ranking official wanted from him, and the man replied that they would explain everything once they arrived. The hero agreed to go with them, as he was curious as to why they needed him, since they had found him so far away. Just a couple of minutes later, the helicopter flew off with the young man on board, while the bus stop remained quiet. The stern soldier asked the young man to put a black blindfold over his eyes, and he didn't argue, deciding simply to comply. Tying the cloth around his head, Zhang Yi mentally concluded that they were heading to a secret location and that this was merely a security measure. 2 hours later, the team landed on the grounds of a military base, where the unflappable young man was able to look around. The very first moment, someone suddenly decided to attack him from behind, charging at him at high speed. The cool-headed fighter managed to react in time. He spun around and swung his fist at the old veteran. Then the brash brunette swung his heel at the dimwit's jaw to teach him a lesson for his cowardly behavior. The general praised the brave man's quick reaction, adding that this was, after all, the man who had defeated the master of the Taiji sect. 2 soldiers in the country had already aimed their automatic rifles at the rowdy kid, waiting for the order to shoot to kill. The group's leader stepped back behind his subordinates, and the young man was ordered not to take a single step. The commander-in-chief of the 17th Army, named Cheng Yushan, asked them to lower their weapons, saying that his guest was standing before them. The young man asked why he had been invited there and believed that a martial arts master had no business being in a military camp. His counterpart replied that the respected man had nothing to worry about and suggested they speak inside, where there would be no prying ears. The gentleman asked if Zhang was interested in joining the army, and he replied in the negative, saying that the gray-haired man could get down to business. Smiling, the general called himself overly presumptuous, for it would be absurd for a man of such power to get bogged down in a military career. After that, the 2 men took their seats in armchairs, and the conversation was about to begin in private. The man stated that he would like to ask the master to keep his intentions secret from the public and not tell anyone. The emotionless young man asked why he had decided to tell him about this if it was top secret. The polite soldier replied that they were seeking help from a brave man who had asked to be told everything and promised not to blab to anyone. The gray-haired gentleman asked if the young man knew about Mount Taishan, which already sounded interesting. The young man replied that the mountain was the most important of the 5 sacred peaks and also a well-known tourist destination. The general said that people hadn't been allowed there for a month since the area was cordoned off by the military, and the young man couldn't understand how this hadn't become common knowledge yet. With a laugh, the old man added that their people kept information about such matters secret and never revealed it. He recounted that a month ago, a fog had suddenly rolled in over the mountain and lingered for a long time, and more than 1,000 people had gone missing after that. The man added that the search drones had malfunctioned, and Zhang mentioned the ancient martial arts masters in the army, hinting that they might be able to help. His counterpart added that, after that, they classified the incident as supernatural, and a squad of several dozen professionals entered the hill. The young man asked what had ultimately happened, but it was already clear that nothing good had come of it. The tense general replied that absolutely no one had survived, except for a seriously wounded team member who had simply fled. The curious young man stood up and immediately asked what the surviving team member, who had been under severe stress, had said. He immediately received the answer that all the terrible events on Mount Taishan had been caused by bloodthirsty werewolves. It became clear that the soldier wanted the brave man to go there and find out what was happening, and promised that he would be accompanied by 2 saints. Mr. Cheng said that they would fulfill any of Zhang's conditions provided he agreed, and none of it harmed national interests. The extremely stern young man replied that he had 2 demands, and the soldier was ready to listen to them carefully. The hero declared that he wanted his family to be granted the highest level of state security starting today. He also added that if he found anything on Mount Tai, it would belong to him, and he would not have to hand it over to the authorities. Encouraged, Yushan exclaimed, without hesitation, that he accepted both of the respected man's demands. After that, the 2 men shook hands firmly, thereby sealing a deal that was important for the common good. 3 days later, the holy masters Wei and Long Lao arrived at the camp, dissatisfied that the great Zhang had not yet arrived. The general said he had a meeting scheduled with the main character on the mountain today and asked them to wait a little longer. The angry mustachioed man emphasized that it was already time for them to set out on their mission, yet they were wasting time waiting for an unpunctual youngster. After these words, a stern-looking young man appeared behind him, one who could have silenced him with a single blow. The emotionless master, keeping his hands in his pockets, began to walk forward, noting that they could already leave. After a while, a whole group of people made their way through the fog on a hill, littered with human remains. Loon Focus said that visibility was very low right now, so he urged everyone to look around carefully. The protagonist noticed a dense spiritual energy around them and wondered if this could be the cause of the werewolf's mutation. One of the team members spotted a unit insignia on the ground and pointed out that this was their last group that hadn't returned. Without a moment's hesitation, the wary soldier reached out to touch the green chevron, but it was a risky move. At that very moment, he heard a lightning-fast sound near his ear and felt a strong dizziness, which was incredibly strange. Even more sudden was the fact that the man began to scream loudly while his agitated comrades didn't understand what had happened. The next few seconds left even Zhang Yi in shock. He froze in place with his eyes wide and his mouth agape. A team member had unexpectedly suffered a severe wound to his arm, and blood began gushing from it, which looked very gruesome. Next, 2 more soldiers were killed by attacks to the throat, and all of this took place right before the eyes of the cold-blooded master. The cautious young man thought to himself that it was no surprise these men hadn't had time to react to such swift attacks. Alarmed, Wei reacted in time and shouted at his comrades to use their spiritual shields. From all sides, the bloodthirsty creatures began attacking the people, but the protagonist didn't care and still kept his hands in his pockets. Soon, one of the wolves decided to pounce on the fearless young man, who had no trouble giving it a fitting rebuff. The brave young man dealt a fatal blow to the foolish predator, exclaiming that he had attacked that man along with the rest of them. The daredevil demanded that his opponent show himself and stop hiding like a rat while the pack remained hidden in the thick fog. The tense Master Loon urged his comrades to be careful upon seeing the werewolf king moving toward them. The soldiers on high alert said they needed to kill the brute immediately if they wanted to prevail. After these words, the military unit opened fire with assault rifles, confident that they would succeed. One of the stunned fighters soon pointed out that the monster was bulletproof, even though it seemed impossible. The merciless monster began to form a sphere of dark energy right in its own mouth, which looked terrifyingly frightening. Then the projectile was fired directly at the armed men, whom it didn't even perceive as enemies. Nervous and very serious, Zhang Yi exclaimed that there was something strange about this black wind and that they should be careful. Looking at the dying soldiers, the shocked young man admitted to himself that he had never thought he would encounter such a demonic creature on Earth. Alarmed, Wei turned to the Grand Master and suggested they retreat, since things hadn't gone according to plan. Suddenly, a mysterious smile appeared on the daredevil's face, as if a cunning plan had taken shape in his mind. Suddenly activating the body of a second-level king, the warrior replied that they would see what the leader of the werewolves had to say to him. Once again, a small pack of hungry predators pounced on him, eager to tear him apart and satisfy their hunger. With a single punch, the merciless fighter scattered the pathetic dogs, not even letting them grab his jacket sleeve. Suddenly, a small silver-colored orb appeared in the air, which the trickster grabbed firmly. The stunned old man immediately asked what he had managed to get his hands on, while he himself fell into a daze. The hero replied that it was a Wolf King's pill, filled with magical energy and equivalent to a single medium-quality spirit stone. Smiling, he added that this miraculous pill could significantly increase a cultivator's level, if crushed. The bloodthirsty predator chose the right moment and leaped high into the air to pounce on his opponent. At that moment, the daredevil reacted in time and thrust out a solid fist, actively utilizing his ability. A series of spectacular explosions began in that very moment, and the impressed Wei did not expect to see such spiritual power in the youngster. The agile fighter moved ceaselessly and remained unscathed in battle, which once again underscored his professionalism and skill. An extremely stern Zhang said he had no time to play with the monster and wanted to finish it off as soon as possible to extract the pill from its body. The monster immediately lunged at him with its claws, while the warrior held a flying sword in his hands that had never failed him before. Without a moment's hesitation, the cold-blooded master swung his blade, causing blood to spatter instantly. The severely wounded creature screamed loudly in unbearable pain, for it had lost one of its limbs. But unexpectedly, in just a couple of seconds, the paw had regrown, and the werewolf could once again pounce on the boy with a thirst for revenge. The old man standing nearby was surprised by what was happening, and Zhang concluded that the stupid mutt wanted another dose of torment. Without wasting any time, he continued to swing his weapon, knowing full well that victory would be his. Once again, the beast's entire leg flew off, and it was bleeding again, but it was still conscious. The cunning beast instantly regrew a new limb, so the protagonist had to change his tactics immediately. The completely calm young man quickly noticed that the wolf was conscious and seemed to be mocking him. Opening its slobbering maw, the bloodthirsty mutant lunged into the attack, eager to feed and finish what it had started. The daredevil tried to strike with his sword, but in an instant the furry creature spun around, throwing him off balance. Even more sudden was the fact that the werewolf slapped him with its tail with all its might, leaving him bewildered. The young man was immediately sent flying into the air and slammed his back against a stone cliff, but he didn't drop his weapon. Grinning, the lad concluded that the head was the enemy's weak spot and that he could now turn the tide. The treacherous creature opened its mouth and formed a round energy charge, while the onlookers didn't understand what kind of technique it was. Eager for battle, the hero asked his opponent to show him everything he was capable of and watched his movements closely. In the end, the werewolf king fired a supersonic projectile at him, but he was ready to counterattack. The powerful sword had the ability to deflect the enemy's attack, so the young master wasn't worried about it at all. The slobbering mutant felt a surge of excitement when he saw his own projectile returning toward him. As a result, the predator was decapitated and no longer posed any danger, and its blood splattered everywhere. Its limb crashed to the ground, and the protagonist stood rooted to the spot, realizing that it was all over. Half a meter away from the monster's remains lay the coveted golden pill that Zhang Yi had been striving to obtain. The young man said that a dense spiritual energy emanated from the pill and concluded that it was highly concentrated. The Grand Master instructed his comrades to clean up the area, as the smell of blood attracted werewolves, and he himself decided to find a place to purify the artifact. After that, he soared into the sky to attend to an important matter, and his companions respectfully complied with his request. A short time later, the brave man was already sitting on one of the cliffs in a meditative pose, fully immersed in the process. Along with the other benefits, the result of any effort was now supposed to be twice as great. Soon the young man opened his mouth and began to breathe on the pill floating in the air, which had already taken on a different form. Finally, the treasure was placed inside the warrior and began its rapid effect while he focused on the sensations. Shocked, Zhang hadn't expected to encounter such a powerful spiritual force, and this even caused anxiety to arise in his heart. At the same time, two elderly masters were also busy clearing the area where the werewolf king had been killed a short while earlier. A tense Wei asked how his comrade was feeling, hoping to hear something positive. Kam Long hadn't expected to be able to reach the next level just a few days after years of stagnation, and noted that the mana here was very strong. The bearded old man was grateful to Grandmaster Zhang for leading them deep into Mount Taishan, the sacred realm of cultivation. A few seconds later, they saw a rainbow-like trail and assumed that the master was about to make a breakthrough. Meanwhile, the hero, completely focused, radiated a great deal of energy, causing a strong wind and gray smoke to swirl around him. His body began to shake, and his teeth chattered, and his expression seemed even somewhat frightening. The very nervous young man shouted at his allies not to approach him, or they could suffer serious injuries. He warned them just in time, because at that very moment an incredible explosion thundered, sending shrapnel flying. Smiling, the warrior said that he had finally taken another step toward the middle of the second level of the king's technique. His admiring comrades sincerely congratulated the great warrior on his significant progress in cultivation. Then the daredevil suggested moving on, since there was very little of the mountain's main jade peak left. The young man also emphasized that everyone should be careful as he sensed werewolves nearby. In less than a minute, bloodthirsty boars surrounded the trio on all sides, which meant a fierce battle was inevitable. Agile eagles with sharp talons also stood in their way, but such trifles could not scare the experienced masters. Without any ceremony, the professionals swung their swords, decapitating their opponents. The cool-headed Zhang Yi also performed very well, dispatching a powerful predator in a matter of moments. Meanwhile, the tense Long believed they were doomed, while the hero noted that some strange force was controlling the creatures. The determined fighter exclaimed that they must press forward, not giving the pathetic mutants even a moment to catch their breath. He ran forward at tremendous speed, swinging his blade in a zigzag pattern, taking down more and more targets. Having made good progress, he urged his stunned comrades to hurry and join him. Sirius Wei emphasized that they couldn't act that way, as a whole horde of bloodthirsty beasts was chasing after them at that moment. Fearless Zhang suddenly stopped in his tracks and decided to resort to using his newly acquired Tai Chi technique. He asked his assistants to immediately gather a colorful curtain of spiritual energy to form a sturdy shield. The cool-headed leader sensed the direction of the mana controlling these demons and declared that he would handle everything on his own. Without wasting a moment, the pro took the opportunity to teleport to his desired location. In the blink of an eye, the daredevil found himself atop the Jade Emperor's peak, where he needed to carry out a series of actions crucial to the mission. The young man first sensed a terrifying spiritual power and had a persistent bad feeling, but he did not give in to panic. The young man's eyes fell upon a massive statue from whose eyes shot red beams heated to high temperatures. Extremely tense, Zhang Yi tried to jump aside, mentally noting that this thing was rapidly overwhelming him. The paralyzed young man couldn't move at all and began to get nervous, as he found himself in an unknown space. The strange creature gripped him tightly with its paw, but even in his past life in the cultivation world, he had never encountered it. The giant muttered that humans shouldn't have intruded here, and the sweating youngster realized he needed to run immediately. The red-eyed monster threatened that now that the boy was here, he shouldn't even dream of escaping. The terrified brunette began to scream and tremble, and most of his face had even turned blue. The guy couldn't even take a normal breath, let alone fight back and run away. At that very moment, he decided to sever his own tendons and veins, which was a desperate but necessary measure in such a situation. The somewhat impressed big guy noted the hero's composure, who had managed to get out and was now inside a protective sphere. At tremendous speed, the daredevil dashed downward, realizing that his comrades now needed help just as much. The dome where Wei and Loon were focused on defense glowed in the bright light, while the aggressive werewolves tried to break through to them and tear them apart. The bearded old man nervously said that if the Great Master didn't return, they would have no way of holding their ground. The reckless predators rammed their heads against the shield, believing that one of their attempts was bound to succeed. Suddenly, one of the attackers suffered a deep wound to the throat, so he immediately ceased his foolish activity. Several more boars were killed shortly after, and the wary masters didn't understand what was going on at first. As it turned out, the lightning-fast Zhang Yi had rushed to his friend's aid, shouting loudly for them to run. Without asking any questions, the soldiers rushed after their team leader, knowing they could rely on him. At that time, at the foot of Mount Taishan, a soldier asked the general if he thought the hero would be able to solve the problem that had arisen on the hill. The elderly Mr. Cheng replied that if the fearless warrior couldn't figure it out, then no one else could handle it. Immediately after these words, 3 domes crashed to the ground a few meters away from them, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Someone exclaimed enthusiastically that the Great Master and the others had returned, which was cause for joy. Alarmed, Yushan immediately ran up to the young man and asked right away what had happened. The cool-headed young man replied that they needed to cordon off the area, adding that the creatures inside were beyond human reach. He added that these were monsters not of their world, and that no one was allowed to set foot on Mount Taishan. The stunned general began to break out in a sweat and wondered how these unknown entities had entered their world. The hero didn't give a clear answer, but reiterated that no one should set foot on the hill, while Long noted that the mutants could break out. The brave man suggested that a curse had been placed on the mountain, and that it was this barrier that kept the demons there. Surprised, Old Man Wei said it was not surprising that after all this time, the monsters had only moved within the confines of the hill. Serious Zhang confirmed his guesses and added that the seal was intact, so they were now completely safe. Gazing into the distance, he said confidently that he would definitely return there and destroy the main enemy, no matter who it was. Turning around, the warrior called his comrades to follow him, expressing a desire to find a place where he could tend to his wounds. At that moment, somewhere in a distant cave, a subordinate was asking if the Lord had any orders for him. The leader replied that he had found a way to open the tomb of the Zong family's ancestors, and an excited Junshan asked how he was to do it. The mysterious man in the robe replied that he must sacrifice the family's blood at the gate, and by doing so, he would open the entrance. These words caused some tension in the man, with the scar on his face, who didn't know what to do. The leader reminded his henchmen not to forget how he had become the clan head, and made it clear that there was no room for hesitation. At the same time, the fighter tried to object, his eyes wide with shock at the shocking news. The boss reminded him that his brother, Chung Hai, didn't know what cultivation technique he had been practicing, and now that his power had grown, sooner or later he would come to settle the score. The very nervous mustachioed man called this impossible, since he had already sent people to kill his relative many years ago. His counterpart asked if he knew who had become famous throughout the martial arts world by defeating the master of the Taiji sect single-handedly. The impulsive Junshan asked if he meant the great master Zhang, whom practically everyone knew. The mysterious man noted that this was Cheng Hai's son, and feared that the man's recovery and transformation might somehow be connected to him. The warrior with the scar on his face thought deeply about this, and now found it unsurprising that the boy looked so much like his father. The chief added that they needed to get rid of the boy as soon as possible, and the servant was ready to carry out any of his orders. Meanwhile, the main character was in the woods, completely focused on meditation. Suddenly, the serious fighter opened his eyes and looked ahead, intending to put his newfound knowledge into practice. The yellow dome simply dissolved into thin air, and the young man was now floating in the air without any support. Fortunately, he possessed the king's ability. Had it not been for that, he would already be among the dead. But he remained unharmed. Suddenly, the phone rang. It was his dad, who rarely called. And this made Zhang Yi suspect that something bad had happened. The young man answered very quickly, but the caller remained silent on the line, which made it even more suspicious. Sticking his hands in his pockets, the protagonist started walking forward, deciding to visit his parents, since he hadn't been home in a long time. 3 hours later, he opened the front door and said he had finally come to visit them, but heard nothing in response. The moment he walked in, the guy froze in place, his eyes wide open, as if something was terribly wrong. The furniture in the living room was overturned, and one of the figurines had even broken, but the flustered Zhang had no idea what had happened. That very hour, the serious fighter called Zhang Qing and instructed her to use the power of the 9 ghosts to find his missing parents. The girl clearly understood her master's order and set to work immediately, while he was left alone with his thoughts. But very soon another call came in, this time from an unknown number, which was considered highly suspicious. As it turned out, it was an ally who reported to the great mentor that she had already found his loved ones. The young man was also in contact with the general, but first he went online, as the situation demanded. Junshan's statement went viral in the news, as he was seen stepping on Cheng Hai's head during a live broadcast. He threatened that if his dear nephew didn't come to the family cemetery in Longjiang, he would take the bodies of his dead parents in 2 days. The protagonist read every word and every line carefully, staring at the photo of his father, beaten and bound in chains. Rage instantly overwhelmed his mind, and, unable to control his emotions, the young man crushed the smartphone in his hand with a powerful squeeze. Some of the users didn't even know who Chen Hai was, but many remembered that he was a great master in northeastern China. The serious Feng Huang was also following the news. For her, the fate of her mentor and his loved ones was almost the center of her attention. Standing by the window, Gozhong asked if his granddaughter had sent a message to Zhang, and she confirmed it, but said there was no reply yet. The girl rose from her chair and declared that she was going to come to the aid of the respected teacher, who clearly needed it. The elder noted that she was too weak and would only be a burden to the great master, advising her to simply trust him. At that time, the ruthless Junshan and the captives were inside the vast ancestral tomb of his family. Many exhausted people simply stared at the floor, hoping that someone would come to their aid and set them free. The angry father of a man named Yan from the previous generation shouted at him, calling him a degenerate who was making a grave mistake. The scoundrel said he was doing this for the family and asked if his father also wanted the seal to finally rest. Not willing to listen to empty chatter, the fearless gentleman simply spat in his face, showing his displeasure. The embittered old man insisted that the scoundrel wanted to sacrifice one of their clan and called him a true criminal. Wiping his face, the scarred man declared that once the tomb was opened and he obtained its technology, he would become the greatest in the guild. Showing the courage to speak the truth straight to his face, Cheng Hai admitted that he hadn't thought his brother would not have changed a bit after so many years. With a laugh, the scoundrel told him to take a good look at himself first and added that the fool wasn't even fit to be his footstool. Then Junshan told the old man that during the journey to the secret realm, the family's children had been killed because of him, and that he had then framed Hai. The life-weary fool noted that grandfather had banished him from the clan himself, so he wouldn't let him get away with this so easily. Playing on his pity, Yan asked why he was so hostile toward his younger brother, who had always indulged him in everything. The scoundrel replied that their father had only ever looked upon this gifted and understanding son, while never paying him any attention. The master admitted his guilt in believing the elder brother and expelling Cheng Hai from the clan. But the protagonist's father assured him that this was not the case. Impulsively, he shouted at Junshan to stop all this, for even Sheng Tian had lost to his brave son, and he was no match for him at all. At that very moment, a mysterious man in a robe entered the room, and the traitor immediately saluted him. Maintaining a serious demeanor, the long-haired man asked his leader if the coveted technique was ready yet. His cold-blooded comrade gave him an affirmative answer, a red light flashing from his eye which looked eerie. With a sly grin, Junshan remarked that this technique would defeat even a holy master, let alone Zhang Yi. The boss said in a calm voice that they needed to hurry up and begin the ritual, and his subordinate listened intently. Wasting no time, the cynical scoundrel kicked the defenseless captive with his foot, showing not a shred of mercy. One of the distraught hostages sincerely begged him for mercy, but the monster had already firmly gripped the sword in his hand. The world-weary warrior wished them a soft grave after death, and added that their families would never forget them. After these words, 2 innocent people died by his hand with a single swing of the blade, which was truly horrific. Closing his eyes in fear, Father Yan screamed that he was to blame for raising such a senseless scum. A nervous Cheng Hai exclaimed that the demon had lied to his brother, for the seal placed by their ancestors could not be broken by the blood of their own heirs. The hot-headed warrior replied that soon it would be the turn of the imbecile, who couldn't stop babbling even in the face of death. In a fit of rage, he swung his sword sharply at the man, who remained calm and looked him in the eye. But suddenly a blow struck the long-haired traitor in the center of his stomach, throwing him violently backward. The scoundrel slammed his back into the stone wall with all his might, feeling excruciating pain in various parts of his body. As it turned out, the fearless Zhang Yi arrived at the tomb just in the nick of time to come to his parents' aid. The unshakable grandfather Yan immediately glanced at the young man to confirm whether he was indeed the person in question. The unflappable hero looked at his opponent and said that he had spared him last time, even though he had wanted to kill him. The embittered enemy declared that he was now the master here and would make the youngster pay for the humiliation inflicted earlier. The mysterious demon in a long robe asked if the great master stood before him, and the young man immediately confirmed it. Forming a magic sphere, the creature asked the boy to demonstrate his power, since it knew from their conversation that the brave young man was very arrogant. Without any ceremony, the opponent abruptly reached out his hand toward Zhang Yi's neck. But the boy didn't take him seriously. Using the technique of his very long limbs, the villain wrapped his arms around the body of the frail young man, who was simply standing there. The defenseless boy turned into something like a large lump that the demon could manipulate at will. Then the boy was lifted off the ground, while the shocked Cheng Hai and his father looked at each other in silence. The merciless entity flashed a red glare as a final gesture, making it clear that the hero's end was near. Paralyzed with shock, the fighter didn't even have time to think, and his spiritual energy rapidly drained from him. In an instant, he felt unbearable pain and lost consciousness, for his soul had been sucked out of him. The martyr was tied to a wooden post and after a while opened his eyes, still with all his limbs intact. The first thing the warrior did was look ahead, where he saw a girl in a white dress moving toward him with slow steps. Looking more closely, the brunette was even more surprised, and thick beads of sweat trickled down his face. What was unexpected was that it was a completely calm Yu Yao, silently gazing straight into his eyes. Trying to keep a cool head, the young man asked first of all why his beloved was here. The unflappable girl replied that she had come here to save her other half and pull him out of a difficult situation. Deeply shaken, the hero begged her not to approach him, emphasizing that this place was extremely dangerous. Nevertheless, the brave lady approached him and, gently stroking his face, said that he had once protected her. Suddenly, she pulled a sharp dagger from behind her back and, pressing it against the hostage's stomach, said that he was about to die. At the same time, the protagonist remained very agile and managed to grab his opponent's wrist, preventing her from harming him. Smiling, the enigmatic Zhang asked if this creature really thought he would fall for such a cheap trick. Trying to remain calm, the blue-eyed brunette expressed her hope that her beloved did not wish to harm her. Without a moment's hesitation, the daredevil pressed a dagger to the throat of the illusion, which brazenly pretended to be Yu Yao. Next came a sharp blow to the soft tissue, shattering the fake girl, which confirmed the fighter's hunch. At that moment, the terrified father was screaming, begging his son to wake up, but he could barely hear him. The gloating Jun Shan said that the boy, struck by a mental attack, would die soon, so there was no point in calling him. In an instant, the sweating young man opened his eyes and, though thrown off balance, began to look ahead. This stunned the mustachioed man, who had been confident in his master, while the calm mother was overjoyed by what was happening. With a sudden movement, the warrior broke free from his bonds, saying he hadn't expected the enemy to be capable of creating illusions. Then he immediately freed his parents and grandfather, who had not expected such a turn of events at all. The brave man's first order was for mom and dad to head toward the tomb, and they didn't ask any unnecessary questions. The gray-haired old man expressed a desire to stay and help him in battle, but the stern Zheng demanded that he leave as well. At that moment, all the captives were freed and headed for the exit, while they still had this precious opportunity. But suddenly the tomb began to crumble, and rather massive boulders fell from above. A huge monster's paw with sharp claws suddenly emerged from the ground, causing a great panic among the people. Another bloodthirsty predator stood in their path, with long horns, a massive jaw, and a multitude of small fangs. The mysterious demon confidently declared that no one could escape his deadly technique and began to control the creature. Standing his ground with a sword in his hands, the hero concluded that the enemy's technique involves summoning souls from beneath the earth. The ruthless scoundrel remarked in a raised voice that no one could escape and that everyone would be sacrificed. People tried to break through the exits, but they were all blocked by cobblestones, so they had no choice but to accept their doom. The stern warrior asked his opponent to stop talking nonsense, emphasizing that he had summoned nothing more than the remnants of souls. Without further ado, the brave man began swinging his sword, deciding to attack the monster first and end it all as quickly as possible. The giant managed to dodge and launch a counterattack, which unsettled the young man a bit, but didn't shake his confidence. Still, the young man was momentarily thrown off balance when he saw a paw with sharp claws flying toward him. The mutant swung with all his might, but the agile fighter managed to dodge the blow, emerging unscathed, though that didn't make things any easier. Jumping to his feet, the warrior planted his feet wide apart and gripped his blade tightly, watching his target's movements. The hulking brute continued moving toward him, stomping heavily on the floor and eager to fill his belly with human flesh as soon as possible. Extremely serious, Zhang Yi exclaimed that the pathetic beast could only learn his decapitation technique the hard way. Next came an incredibly powerful and spectacular blow that instantly sent the mutant flying backward. Looking at the dead predator, the protagonist confidently declared that the next one would be the demon in the robe. The merciless opponent once again stretched his arms out in front of him and began to use magic, with no intention of giving up. It looked very eerie from the outside how he managed to revive the beast with his abilities and get it back on its feet. Now the bloodthirsty monster was several times more vicious, and its eyes gleamed, turning red with rage. His opponent advised the boy to surrender, emphasizing that the remnants of the Taoist soul within his technique were simply invincible. Taking his words to heart, the brave warrior lunged at him with his sword, determined to prove him wrong. Leaping forward, the warrior swung his flying sword, exclaiming that the cynical scoundrel would die first. But the aggressive Cerberus still stood in his way, unexpectedly unleashing a fiery breath at him. Without losing his composure, Zhang Yi parried the attack and remained unharmed, not losing even a single hair to the fire. Still, the explosion was quite powerful and knocked the skinny boy backward, which was inevitable. The agile boy managed to land and stay on his feet, while the beast, shaken by the incident, collapsed even further and reached out at him with a paw. Very angry and tense, Junshan shouted an order to his loyal Dao to quickly finish off the nimble boy. After these words, the predator attacked the hero even more fiercely, striking firmly with its paw to toss him into the air. The daredevil, however, did not lose his composure and mid-air used an overhead strike to pierce the target's head. The aggressive creature, despite its appearance, was very perceptive and expected dirty tricks from the cunning boy. Then the cool-headed warrior swung his blade, following a precise sequence of movements and maintaining his focus. With tremendous effort, Zhang executed his planned attack. But it turned out that the mutant had incredibly thick scales. Despite everything, the martial arts master managed to pierce the beast's skin and inflict a serious wound. Blood immediately began spurting from the bull's massive mouth, and he trembled, feeling a searing pain. In a fit of rage, the beast lashed out with its tail, striking the boy in the chest, causing him to cough violently. Next, the hero flew upward, and his trajectory was aimed straight at the stomach of the hungry Taoti. Shaking with intense anxiety, the mother couldn't bear to watch what was being done to her son, but she had no way to help him. In the end, the merciless monster closed its mouth, and the helpless youth found himself trapped inside it. The mocking scoundrel Jun Shan remarked that this great master would never be able to overcome his master's technique. The long-haired schemer asked his boss to finish everyone off quickly so he could get the coveted technique from the tomb. Unexpectedly, the demon squeezed his neck very tightly, causing him to panic, and didn't even explain anything. Still, he said that he had needed the fool only to bring all the members of the Zhang family here, but now they would die along with them. The naive fool was tossed aside like a useless, discarded object, which underscored his place in this world. The pitiful Junshan, in all his stupidity, slammed his back into the wall and fell to the ground, which alarmed his younger brother. The dying man sincerely apologized to Cheng Hai, admitting that he never could have imagined he would die full of regrets. Despite past grievances, the protagonist's father became furious with the hooded man and wanted to take revenge on him. The impulsive man immediately lunged into an attack with his bare fists, shouting that the scoundrel would now be sent to the fires of hell. Without any effort, the opponent used his long-arm technique and didn't even let him get close. Unable to do anything, Hai was sent flying backward and landed right on Taote, who was still hungry. Spilling a huge amount of someone else's blood, the demon declared that today the Zhang family would cease to exist. He relentlessly unleashed various magical techniques, making it clear that no one could defeat him. But unexpectedly, the bull-like creature opened its mouth wide and began to bellow in pain, which alerted its master. A huge hole appeared in the center of the mutant's belly, from which a blinding yellow light shone, causing it agony. As it turned out, Master Yi had managed to escape unharmed and had no intention of giving up so easily. The stern warrior threatened that it was the man in the robe who must vanish for all his cynical misdeeds. The somewhat bewildered opponent couldn't believe that the brave fighter had managed to defeat the soul of the colossal Taote. Grinning, the young man thanked him for helping him reach the third level of the king's invincible body. The demon said that the underworld sect had been right about the young man, who had grown stronger over the past year, and that this was due to a secret from his family's ancestral tomb. In the warrior's past life in the cultivation world, the guild in question also existed, and he had quite a close relationship with it. Sirius Zhang asked who was the head of the organization, but his counterpart asked him not to inquire about things he shouldn't know. The resolute hero threatened that in that case he would find out everything himself and prepared for another combat charge. A moment later, he was behind the enemy and held a sword to his throat, which left him completely stunned. The young man said he would give the demon one chance to reveal who their leader was and what secret the family tomb held. Unwilling to reveal the underworld's secret, the scoundrel activated shadow magic, somewhat surprising the boy. Frozen in place, I quickly realized that I was facing a blood spell, which was extremely dangerous. Flashing a red eye, the vanishing devil's descendant called the young man interesting and added as a parting remark that they would meet again. The protagonist recalled that in the cultivation world, the technique in question was also one of the great techniques of the underworld sect. The anxious parents asked if their son was all right, and he immediately replied in the affirmative. Grandfather Yan sincerely thanked the brave warrior for saving all the clan members and apologized on behalf of everyone. The cool-headed fighter looked him in the eye and said without hesitation that he was no longer interested in them. The righteous Zhang Yi declared that since Junshan had died, someone else must become the head of the family. The elderly gentleman agreed with the words of the great victor and believed that only he could fill the vacant position. The young man, however, shocked everyone even more by declaring that his father, Cheng Hai, would take the position today. He said that his father was currently making rapid progress in cultivation and would definitely reach the level of sect master in less than 6 months. The gray-haired old man also confirmed that the man was worthy of the position, as he had repeatedly demonstrated courage and bravery in battle. After that, all the clan members present saluted and smiled at the new leader to welcome him. The stern Cheng Hai immediately warned that if anyone in the family attempted anything of the sort, severe punishment would follow. Without wasting any time, the protagonist used a technique to clear the passage blocked by cobblestones. His efforts were successful, and now everyone could finally leave the stifling tomb. The emotionless young man asked everyone present to follow his parents, who knew where to go. The warrior himself remained inside the room and began to look around, as if he still had unfinished business. The brave young man was very curious as to what secret of his family's crypt had so troubled the sect of the underworld. Meanwhile, Grandfather Yan was still in the tomb. He turned to Zhang Yi, wanting to say something else. The old man said that this place held a secret known only to the next generation of the clan. The young man asked if it was true that his father knew nothing about this, and the old man confirmed his suspicions. The young man urgently asked the elderly gentleman to tell him exactly what was inside the crypt. Legend has it that in the past their family was powerful, but later began to decline, and the ancestors predicted that a son of the guild would break the seal of the stone gate. The young man asked if they had said what lay behind the door, and Yan replied that all that was known was that it was a great power. It was also said that no one had ever opened this passage before, and only the one who would raise the guild to greatness would be able to do so. After that, the protagonist declared that he would investigate everything himself, and the old man saluted and was now free to leave the room. The elderly gentleman wondered to himself, could Zhang Yi really be the one who would elevate their clan? Stretching his hands out in front of him, the focused master began the process of opening the gate, hoping that everything would work out. Shocked, the young man noticed that an unknown force was draining his life force, and this was a warning sign. The tense fighter realized he couldn't pull his limb back, so the situation was escalating rapidly. The remnant of Tao Te's soul, which had just been refined within the hero, was still capable of roaring, and this might be connected to the gates. Discouraged, the dark-haired man decided to create a shockwave, considering it the only way to break free. Exerting tremendous effort, the frail-looking young man began to push back, believing that he would succeed. In the end, his efforts were not in vain, and he managed to pull his hand back, barely managing to stay on his feet. A nervous Zhang noted that the stone gates were complex and alive as they resisted his blow. But at the same time, the contact made the perceptive master realize that their secret was connected to a spell. Gathering his strength once more, the young man directed energy from his hands toward the target, confident that this time the result would be successful. A blinding yellow light began to strike him with increasing intensity, but this did not deter the persistent man in the least. The extremely tense hero couldn't believe it at first, but the passage suddenly began to open, which was exactly what he had been aiming for. In an instant, something like a small explosion occurred, which shook the fighter but did not break his spirit. Outside the tomb at that moment stood family members who witnessed the orange rays emerging. Yan's parents and grandfather were deeply concerned when they saw Zhang Yi being thrown back by the blast wave. The quick-witted Cheng Hai managed to react in time and, using his ability, flew through the air to catch his son. Behind him stood an elderly gentleman who braced himself against him with his hands to keep from falling. In the end, the trio managed to stay balanced like a train, while white smoke rose around them from the skid. Smiling, the intrigued hero noted the powerful spiritual energy which was stronger than anywhere else on Earth. Everyone present had the opportunity to witness the mesmerizing phenomenon of a bright yellow light erupting. The father asked what was hidden inside the ancestral tomb, and Zhang Yi suggested that unknown creatures were hiding there. The extremely serious young man had a feeling that the secret of the crypt was somehow connected to the infamous Mount Tai. He said that a crack had appeared in the stone gate, from which a large amount of mana had gushed out, but some kind of monster still couldn't break free. The brave man was planning to hold a spirit gathering and then meditate for a while, so he earnestly asked everyone to leave the area. In unison, all the allies flew into the air and went about their business, leaving the master alone with his thoughts. Once the spell was cast, Zhang would be able to gather mana near the tomb, and after that, all the family heirs would be able to cultivate here. Opening his palm, the young man looked at the steel ring with a sparkling emerald, which was very precious to him. The better the quality of the spirit stones, the better the effect of the gathering spell, so the young man had put a lot of effort into it. All sorts of beads were flying around him, but the most beautiful ones were the blue ones, resembling the color of space. In just a minute, the expert created a magical triangle around himself, placing all the artifacts in their proper places. Then he dropped abruptly to one knee and placed his hand on the ground, remaining as focused as possible on the process. The spell to gather spirits was successfully cast, once again highlighting the fighter's mastery. A beam heated to high temperatures shot upward, creating a dense dome around him that spread out to the sides like a tree. After examining the result, the young man noted that the spiritual energy shouldn't dissipate into the surroundings, so there was nothing to worry about. Beginning his meditation, Zhang wondered if such powerful mana could help him break through to the third level of the King's Path. 3 months later, an elderly gentleman stood on a hill and saw a very sharp flash in the distance at sunset. The Grand Elder of the Eternal Life Sect, TNU, sensed a strong fluctuation of energy, but didn't understand why it had vanished again. A moment later, the sensation returned, as did the orange beam shooting into the sky. But this did not surprise him. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed forward toward the source, eager to get to the bottom of it as quickly as possible. Closing in within just a few seconds, he immediately noticed a spell for summoning spirits. Noticing Zhang Yi meditating, Tian wondered who this young man was, from whom such powerful energy emanated. Suddenly, the fierce-looking hero opened his eyes, which had turned bright red, and beads of sweat were streaming down his face. The man, remaining calm, noted the intense spiritual pressure emanating from the young man, but did not rush to intervene. The young man realized that the result was still insufficient, and although the king's body had almost reached the third level, he should wait a little longer. The brave man also noticed a person in the tree and concluded that the fluctuations in mana during cultivation had attracted several large cones. Without a moment's hesitation, the brave young man stepped toward the observer to sort things out and explain where he had wandered into. Finding himself behind the stern old man, Zhang Yi's first question was who he was and why he had trespassed onto his family's territory. In response, the old man asked if it could be that he was facing a martial arts master whose style resembled that of a true cultivator. Mr. Yu introduced himself to the great elders of the life sector, and the young man asked if Yang Mei was from his guild. Tian, looking tense, said that the girl had been a disciple of his faction for a long time, but had been killed some time ago. The imperturbable warrior confirmed his words, instantly admitting that he was the one who had killed the girl. His wary counterpart asked if he was the very same Grandmaster Zhang that everyone had been raving about. The brave man asked if the gray-haired man wanted to avenge her, and he replied that they wouldn't do that for some girl. The warrior said that if there was no other reason, the man could leave, since outsiders were forbidden from entering the Zhang family's territory. The gentleman noted that in 3 days there would be a grand competition among the great sects, and asked if the master could come to give them advice. The young man believed he wasn't the only one who could offer guidance and asked if it was true that Tianyu had ulterior motives. The old man emphasized that a gathering spell was not something an ordinary person could create, and added that even the 3 cultivation schools were powerless to do so. He expressed a desire to obtain this technique and also intended to ask Zhang to use this method for his Eternal Life sect. Last time the hero had encountered the Water Guild, and he assumed that such factions had many valuable items in their collections. The elderly man, clearly inspired, said he would consult with his colleagues and they would soon decide on a reward for the great master. After finishing the conversation, the young man took his cell phone out of his pocket and dialed a number. The red-haired Jiang answered, ready to listen attentively to her master. The stern leader ordered her to come to the Zhang family and declared that in 3 days she would go with him to the Eternal Life sect. The girl said that teacher Yang Mei had taken her there several times, but she didn't understand why the leader needed to go there, and he asked her not to ask questions. Tian calmly asked if it was true that the boy had spoken with Xing Shui, and the bold young man confirmed it, not realizing what problems might arise. The slightly tense man noted that this kid had good talent and good looks, and his counterpart said nothing in response. The protagonist announced that in 3 days he would go to the guild with Zhang, and the gray-haired man understood everything and decided it was time to leave. A moment later, the great elder departed in an unknown direction, leaving Zhang alone with his thoughts. The young man called his father and told him that he had set up a spirit-gathering spell near the tomb where family members could now cultivate. He also decided to call Fan Shu and Feng Huang, since spiritual energy was in abundance and their cultivation speed was bound to increase. 3 days later, deep in the forest, Zhang spoke of Mount Lishan, the place where Nuwa had patched the holes in the sky with molten stones. The master said that Jiang Qing should walk around the tree 10 times clockwise and the same number of times counterclockwise, and then release a little mana. At full speed, the girl began to carry out the task, doing her utmost to appear like a capable student. In an instant, the previously calm mentor shouted for the magic to disperse, knowing exactly what he was doing. In just a couple of seconds, he successfully completed the process, and the disheartened lady froze in place. The dissatisfied lady asked why the master had made her run around if he could have cleared everything away so easily. After that, the young people began climbing the stairs, each lost in their own thoughts and keeping silent. The guard asked if they had a pass, and Zhang replied that their leader had personally invited the great master Zhang. The surprised man asked his colleague to go and verify this information, and he immediately set about doing so. The polite man asked the guests to wait there for a moment, and if their words were true, they would be let in immediately. The wary hero heard strange sounds behind him, and turning around, saw 3 figures flying toward him. They were 3 stern-looking armed fighters, the first of whom held an extraordinary emerald sword in his hands. The first thing the long-haired blonde noticed was the beautiful Qing Shui, while Zhang Yi eyed him disapprovingly. The son of the master of the Infinity Sect, named Jiang Wushuang, immediately recognized his sister, who was slightly surprised. He noted that quite some time had passed, yet the beauty of the seemingly troubled lady still shone as brightly as ever. Enchanted by the young man's beauty, the ladies blushed and discussed how he would be the undisputed winner of this year's final competition. The guard standing at the entrance addressed the great master Zhang, reporting that faction leader Tian Yu was waiting for him. The cool-headed young man told his subordinates that it was time for them to go, and she immediately followed her master. The serious Wu Shuang asked the young man not to rush, and first of all clarified who he actually was. The agitated beauty demanded that her older brother step aside and not even think of being rude to her boss. Her counterpart was very displeased by the fact that the charming lady was calling this mortal her master. For those words, the fair-haired man immediately received a rather powerful slap, which he hadn't expected at all. The protagonist pointed out that he was like an annoying fly, since he was asking too many unnecessary questions. The impulsive young man shouted, demanding how the insolent man dared to strike him, after which his companions drew their blades. In a fit of rage, the fighter used one of his techniques, shouting that the fool was clearly courting death, since he was acting so arrogantly. A wary bystander sensed a terrifying spiritual power and was certain that the boy's end was near, for the brother had become enraged. But Tian Yu turned to the young master Jiang and asked him to calm down, saying that Zhang Yi was an honored guest of his Eternal Life sect. The serious faction leader stepped between the heated combatants, determined to prevent an unnecessary conflict from occurring. After that, silence reigned, during which the blonde felt discontent but did nothing, as he respected the old man. Soon, a broad smile appeared on his face, which he forced to keep the leader from worrying. The elderly gentleman respectfully saluted Wu Xuan, who was grinning at him, and the situation finally settled down. But at the same time, Zhang Yi was still staring sternly into the eyes of his counterpart, with whom their conversation had not gone well from the start. After that, Jiang and his companions went on their way, while the hero remained standing opposite the old man. The leader of the New Life sect was overjoyed to see the great master, who had arrived as promised. The young man emphasized that his support for the faction depended on what the man could offer him in return. The polite old man asked the young man not to worry, promising that he would not be disappointed at all. Pointing toward the entrance of the building, Tian Yu asked the young man and his companion to follow him inside. The young people began climbing the steps in silence, moving deeper into the courtyard and pondering their immediate concerns. The hero asked if they weren't heading to the main hall, and the calm old man replied that he simply needed to follow him. At that very moment, a sharp golden sword flew out of nowhere, which greatly alarmed Zhang Yi and the beautiful Qing Shui. Managing to grab the hilt, the bewildered warrior wondered why his flying blade had suddenly gone haywire. Completely calm, Yu approached an ordinary statue of a man holding a vase, as if about to do something. With a light movement of his hands, he wrapped his arms around the silhouette's shoulders, then turned its head, triggering a secret mechanism. In less than half a minute, a slab in the floor began to slide aside, revealing a staircase leading down to a secret room. The protagonist's weapon flew out of his hands again, leaving him in a state of shock and utter bewilderment. The alarmed young man rushed after the flying sword, begging it to return, but nothing changed. The nimble blade quickly flew deep into the tunnel, and the equally nimble lad rushed after it. Having made his way quite a distance, the dark-haired boy froze in place with his mouth agape and eyes wide open upon seeing something unusual. He hadn't thought that the dazzling heavenly fire existed on Earth, and as expected, the members of the Longlivers clan possessed many valuable items. Immediately, the polite Tian Yu descended to Grandmaster Zhang and calmly reported to the leader that the legend had arrived. Faction leader Gu Yunpeng asked the warrior to accept the flame as a small gift, for it could be used to revive and upgrade his sword to the highest level. The warrior was certain that the leader was at least 100 years old, yet he still looked very young and was clearly halfway to the Jinden realm. Calm Zhang said he needed to stay and refine his new artifact, so he asked the others to leave the place. Before leaving, Tian reminded him that an aura gathering event and a 3-clan tournament awaited him next, and the pensive young man promised not to disappoint. Saluting respectfully, the elderly gentleman thanked the young man for his concern and began to leave the tunnel. In turn, the hero's flying sword took its place in the cauldron and began to emit a large amount of yellow light. The old man asked what would happen if the child broke the heavenly fire, and Gu Yun replied that obtaining a top-tier array was far more important to them. 3 days later, two participants were sparring on the stage, showing off impressive skills and entertaining the crowd. One of the fighters made a mistake during the match, causing him to miss a strike and fall to the ground. A dissatisfied Wu Shuang asked if there was really no one from the long-lived and Thousand Beast clans who could stand up to him. The angry and exhausted people noted that there was nothing they could do, since the guy was number one, and the gap between them was too great. The blonde man asked Chief Gu if his faction hadn't hired anyone to help, and suggested that this person was too scared and had gone into hiding. The unflappable Tian Yu replied that Master Zhang was a valuable asset, but he was busy right now, and if no one else wanted to fight, Zhang would be declared the winner. With a laugh, the bully turned to Qing Shui, noting that her so-called master was actually a coward who ran away at the worst possible moment. The hot-tempered girl screamed that if the insolent man insulted the hero one more time, he shouldn't blame her for not being lenient with him. The blonde-haired man added that if what he had said was a lie, the beauty could call the fool out to fight him. After these loud words, a flying sword suddenly hovered above his head, shocking those present. The stern Zhang Yi suddenly stepped into the arena, ready to shut the fool's filthy mouth forever. Qing Shui was delighted to see her mentor, while the stunned crowd hadn't expected the young man's blade to be of the Jindan realm. The brave man warned that he didn't much care for sparring, because whenever he fought, there would inevitably be bloodshed and loss of life. People from other clans noted that this man was even more arrogant, but in terms of cultivation, he was no match for Wu Xuan. A serious rival concluded that the young man's confidence stemmed from the fact that he held a high-level weapon in his hands. Smiling, the completely calm Zhang Yi asked if the young Master Zhang was afraid of him. Laughing, his opponent called it foolish of him to believe in victory, and the warrior proposed signing a life-or-death contract, fearing he might kill him and get into trouble. The extremely stern Wu Shuang emphasized that once the contract was signed, the charming Jiang Qing Shui would belong to him after the enemy's death. Then the resolute man asked someone to prepare the necessary papers, which were soon sealed with blood. The self-assured blonde called his rival a little boy, warning that even if he got down on his knees and called him dad, there would be no mercy.